pain is such a complex disease, and it's super important that we actually de-silo the treatment that's currently happening. And we have so many aspects of care. We've got the mental health aspects, we've got the physical pain, we've got the emotional trauma, we've got all of these pieces that we need to bring together. And Canada is at the forefront of doing this and building these multidisciplinary teams to help patients move forward.
I was always taught in medical school to look for a pattern.
What I wish more doctors understood, I wish it was more of a holistic experience as opposed to you tell the pain and then it's assumed that the pain is caused by this.
Whether the cause of the pain is visible or not, what the patient report and feel should be validated, acknowledged, and treated adequately.
We're moving further away from that one-size-fits-all approach where we look at only the physical symptoms and treating with medications, manual therapy in my case as a physiotherapist, or exercise.
Into a more multidisciplinary approach to treatment of chronic pain. And really we're seeing that allied health professionals have an important role in early intervention and treatment of chronic pain.
And so with that momentum, I think we're doing great things in terms of becoming coordinated. The people with lived experience, the researchers and scientists, the clinicians, the people that deliver the clinical care, all coming together to say, hey, we need to come together and figure out what to do to make things better for people who live with chronic pain.
The patients have taught me everything about what it means to be a chronic pain physician, what it means to be a researcher. They've informed every aspect of what I do.
It's helped every day knowing that there is always something better.
I think the perfect pain service would also, just like any clinical skill, cultural competency and trauma-informed care would be huge parts of that and emphasized just as much.
I don't think it's because a lot of practitioners don't want to help. I think it's the lack of resources.
So chronic pain's just become a disease over the past couple of years, and I can tell you that when I look at the number of people we've brought together, look at the people in this room, look at the people online, we're at a specific point in our history where we can actually mobilize and affect change.
I would want to get rid of the myth that pain is something simple that has a root cause that we could just go in and fix.
The myth that pain is a static experience.
Really, I just want you to hear me out and see where I'm coming from and understand that my situation may not be the same as the person before.
Because I'm in a lot of pain right now, but I'm talking to you, I'm not showing it because it takes energy not to show it.
The problem with chronic pain is that we don't have effective treatment therapies available. Surgery is responsible for the second leading cause of chronic pain in society. So it has a nice opportunity to intervene to prevent chronic pain before it occurs.
Using technology as well, doing virtual sessions in areas where it's the resource is not as accessible, as well as putting videos on YouTube and whatnot, so patients have more access to these types of informations.
Before I was a disabled person, right? Now I'm a person with a disability, okay? Before my pain ruled me, now I rule my pain. That's how it's changed me. And the treatment has allowed me to do that.
So what brings me hope? What brings me hope is that we're actually sitting in a moment in time where our patients are standing beside us. We're not campaigning or we're not trying to mobilize by ourselves. And our voices are just part of it. And the strongest voices are those that are suffering with the disease. From coast to coast, we have programs, we have innovative individuals, all of our allied health folks that are coming together to treat folks living with chronic pain on a daily basis. And I am very proud to be representing the Canadian Pain Society today.
All right, good morning everyone.
and welcome to our landmark day of change. Please sit. The standing ovation is just too much, so please sit, please sit.
Sit down.
All right, so I want to say something. I mentioned we were the center of the universe last night, and we all know that we are the home of 2 World Series champions, an NBA champion, and a hockey team that won about 50 years ago. But we are still in the playoffs, and we're ready to roll.
All right. Bienvenue à la réunion scientifique annuelle à Toronto. Oui, c'est vrai. On est à Toronto. On pense que c'est le centre de l'univers. C'est vrai. Nous sommes ravis de vous avoir chez nous. Merci. All right. Hans, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm your president. I'm a pain physician first and anesthesiologist second. I run a few pain programs, the Toronto General Transitional Pain Service, the Ehlers-Danlos Syndrome Service. I've just been given a chair at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health. And I'm a very proud dad of 2 boys. I hope they're here and they haven't slept in. Noah Clark and Quincy Clark. They're somewhere up there. This means that I'm not only a dad, but as we know, the Canadian Pain Society is a 50-year-old organization. So that means society is a 50-year-old organization. It's when I stand, when I sneeze, and thank God I took my Celebrex this morning. That's all I can tell you.
All right. Salut, je suis Tania Direna. Je suis médecin de la douleur pelvienne.
When I sneeze, and thank God I took my Celebrex this morning. That's all I can tell you.
All right. Salut, je suis Tania Direna. Je suis médecin de la douleur pelvienne. So I'm a pelvic pain doc, and I'm a very proud mother of my 2 girls who are also in the audience who are volunteering. So thank you to all the volunteers. Je suis très fière. Je suis née en 1975, so I too am 50. And like I mentioned yesterday, both the CPS and I are in menopause. Forget my next sentence. I'm going to start with a land acknowledgement. Okay, on va commencer avec la reconnaissance du territoire. So with humility and respect, we acknowledge the land that we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. Meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We are humbled and deeply grateful to be present on this land. As we gather here today, I urge each and every one of you to make it a true priority to learn about traditional approaches to pain within Indigenous communities. These practices are rooted in wisdom, ceremony, and connection, and they deserve not just our respect, but a rightful place within pain care programs. We must remember reconciliation is not just a word, it's an action. And in pain care, that means ensuring Indigenous communities have access to the healing that they need in ways that are culturally safe, inclusive, and led by the community voice.
And I mentioned this last night, but although we're here for a big day today, we started our meeting yesterday morning, and this was a big chronic pain virtual care day, and it was led with leaders from coast to coast. And I can tell you that we're very proud to be here to care for all of our population and not just some of our population. And that will be our mantra for years to come. So at this point in time, I'm going to call to the stage the Honorable Vijay Thanigasalam. And he was first elected in 2018 as a member of Provincial Parliament for Scarborough Rouge Park. Minister Thanigasalam has served in several key cabinet roles, including Associate Minister of Transportation. Hold on, Minister, we got to play your walk-up music, so stand there. Walk with swagger. Associate Minister of Housing. In 2025, he was appointed to his current role, where he now plays a crucial part in shaping mental health and addictions policy across this province. He is also the first Tamil Canadian to serve in Ontario's cabinet, a historic and meaningful milestone in our province's leadership. Minister Thanigasalam, we are honored to have you here today. Vijay.
That's a song. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, Dr. Hans Clark, the President, and Dr. Tania Direna, the President-elect. Thank you for your leadership, and all the doctors, researchers, clinicians, and everyone who contributes towards the the pain management, evidence-based research. Thank you for the great work. My name is Vijay Thanigaslam. I'm the new Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. It is my honor to stand here to have this quick word with you while I have my predecessor, the Minister, Dr. Michael Tibollo here, and he's a man with a wide range of experience and knowledge in mental health and addiction, as he successfully completed PhD. In our cabinet, we say he's a doctor walking with the wealth of knowledge. So it's definitely a big shoes to fill. So it's my honor to be here along with Dr. Michael Tibollo. When I first got this appointment, one of the first projects that I embraced is Heart Hubs here in Ontario. Homelessness, addiction, treatment hubs. What this does is it transforms drug injection sites into a more compassionate, comprehensive facility that offers net new mental health services, addiction, social services, and also expand the scope of this facility into supportive housing units, and also goes into employment training to make sure that we give the hand up to manage and to recover, to break the cycle of addiction and bring them, rejoin with the family, rejoin with the society, and make them employable. That's a first project. So thanks to Minister Tibollo and Minister Sylvia Jones for the great foundational work that they have completed for me to just come and take a good project. So thanks to him and Minister Jones for the great work. And right now there are 28 Heart Hubs are planned to come across the province, and 9 has kick-started here in Ontario, and our government has invested $550 million to make sure these are net new services, because we believe recovery is real, and we also believe addiction should not be the dead end, and we should focus on the recovery. So it's a path towards rebuilding their lives, reclaiming their lives. And when it comes to mental health calls, for example, I'm sure you all know about, there are 911 services, and there are many calls related to mental health and addictions. And Minister Tibollo has worked on a unit, mobile crisis response unit. What that means is we train law enforcement officers in a mental health and addiction, but also culturally sensitive way. So they first offer, when 911 call comes and they go, they first offer the health-based, health-first care before justice-based, justice-focused service. So that is also unleashed, and to make sure that mental health aspect is there even through all the dispatchments go through the 911. That's also a focus on our government. As a young boy growing up in Scarborough, I know what underserved area when it comes to mental health and addictions. And one of the most successful data-driven metrics measured project Minister Tibollo and Minister Jones has worked on is youth wellness hubs. We have established 10 and now expanding to 32 in total. What that is, one-stop shop for young folks age 12 to 25 to walk into a stigma-free environment with lots of mentors, coaches, even they can play basketball, but also they offer, as I said, stigma-free mental health, addiction, employment trainings for youth in the community settings. Each community, each neighborhoods have unique needs. So these youth mental health, the youth wellness hubs are like a welcoming first step for them to even have a dialogue with someone, a peer, an older peer. It's almost led by youth, for the youth, catered to the local communities. Last but not least, overall, if you look at Ontario and the overall mental health and addictions, again, thanks to this doctor sitting in front of us for the roadmap to wellness. It's a historic investment never heard in the history of this province. $3.8 billion for overall roadmap to wellness. I'm sure he will talk more, he will talk about the other side, very like clinical side and exactly what are the nuances that we're working on. But I just want to finish off with one of the subjects that both doctors mentioned. When we took office in 2018, we found out we need more physicians, more nurse practitioners, more healthcare professionals coming from our communities, like Scarborough, Brampton, Sudbury, everywhere. And when we looked at the record, again, this might be a shocker for many people here. When you look at the record, when was the last time, let's take city of Toronto as an example. When was the last time a medical school was built in the city of Toronto? Any guess? I thought somewhere in 1940s, 50s. It was in 1843, right here in Toronto's UFT St. George campus, 1843. Since then, the population just in this city, not just quadrupled, more than 10 times. And that's why we are building a first ever medical school in Scarborough. It's almost completed. Next year, new generation of doctors, they're going to get the education. In Brampton, with partnership with TMU, there's a new medical school, and in Vaughan with York University. So thanks to Dr. Tibolo, Minister Jones. I want to say that our government recognized the collaborative approach work that Canadian Pain Society is undertaking, especially the evidence-based clinical researchers. The policy ideas and the things that coming out of this conference, emerging out of this conference is important for us. I'm looking forward to get a brief summary of everything that's coming out so I can take it back to the policy table. Once again, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for that song as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, and so with that, I want to thank the Minister very much for being here. You are going to see the connection today. The Minister is representing his portfolio, and one of the things I really want everybody to understand is that by bringing the mental health side into our pain world, we are going to have the opportunity to shape policy and move things forward. And so thank you again, Minister. So, you know, I want to talk about how old we are. Okay? And I can tell you that we've been around for 50 years. And so we were around and founded in 1974 when disco was king and pain care was, well, barely on the radar, to be completely honest with you. And for 50 years, as that slide started with today, the CPS and the Canadian Pain Society has been the national voice for pain science, for pain care, and policy in Canada. And so we've championed cutting-edge research in neuroscience and pharmacology and psychology and Indigenous healing practices. We've helped usher in interdisciplinary care models. We have also supported the development of clinical guidelines and helped ensure pain is taken seriously in both academic and clinical settings. We, as a CPS, bring together a multidisciplinary community. We bring physicians, we bring dentists, we bring scientists, we bring psychologists, we bring nurses, we bring occupational therapists, we bring physiotherapists, we bring policymakers, we bring kinesiologists, we bring social workers, and people with lived experience. That is the breadth of pain. That is the cutting-edge nature of the disease we are talking about. And so the Society, as we host the largest pain conference with hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands probably right now, we're hoping for hundreds by the end of the day, online watching, I want to again express my excitement that this is not just a society. This is now a movement, and we are committed to breaking down stigma, educating our clinicians, and putting patients at the center. And so CPS has been long acknowledged, and we have been in the space of acknowledging gender and racial disparities in pain care, calling out the gaps, demanding better, and supporting research to close them. Here we are in 2025, reimagining what pain care can be. Inclusive, evidence-based, as the Minister just mentioned, community-driven, and most of all, compassionate. The society isn't slowing down, we are just getting started. And so let's take ourselves back to the mid-70s and think about what pain care might have been at that point in time.
All right. Do you remember this show? Oh. All right, so listen, we asked 100 people what was the most common chronic pain remedy in 1975. All right. So please read the answers out loud with me. I'm sure you guys all remember this television show. So, survey says the number 5 answer on the board.
Bed rest.
Bed rest. All right. The number 4 answer on the board. Cigarettes. Nice. All right. The number 3 answer on the board. Oh, yeah.
Topicals.
Yeah, I love the smell of Bengay. I think I said that out loud. Okay. All right. The number 2 answer on the board. Just stop being in pain. That's mindfulness at its best. So we asked 100 people what was prescribed for chronic pain in 1975. The number 1 answer on the board, whiskey. That's Hans's favorite. All right. Thank you for playing, everybody.
All right, guys. So here we are. And so whether you're a clinician, you're a researcher, a policymaker, or someone with lived experience, we want to ensure that your voices are heard. This year, we want to ask, how can the CPS evolve and be a sustainable organization in the years to come? And I can tell you that we're going to start next with some housekeeping. And so maybe flip to the next slide.
Housekeeping. Everybody loves housekeeping.
All right. So today, you're gathered here. At lunch, we're going to be going over to my hall for the first 450 of you that would like to have lunch in my hall and listen to a migraine symposium, okay? We will be closing the hall once the morning sessions, and we will be reopening it at 1 o'clock. We have given you an amplitude of time to network some of what we heard from you the year before. And so if you're not interested in migraine, please, there are a ton of restaurants. The QR code there will show you all of the restaurants on College Street around us. And then we will be back at no later than 13:40. We'll start right at 13:45 this afternoon. And as the day unfolds and later on, we will give you more information as we leave here for the parade that will be heading around Queen's Park and over to Vic College for our barbecue. I'll turn it over to Tanya, to Dr. Duenna, to tell you some more.
Our barbecue and dancing is actually at the Gold Ring Student Center, okay? So just while we're doing the parade, just pay attention to the various buildings that we'll show you. We'll show you Victoria College campus, Isabel Bader. These are all going to be important buildings for you to get comfortable with, because that's where a lot of the scientific symposium will be. We also have Take 5 rooms today, so they are located in Simcoe Hall. You can just ask one of Sylvia's team or one of our volunteers, and we'll take you there if you need to go, okay? So if you need time to get away, please use the Take 5 rooms. If you don't know what's happening next or all throughout the scientific symposium, please, on the back of your lanyard, there's a QR code. We're going to load you up with different QR codes. That's going to tell you kind of where to go and what's happening next.
And if you use the QR code, there's a running ticker of what's happening now. It was working really well last night. But on that, you can click all of the things you need in terms of the restaurants, in terms of anything you need to know over the weekend. You'll find it by using that QR code.
All right. And then you want to
All right, so we can't put these events together and provide you all of this groundbreaking information that you're going to learn over the weekend. The true science of this is happening over the next 2 days on Saturday and Sunday. Today you're going to hear about all aspects of pain care without our sponsors. And I really want to ensure that we recognize the Chronic Pain Center of Excellence for Canadian Veterans. They continue to stand beside us and are our biggest sponsor. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh Zacharias. We'll have more to say about you later. You don't get off that easy. Our platinum sponsor, Avi Khanna, who is looking at a non-opioid potential endocannabinoid solution, a tool, not a solution, a tool, for our patients with lived experience. Pfizer Canada, who are the supporters of the migraine talk at lunch today, and Diros Technology and Stryker. And typically, people do not talk about these folks, but I'm going to. We have Aurora, Byron Health, Boston Scientific, Braun, Fissocream, FUS Mobile, GE Healthcare, Halion, Institute of Musculoskeletal Health and Arthritis, Kenvue, Managing Life, New Path, Seth Canada, Singer Walter LLP, and our academic partners, Chronic Pain Network, Michael de Groot Institute for Research and Care, Pain Canada, Passerelle, Quebec Pain Research Network, Toronto Academic Pain Medicine Institute, University of Toronto Department of Anesthesia and Pain, University of Toronto Integrity Medicine, University Health Network Research, UHN Opioid Self-Assessment Program, and the University of Toronto Center for the Study of Pain. And the reason I did that is because this is the most we have ever had from a support perspective from sponsors. And I'm going to reiterate this to the world. We are open for business. We, as the Canadian Pain Society, want to stand with our partners as we move care for our entire population forward. And so, I'm going to pass this to Dr. Dorena.
Thank you, Andrea. This is the Oprah Winfrey of chronic pain. Please go to Andrea's YouTube channel. Tons of great information there. She is live streaming this today to her hundreds and thousands of followers. Hopefully, people are watching all across the world. Andrea has a huge following, so thank you so much, Dr. Andrea Furlan. Great book, 8 Steps to Conquer Chronic Pain. Thank you so much, Andrea. We're really thankful. All right.
All right, so it's that time, and it's only fitting that the next person we call to the stage is our patient with lived experience. And so I'm going to call Ms. Veena Mobar, and you know, here's the deal. What do you get when you mix a PhD student and a chronic pain survivor, a sickle cell advocate, and a cancer survivor? You get Veena Mohabir. She is co-designing digital tools.
Keep going.
Yep, she's co-designing digital tools for youth and chronic illnesses, challenging the healthcare system to include voices like hers. Were we going to do the minister?
No.
Okay. Hers, and pushing the boundaries of what equity-driven research looks like. She is fierce, brilliant, and full of fire. And today, she's here to show us how to turn pain into power. Please welcome the unstoppable Veena Mohabir.
What a great day today, and I think this is such a landmark occasion, and I'm so excited to be here. My name is Veena Mohabir, and today I'm talking about From Pain to Power, healing in a system that wasn't built for me. So before I begin, I'd like to talk about my positionality, a little bit about who I am. I'm a first-generation graduate student. I'm Indo-Caribbean and a survivor of settlers to this land on stolen land. And these are photos of my life and a little bit about who I am. And we all bring with us a backpack of things that make us who we are. And this is one part of me today. So this is my story, but it's not just mine. What I mean by that is 1 in 5 children and youth live with pain in Canada. Like, when you think about a classroom and the amount of children in that classroom living with pain, that's way too high. And unfortunately, I'm part of the 1 in 5. Or maybe I should say fortunately, because I was able to find power through this experience. Life changes in one moment. I first started my life and I was a normal, healthy baby. I was active. I had everything going for me. I was fighting my parents for the car because, you know, I had to go out to the mall. I was staying up late on the phone, talking to my friends. I was ambitious. I was curious. I was everything and more. But unfortunately, when I was 15, exactly 15 years ago, I was injured in an accident. And that moment changed everything for me today and through the rest of my life. I couldn't imagine why this had happened. I went from doctor to specialist to diagnoses to being told it's all in your head. You're just a dramatic teenage girl. What do you know about pain? I was told that my suffering didn't matter. I felt invisible in the system. I was in the room, but nobody saw me. My voice wasn't allowed in the room. In fact, I was talked over. I was often very much silenced in these rooms. I didn't know how to speak the language of medical providers. I didn't know how to navigate the system. I didn't know what life should be like for a young person with pain. In fact, I thought at the time I was the only teenager living with this condition. I couldn't talk to the people around me. I couldn't talk to my friends or my teachers. No one really understood why. I was isolated. As I mentioned, no kids my age were really there to talk to me about, their doctor's visits or skills that you should have in a visit when you're talking to your health professionals. Before I actually received chronic pain care, I was alone. And it wasn't until I found a community of people through my advocacy, through my power, that all of a sudden I found community. I was hopeless. I think a lot of us living with pain, we don't say this, but it often feels like the pain is going to outlast you. What I mean by that is that oftentimes us living with pain, the option that seems the most compassionate for us is unfortunately ending our lives. And if you have been in that spot, I want to say it is not your fault. It's a failure of systems. It's the systems that continue to isolate you, that emphasize white supremacy, that when you walk into a room, the way you look, they completely judge you just based on that, based on my race, based on my cultural values, based on what I believe in. They judged my parents when we walked in, and in fact, they were often told they were bad parents because how could you be so accepting of life with pain and getting care for your daughter? How can you play into her drama? That's what my parents were told. And I was lucky that I had parents that, in my hopelessness, in my darkest moments, reached out to me with a rope and said, Veena, we're here for you and we're not going anywhere. I felt powerless. Everyone in this room, in some form, has some sort of power over the patients that walk into a room, especially being a child. Walking into a room where you see adults all around you that have had full lives, that have power, that have degrees, that have a white coat. You immediately know that I am not who the system was designed to empower. And I was afraid. I was constantly scared about what life would look like as a young adult with pain. How could I accomplish any of my goals? At the time, at 15, I thought I was going to write the next Twilight novel. Obviously, that didn't happen, and instead, I chose to do something different, but I was afraid constantly. I was afraid of being judged. I was afraid of going to school and having to deal with my peers. I was afraid to walk into a hospital, into a doctor's office. And now, I do that every day. So, injustice. What does injustice mean? Well, injustice is a failure of, or a lack of fairness. And that is the word I would use to describe my journey with chronic pain. I felt that what I went through was an injustice. And indeed, everybody who has lived with pain, that has navigated these systems, has dealt with injustice in some way, shape, or form. So I show this timeline because it's a record of my survival. At 15, when I was diagnosed with trigeminal neuralgia and chronic migraine, this is me right after surgery, and I think it was mentioned that a lot of youth live with pain after surgery. I was one of them. I felt completely alone. I had gone from doctors to nurses to psychologists to psychiatrists. I thought I had seen almost every specialist under the sun. And it wasn't until I was referred to a very new clinic called the Sick Kids Chronic Pain Clinic that completely changed my life. After about a year and a half of searching for answers, searching for why this happened to me, I now knew that chronic pain was a disease in its own right. And it's okay to have a chronic pain diagnosis, just like any other diagnosis under the sun. I was told that you are not alone, Veena. You have 1 in 5 youth that are just like you, that need community, that need compassion, that can connect with you. And that's what I found at 15. I also found a lot of other things at 15. I found that the system to gender diverse folks, to trans folks, to individuals who were indigenous peoples, to racialized folks, to people who were brown and black. What I experienced was injustice through that, the racism and all the systemic structures. And it doesn't mean that there weren't compassionate people along the way. In fact, I just told you about such a great and compassionate place that I found. But it doesn't mean that those systemic issues were still reinforced. And I credit all of you for being here, for trying to be there for people with pain, and for being the champions in your spots, in your institutions, in your lives. Because then, at 21, I went through Cotter-Aquinas syndrome, and Cotter-Aquinas syndrome took away my ability to walk. It took away my ability to do any basic function. I don't know if you know anyone who's lived with a spinal cord injury, but it is not pleasant. And 10 out of 10 would not recommend to anybody. The thing is, between 15 and 21, what you're not seeing here is that I started post-secondary school, I moved out of my home, I was becoming an adult at the same time. And unfortunately, that meant leaving the safety that I had finally found at SickKids and going into a fragmented and cold adult care system, where instead of sitting at a table with every single professional that I had to see, and I was able to tell my story once, now I had to go to over 25 appointments a month and retell my story every time. The thing is, those skills stayed with me as I fought stage 3 breast cancer, and thankfully today I am now in remission. The thing is, I fought cancer. Thank you. Thank you. The thing is, I fought cancer, and yet the thing that was the hardest in my life was coping with my pain. And I think all of you who have been touched by cancer can also share that cancer comes with a whole bunch of issues that I am experiencing right now standing in front of you. Because this is today, and today I'm here, I'm happy, I'm able to find joy, I'm an advocate for communities that I care about, I'm an advocate for other children and youth, so that in 15 years, when I am 45, the same youth who are in this audience watching today will be up here sharing a different experience than what I went through. And I know there are so many champions in this room who share that, who are passionate about that, and who stay up late nights making sure it happens. And I commit to being one of those people in my research career as a PhD student. And in the future, I know that all the skills I've learned in these 15 years of pain not only made me a better person, a more compassionate person, a person who saw others suffering and was able to provide some sort of love and relief and community. And I will carry those skills with me into my career as a scientist. And hopefully in 15 years, I'll come up here and tell you that, 1 in 10 children live with chronic pain instead of the 1 in 5, because we will be able to prevent pain. So finding my power, thank you. So finding my power meant this whole picture of who I am, of all these different experiences, led me to being engaged as a patient partner at SickKids and in the IOH Pain Lab. That was the first time I was heard. In fact, I met a young graduate student who is now a scientist at SickKids, Dr. Chitra Lalu, who was the first one who sat with me and said, Veena, you have great ideas. Can I talk to you about this a little bit more? And together, along with Dr. Jen Stinson, and I just want to add a side note, they are both now my PhD supervisors. I was empowered. I found my voice. I worked with Solutions for Kids in Pain, and I was part of their Patient and Caregiver Advisory Committee. I worked with Dr. Katie Burney and Dr. Christine Chambers, and both of them saw me as a full person. They not only saw me as Veena with the pain, or Veena the brown kid, or Veena the weird kid. They saw me as Veena, period. And that meant my voice was welcome and embraced in that room. I then went on to work with the Chronic Pain Network and the Solutions for Patient-Oriented Research. And now I am a champion for engaging communities in research. In fact, in my own research, I am now engaging Black youth with sickle cell to co-design a digital health intervention. I volunteered with the Canadian Pain Society. In fact, my first meeting at the Canadian Pain Society was when I was 16 and in Winnipeg. I was just in a documentary with other youth who were in pain, and it premiered here. And the room was in tears. And I'll never forget the moment of acceptance, of love, and belonging that I found here, which is why I come to this meeting as often as possible. Next, I helped co-found an organization with so many amazing champions for pain in Ontario called Pain Ontario. And our goal is to fill the gaps in the Ontario community. And we're doing that now. And please check out our website, because just plugging it, because we really are moving forward that work in Ontario and Pain Canada nationally. And now, as I mentioned, I'm a PhD student right here at U of T, studying every day, running around campus, and doing things that a normal 30-year-old should be doing. I'm driving places I need to go. I'm traveling and seeing the world. I'm with my family and my friends, celebrating moments of joy together. I'm able to show up and be my whole person. The potential is truly limitless when you are listened to, when your voice is heard, when you are allowed to take up space. And not only allowed, but you take up space even when systems tell you you're not allowed to. And for every person with lived experience in this room, I know your potential is limitless. I've seen the amazing things my community can do. In fact, 1 in 5 people live with pain in Canada, and that's a lot of people in this room today. And yet, I know that everyone here is making change. So what I have to say is the future is truly limitless when you are empowered and when you take back your power. So how do we actually go from pain to power? I believe the solution is imagining a just world. This means going beyond inclusion. Inclusion says, hey, we have this table right here. Looks really great. You want to sit at it? But true co-leadership, true belonging says, hey, Veena, do you want to sit on a couch together or this table here? Do you want to build this together? Do you want to lead together? And again, this is what I challenge all of you to do, because inclusion is a very beautiful and lovely word, but it can often lead to tokenistic experiences. And I encourage you to move beyond inclusion. The first thing to move beyond inclusion is to share power even when it feels uncomfortable. The thing is, as a person living with pain, I felt my power was systematically taken away from me. I was chipped away at every single appointment until I became a shell of myself. I was not the person standing in front of you today. And sharing power, even when it's uncomfortable, has been the biggest source of compassion in my care. Being able to sit there and be hearing, Veena, what do you want to do? It's your body after all. Can you believe I was shocked to hear someone say in the healthcare system, this is your body, this belongs to you, you deserve dignity, and that's what sharing power does. The second thing is to recognize patient expertise, not just experience. I think a lot of people in this room, you take time to listen to patients, you take a history, you learn a little bit more about them. But every patient, just like me, just like my 15-year story, comes into the room with a lot of wisdom. And I have a great friend who talks about embracing other forms of wisdom, especially Indigenous wisdom and healing. And this is where we have to listen, where we empower these communities, and as people, we take back our power to ensure that our ways of knowing are seen as just as valid. And the last is to co-lead change. Don't just implement it in your clinic. I think sometimes it becomes a checkbox, and oftentimes that can be quite damaging and actually harmful for the people in that experience. And I encourage you here, I say co-lead, because co-leading means finding people with lived experience and ensuring their seat at the table is exactly like yours. Or even better, you have equity. You have support to get the things you need. So I challenge you here to accomplish these 3 items, because what if every patient felt empowered to lead in their own care? And justice in healthcare is built together, not for us, but with us. And this is a very common saying in the disability community, and a community I'm very proud to be a part of. And it's really important here that you understand and hear us when we say, you're not doing this for us, you're doing this with us. Thank you so much for your time today.
Yeah, I'm sorry to all the speakers who have to go after that. You guys, maybe just, sorry guys. We should have put her at the end. All right, thank you, Vina. You're awesome. We have the Associate Minister of the Attorney General of Ontario next. Are you playing with my slides? All right, he doesn't need a slide. Next up is a man who wears many hats: lawyer, minister, mental health advocate, beekeeper, black belt, and probably undercover superhero. The Honorable Michael Tibollo has spent over 30 years juggling justice, community, and cabinet meetings while somehow finding time to volunteer, speak 4 languages, practice Taekwondo, and yes, tend to bees. He's Ontario's first Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, the past minister, thank you, a 5th-degree black belt, so behave, and fluent in everything from policy to pollen. Please welcome the one-man government department, the Honorable Michael Tibollo.
Good morning, everyone. That's great, thank you. Good morning. It is great to be here this morning. I originally came in with extensive notes, and I spoke to Dr. Clark. I said, I'm ready to go. Got 40 minutes of speaking notes. He said, Minister, it's not 40 minutes. And I said, what do you mean it's not 40 minutes? You didn't come here to inflict pain. You're supposed to talk about pain and how to manage pain. And so I thought, okay, well, let me leave my notes and just speak briefly for a few minutes and thank, first of all, the organization for inviting me, but also to speak a little bit about some of the things that I heard this morning and some of the things that I know, given my background and my work. Before coming to government, I was a practicing lawyer, but I dedicated a lot of my time to working with men with addictions. And in a lot of cases, I've met many people that come in that talk about the pain that they used to have and how they ended up with an addiction because of trying to manage pain. And it's interesting when you looked at those statistics from Family Feud there about how do you, from 1975. It's interesting because the Mental Health Act in 1975 did not talk about addictions. The Mental Health Act does not have a lot of the work or a lot of the things that we know today about things like addictions and the implications with mental health and concurrent disorders. And so when you have the opportunity to sort of step up, and I did by putting my name forward and running in 2018, I came to government, and the first thing that I was handed was Solicitor General's portfolio, Community Safety and Corrections, as it was then known. And so I spent some time, I got an opportunity to see what was happening in our corrections facilities. And I got to see a lot of the problems and the fact that they weren't really being addressed, that people were really being warehoused and not being given opportunities to get better. And from there, I was eventually moved to tourism, culture, and sport, and I had the opportunity to meet some really interesting people, one being Pope Francis. And he talked to me about the importance of activities for youth and providing them the most opportunities possible to build resiliency, to educate, to make them stronger, to make them more focused on life and the direction to move forward. And then from there, eventually, the Ministry of Fun is great, but the Ministry of Fun is not why I came to government. I came to government because I really wanted to look at policies and how they affect individuals and how we can better people's lives, especially when it comes to healthcare. And so from there, in a conversation with Premier, he said, you know what? Mental health and addictions is probably something we need to look at. And he was bang on with that, because as we see, mental health and addictions has implications in pretty well every aspect of our lives, at pretty much every point during the developmental stages of our lives. And so to not be focused on that and try to find a way to build a line of sight from government standpoint, so we break down silos and the stigma associated with mental health and addictions, these problems persist. So the roadmap to wellness was written, and I remember drafting the document, putting it together, and eventually presenting it on March 6, 2019. Anyways, when we announced it, the COVID-19 started, and it layered on a whole bunch of other issues and problems that needed to be addressed. Because now we have all these people in isolation, not being able to see each other, not being able to deal with or to even see a doctor. And so the addictions obviously started to increase. Mental health issues started to increase. And all these different issues had implications as to how you develop policies to help individuals. Can you develop policies that are visual, remote, that are usable in a way that's going to make a difference in people's lives? So we looked at structured psychotherapy as a way to alleviate some of the pressures. We saw more anxiety and depression. We still see it today. And of course, our youth. We saw our youth under more stress and more strain. And of course, as their development stage is so important, that lack of socialization created even more problems. And so how do you address all those issues? It was not an easy time. It really wasn't an easy time. And I can remember we were in cabinet 6-7 times a day. I actually had to stop working on my doctorate for almost 2 years, because the amount of time that I was spending in cabinet was impossible to find blocks of time at night or in the afternoon or on the weekends, because cabinet meetings used to run 24/7. So I parked it for a while. I finally completed in just last year, 2025, on September the 11th. I completed it. I got my doctorate. My focus is on utilization of residential therapeutic communities for the treatment of addictions and concurrent disorders. It's a mouthful, but what it really is all about is how do we habilitate or rehabilitate people? How do we utilize upstream investments so that we're not looking at just helping someone recover and provide them the treatment that's necessary to recover, but what can we do to build resiliency in people? And I think there's a lot of parallels when you talk about pain management. What do we have in the way of resources that we can invest upstream, whether it be in government, whether it be with allied health professionals, doctors, psychiatrists? What else can we do? And one of the things and one of the challenges, I believe, is that, and wasn't mentioned here today, which is interesting because we talked about all the allied health professionals, but we didn't talk about culturally appropriate and safe care. And again, from my standpoint, that is critical. Without the services that are being provided that are geared to the needs of the individual, you will never have a solution. A one-size-fits-all solution will never work. What will work is understanding the needs of the individual and providing them the supports necessary. That brought me to look at things like Ayurvedic medicine. It got me to look at things like acupuncture, Chinese therapies, Chinese medicine. Why? Because our population is not a single group of individuals. It's people from all over the world. And there are interventions that we can use as upstream investments, like meditation, like yoga, like Ayurvedic medicine, naturopathic solutions to problems. And these are the things that I think we need to look at if we're going to build a system that's going to be working for the needs of the individual. And those upstream investments, and I think that's one of the things that's really, really important to have as an organization, is to always look for upstream investments. When we talk about the needs of individuals, why wait till the person to get sick? And that's the problem I see in the systems that we have. You know, whether we talk about my work when I was in the healthcare side, I would look at it and I think to myself, is this really a healthcare system? Our medicine's reactionary. We wait for you to get sick and then you can go to the hospital. How about looking to determine why the person gets sick in the first place and making investments to ensure that the person doesn't get sick. And I have many examples like that. Ayurvedic medicine, for instance. I had the opportunity in Delhi to meet with a group of doctors, Western doctors and Ayurvedic doctors. And all of them talked about how they could extend the life of the individual in a healthy way without clinical interventions. Now, what does that mean? A person that needs to have a hip replaced in Delhi or in India will be able to live till they're 70, 75 with a very low threshold of pain by adopting different strategies to help that person meditate, yoga, different aspects, naturopathic medicine, to keep them healthy longer, meaning the intervention, the surgical intervention, doesn't have to happen until later. And I went around a table and I listened to every discipline, and it was fascinating to hear how every one of them could extend the life of the individual with less pain by utilizing simple strategies, upstream investments to keep the person healthier longer. And these are the types of things I think are very relevant, very important to look at, not just for the people that are from South Asia, but also for the people, for all of us, because those interventions work if you have an opportunity to have access to them. So these are the type of things I think are really important. And of course, from the health perspective and seeing a system that's reactionary to people that are sick, now I'm in justice. And so having spent 30 years practicing law, I've got a little bit to say about that too. And isn't it the same thing when you think about a system, a policing system that's working to try to enforce the law, as opposed to what their primary mandate is, to educate and prevent crime? So how do you educate and prevent if you're spending all the time enforcing? It's a problem. Why? The system is broken. So how do you fix the system? You need those upstream investments. You need to intervene with young people, whether it be through our youth wellness hubs, whether it be through the justice hubs that we're trying to develop now in the province of Ontario, whether it be taking these individuals not into the criminal justice system, but putting them into a drug court or putting them into a mental health court, giving them the opportunities to get better. And of course, you've all heard what's happened out in BC. You've seen what's happened in Toronto on Yonge Street with that violent incident that occurred a few years ago. You have to stop and think to yourself, where are we as a society? If a person is sick, if a person does not recognize that they are sick, is there something we should do as a society to perhaps intervene and provide compassionate interventions? Do we regain the safety or public safety on the streets by doing something a little more proactive, or do we simply not do anything at all and allow individuals who are sick continue to stay sick? And that's something that, for me, is very important and very much part of the work that I do. Again, when we look at the active ingredients of how we build a society that's going to be strong, that's going to be vibrant, that's going to be safe, we need to understand what the needs of individuals are. We need to address them by providing them compassionate supports whenever we can. And that doesn't mean taking away anyone's rights, but it also means taking into account the safety of public and ensuring that our rights are protected on both sides. And so I have the flip side of the mental health coin now, not on the healthcare side, but on the side of justice. And I'm very interested, obviously, in seeing the system that's built, that's transformed from existing, the existing system that we have. I think you'll all agree the healthcare system is broken. I think you'll all agree that our public safety is of concern to all of us as citizens. And so how do we fix them? It requires transformation. It requires change. It requires all of you to be part of that solution, to provide us in the bubble at Queen's Park the information we need to make the appropriate investments, to pilot the appropriate projects, to ensure that we build a system that's compassionate and caring to everyone. With that, I want to wish you all a fantastic day today, a fantastic conference. I look forward to also hearing some of the outcomes and participating in however I can. I am completely and totally accessible anytime. You can look me up on the internet, you'll see me there. I really am truly interested in building something that works for the people of the province of Ontario and addresses the needs of everyone in a very compassionate, a very client-centered, and very holistic way. And I think if we do all of those things, we can alleviate some of the issues by making the upstream investments that are necessary. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. I'm John Pereira, and it's my great honor to introduce our next speaker, who is proof that you can fight climate change, you can fight chronic pain, and yes, you can fight Toronto traffic and still have time to host 2 podcasts. She's Toronto's Ward 11 counselor, a legal heavyweight with a PhD to spare, and was literally Ontario's environmental commissioner. She's like Mother Nature's lawyer. Yet somehow she still finds time to ride her bike, run a business, raise a family, and yes, fix the planet. She's smart, she's fierce, and yes, she knows what it's like to live with chronic pain. Please welcome Dr. Diana Sachs.
It's not on.
I was going to say, that wasn't my song. Although I like that song.
So it's not on, so.
Okay, now they're happier. Does that work? All right, try again. Welcome to Ward 11, best ward in the city. One of the things that makes it the best ward in the city is the University of Toronto. And you just heard the big yellow taxi. Did you know it was written right here in Ward 11? There you go, tidbit for your next cocktail party. I know we're way behind schedule. I will be quick. I was asked to come and talk a little bit about what it's like to have a long life with chronic pain and still have a successful life. And so yes, I've been looking for help with chronic pain for just about as long as the Pain Society has been around. Although I can assure you, nobody recommended cigarettes or whiskey or Vicks VapoRub to me. But they did tell me that most people with the amount of pain that I live with end up bedridden. And they told me, one person at least was kind enough to let me know, even though I never had a day, I don't remember a day without pain in the last 50 years, but at least to let me know that there was a possibility that I could have a different result. There was a possibility that I wouldn't have to end up bedridden, helpless, disabled. And that possibility depended in part on all of you, in part on my family, and in part on myself. And so I have taken advantage, I think. I have sought help, I think, from probably every profession here at one time or another. Nothing is a perfect solution, but lots of things help. I will say that when surgery works, it's amazing. When it doesn't work, it's another problem indeed. But I need all of it. I need what pharmaceuticals can do, the kind you rub on, the kind you swallow, sometimes the kind you inject. I need physical things, the gloves, the braces, glasses, all those kinds of things. Definitely surgery, definitely body work, meditation, acupuncture. Every profession has, I think there's every profession has said, oh yes, I can help you. I've tried. And they all help a little. My family has done a lot. That absolutely helps. But it's also come down to me that every single day for the last 50 years, I've had to do things which were not comfortable or convenient. I've had to keep a schedule that doesn't work for other people. I have to eat on time, I have to sleep on time, I have to exercise every single day. It doesn't matter what else is going on. And I have limits. I have to accept those limits. I wear ugly shoes. I haven't been able to wear pretty shoes my entire adult life. My late husband was a little distressed, but there you go. But within these limits, it's possible to do so much. It's possible to make a difference for myself, for my family, for my community, to be fighting for climate change, to be fighting the provincial government, and doing the best I can to give us a chance of a livable future. Our chances may not be that great, but it's better than zero. And the only way we're going to get there is if everybody does what they can. So thank you to all of you for everything you've been able to do to help me, to help all of us, and to work for a better future. Thank you.
Councillor? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, guys, so a couple housekeeping things. We're going to get into trouble unless you can ask questions. And so we're going to ask you to put this slide up there, and you can use this all day. It's coming. And while it's coming, I'm going to tell you about the next speaker. There we go. So there's the QR code. That code enables you to ask questions of every speaker. It'll go into a drive, and once our next speaker is done, so Dr. Kate Nicholson, we will be asking one or two questions as we roll through. Now, the day's going to get faster, and we're going to move really, hopefully smoothly through the content this morning. So, Dr. Kate Nicholson is a human rights lawyer. She's a disability justice pioneer. She's a TED speaker and someone who helped write the Americans with Disabilities Act. Kate is what happens when brilliance meets purpose. She is the founder of the National Pain Academy Advocacy Center and a relentless voice for people with pain. She's briefed Congress, she's served on NIH committees, and somehow she still finds time to publish op-eds in the Washington Post and the LA Times. She is not only a huge pain advocate, she's a very dear friend of mine, and so please give a warm welcome to Kate Nicholson, a true giant in the fight for dignity and equity in pain care.
Hi, everyone. I'm very here today to talk to you. Let's see, getting slides going. About health, human rights, and the lived experience of pain, which is a pretty natural topic for me. I spent most of my career as a human rights and health rights attorney for the United States Department of Justice. I am now the executive director. I guess my slides aren't coming on. Maybe I should wait a minute. Okay. What's going to be, I think, Oh, yeah. I did to the 9:15. Nope, it's that Kennedy thing one. There it is. There we go. Let's start at the beginning. Yeah, that's the end. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Here briefly are my disclosures. And as I mentioned, I started my career, spent many years as an attorney doing health rights and human rights for the U.S. Department of Justice. I now am the executive director of an organization whose mission is to advance the health and human rights of people living with pain. And the link between those two, for me, is lived experience. So I'm going to talk about all of that today. But when I think about human rights on a global scale as a lawyer, what's always been most important to me is having those rights enacted into laws, because what good is a right if it can't be enforced? We have that in Canada and the United States, both at the federal and provincial federal and state levels, but many countries in the world do not. Yet over the last 100 days in the United States, I have watched as my life's work has been systematically dismantled. The departments that enforce our human rights laws, which we call civil rights, have been gutted. My old department is now, I think, lost 70% of its expertise and employees. So it's made me realize and remember that how and whether something is enforced matters too. We've also seen real changes in the public health system, in which a lot of our funding has been cut, particularly focusing in on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So that means that funds related to identity, like disability, have been cut, but it also has been very broad. So a program that I worked on called NIH Purpose, some of you may have heard of it, it's really just a network for researchers and clinicians, was canceled just because one of the sub-aims in the original grant said that it was wanting to be accessible and open to everyone, regardless of their identity. And pain itself has been targeted. So the Office of Pain Policy and Planning at our National Institutes of Health, which was run by Linda Porter, some of you may know her, has been eliminated. And this has caused me to reframe a little bit and think about the principles that underlie our rights, not just the laws that allow us to enforce them. Because human rights are inviolable. They are inalienable. They are unassailable. They are endemic to our very being human. They're based in our dignity, in our autonomy, and our right to an equal opportunity to lead healthy lives. Globally, the idea of pain management as a human right is rooted in a few different documents. The main right is the International Right to Health, and that is the right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. When we're talking about countries where there's really no access to pain management and severe pain, there have been suggestions by UN officials that it's also rooted in the right to be free from cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. And more recently, as there's been a focus on universal coverage, there's been a lot of discussion about the importance of rehabilitative and palliative care. And pain specifically, and the right to access to pain management is laid out in the Declaration of Montreal, which is the right of all people to have access to pain management without discrimination, the right of all people to have acknowledgement of their pain and to be informed about how it can be assessed and managed, and the right of all people to have access to appropriate assessment and treatment of pain by adequately trained health professionals. So with that background, I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about why these rights are important, give a little bit of flesh to living with pain by talking about my own lived experience, and then sharing the stories of a few of my colleagues as well. So I was literally running up mountain trails on the day my pain began. I was camping in the Shenandoah Mountains, which are a couple hours outside of Washington, D.C., but I had to leave a little early to go to the office and finish a brief that was due to court. It was a Sunday evening, went into my office, sat down, and got to work. But after about an hour, I had the strangest sensation. My back started to burn. So I got up and stretched, figuring I'd shake it off, but the pain intensified. It was a caustic sensation. It felt as if acid was eating away at the bone of my spine. When I sat back down, an invisible corset started to wrap around my waist and squeeze inward. I could barely breathe. And then hot surges of electrical energy started shooting down my legs. My muscles clenched, my whole body seized up on me, and I ended up in a faceplant on the floor. And after that, this was starting at age 30, so just as you are now, which is when my pain began, I would be significantly limited in my ability to sit, stand, or walk for the next 2 decades. Because I couldn't sit upright really at all, anytime I sat for more than a few seconds or walked for more than a short distance, that same series of escalating sensations would occur, sort of rapidly intensifying pain, electrical shocks, and a rigid whole body spasm. So mostly I laid down. I learned to work on a camping mat on the floor of my office. I entered the healthcare system, and there's a lot of waiting in healthcare, but because I couldn't sit, I couldn't use a wheelchair or sit in the offices, so I had to lie down on the dirty industrial floors until a waiting room was available. I tried to hold on to my life. Here I am socializing with my friends lying down. I even took my marriage vows lying down. So I want to say something about both of those pictures for a second, because I have very few pictures from this period of my life. And in all of them, I'm smiling really big. So I think it's really important to remember that pain involves a lot of pretending. Pretending to be okay. Pretending to be professional even when you're arguing in federal court on a snowy day in February from a reclining beach chair, or even lying down in the US Supreme Court. This was a happy time, not just because of the occasion, but it was because I had finally been transferred to pain management, and they figured out what had caused this really dramatic change in my life. Before that, for about 3 years, I moved through the medical system. It started to feel like something based less in science than this twisted version of childhood games, hot potato and musical chairs, where I was rapidly passed from one specialist to the next, and wherever I landed when the music stopped, I got a new diagnosis. If I was at the neurologist's office, I had multiple sclerosis. If I was at the rheumatologist's office, I had ankylosing spondylitis, and it went on like that for many years. But once I was transferred to pain management, they actually really did a full search of my medical records, and they looked in particular at a surgical report, a surgery that I had had for endometriosis. It was actually a laparotomy because I had stage 4, had it growing all over the place, including near my spinal nerves, and they realized that my lumbosacral plexus had been severed during the surgery. But I didn't know anything was wrong until the nerves started growing back and neuromas and adhesions formed, and that's what caused the sudden onset of my pain. So this was a happy occasion also because I had been getting lidocaine infusions and doing rehabilitative therapy, and I was actually able to, with chaise lounge like that on one side of the seating area and one up on the altar, walk the short distance from one to the other, flanked by my parents, not with a mobility aid. So that was a triumph. And we were looking forward to a surgery. Now that they'd figured out what was wrong, we thought things would be better then. But that's not what happened. And in fact, not only did the surgery fail, but over several months afterwards, my condition deteriorated to the point where I had to take a leave of absence from work. I had to be carried from place to place, including to the bathroom. I pretty much lived on an egg crate, foam crate on my bed to prevent bed sores, and rode around on a half-inflated air mattress on the passenger seat in the car if I was going to appointments. And things were really, my marriage already was starting to fray because of this situation. And my providers did eventually get me back to work and stabilize to the degree that I could, but I still lived a very little life. I was at home or I was at work, and that was pretty much the extent of my life. I did lose my marriage, obviously my ability to have children, couldn't do that in those circumstances, and to move around for 20 years. But actually 18 years after the pain began, my provider started talking about maybe doing a repeat of the surgery. They felt like surgical techniques had improved, and they wanted to investigate that possibility. They sort of assembled a surgical team with a lot of different experts, and lo and behold, it worked, which was really remarkable. I had become kind of a study of development in inverse. Babies learn to sit up and crawl and stand and walk, and I had lost all of that. And the ability to sort of regain all of those postures was just extraordinary. I moved to Colorado. I got back to even hiking. Yeah. And then about 2 years later, my spine collapsed. And basically, they thought that because I had been lying down for so many years and there was a lot of inflammation, neural inflammation, it just couldn't hold me upright anymore after I'd been, standing up for a couple of years. And they didn't want to do a fusion because the whole spine wasn't in good shape, and they felt like I'd be looking at surgeries every few years for the rest of my life. But there were these novel procedures being done in Germany. And I ended up having a multi-level artificial disc replacement with sort of rebuilding of the vertebrae as well. That's now being done in the US, but this was in 2017. And it was remarkable. I now have a BMW for a spine, and I am, as you see me now, I can stand and walk and travel and all of those great things. But it was still a pretty brutal period. And here's the thing. I'm someone for whom most things went right. I was believed by my providers. I had good health insurance. I had a job that accommodated me. Probably the only legal office in the country at that time, because I was working in the department that was enforcing the Americans with Disabilities Act a year after it became enforceable. I had good networks, friendships, the resources to pay for out-of-pocket care. And that is not the case for most people with pain that I meet. So I want to very briefly tell you a few other stories before trying to end on a positive note. So this is Kiana Madison. She's a member of our Community Leadership Council. Kiana was a 34-year-old PhD student when she suddenly dropped 30 pounds and started expressing blood from one of her breasts. So she underwent preventive surgeries for cancer. But she had some significant complications. She developed a lot of necrosis, and she also had a vaginal cuff tear that nearly cost her her life. And after those healed, her pain didn't get better. In fact, it got worse. She ended up with whole body pain. And so she was really at a loss, and she went into the emergency room one day, and she simply asked the nurse to use a smaller gauge needle to draw her blood because she said she'd become strangely hypersensitive to all touch. And the nurse assumed that she was seeking drugs and actually called the police. This is Ola Ojewumi. Ola is a member of our board. She had a heart transplant at age 6, kidney transplant at age 14. She'd suffered significant nerve damage during the kidney transplant. She is, as you see, a wheelchair user at this point. And she no longer goes to any pain management because she experienced so much harassment and discrimination in the US healthcare system. And it's not just about medication or fear of access to medication. This is an interview that I gave pretty recently to Alice Wong for her column for Teen Vogue. Alice is a disability rights advocate and real rock star writer in the US. And she was born with muscular dystrophy and was told for her entire life that pain was just part of her disability. It was inevitable, even though she couldn't sleep through the night for most of the nights in her childhood. And she only got access recently to pain management because she had a series of catastrophic health events where she had to get a tracheotomy, is now using a feeding tube and a ventilator, but she was in the process of that transferred to palliative care. And she got treatment for her pain for the first time in her life. And in this piece, she writes about how transformative that was for her. So, whoops, I went a little too fast. So I think it's really important for us to keep in mind that while pain can happen to anyone at any age, at any time, and everybody's pain matters, it is simply not experienced or treated equally. So where do we go from here? Because, well, luckily you're in Canada. You've got an action plan, you've got all kinds of exciting things going on. It's a good place to be. I do have fears that the things that are happening in the United States are going to affect the field overall, however. And so I'm really trying to think about how to reframe how we talk about pain. And in that regard, there was actually a really interesting editorial that Karen Davis, Editor-in-Chief of Pain Canadian, published recently about why DEAI is important. And she framed it through the lens of precision medicine. So I think that was a really interesting way of talking about the importance, using different language that may resonate with different people. At MPAC, we're talking about impact as a sort of way of, it's sort of the flipping of the coin of disparities and inequity, and saying we're going to go where our work will have the greatest impact. In medicine, those of you who are providers do triage, and it's basically that idea. So we're thinking about ways to message pain that will resonate more broadly so we can continue to do the work that we do. But I also think it's a really important time for mobilization of people with lived experience and storytelling. It's part of why I spent some time telling stories today. I think we need to turn up the volume on people's stories and present a diversity of voices so that people get a real sense of the constellation of pain experiences, and cut through some of the noise and divisions that are happening in terms of whose pain matters. And I think that those stories need to consider resonating with those basic human principles that are anchored in health and human rights, right? Which is that we all have a right to our dignity. We all have a right to our health. And so the song that I walked up to was a song called What's Going On by Marvin Gaye. It was written in 1971 at another time in the US when things were very fraught during the Vietnam War. And his sort of big phrase is, you know, talk to me so you can see what's going on. Don't fight me, don't escalate, just listen. So again, I will sort of echo your sentiments in that regard. Thanks.
Okay, thanks to everyone who watched online and is submitting questions, and a question from the audience for you. In your opinion, what is the #1 gap in pain management that you've experienced?
I mean, I would say, I don't know if gap is the right word, it's sort of a gaping hole, but I think there is just, at least in the US, and from what I've heard from people with lived experience in Canada, it's not that different. The traditional healthcare system that most of us are put into, even those involving specialists, have no idea what to do with someone with pain. Unless there's an easy or quick diagnosis, they just don't have a clue. And, you know, it takes a long time to be transferred to pain management. A lot of people don't have access to pain management. A lot of those centers are in cities. I was lucky to be in Washington, D.C., where there's some good ones. So I feel like there's just so I guess it's education, provider education, right? They just don't really know how to treat pain.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kate Nicholson. Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next presenter takes over as the leader of the Canadian Pain Society next year. If Canada had a chief advocate for women's pain, it might well be Dr. Tanya Derena. As a clinician, a leader, she spent her career calling out the gaps in care that too many fall through. Her talk, it's called It's Not Just in Her Head, and if that's not a mic drop, I don't know what is. Get ready for truth and fire and a roadmap for better care. Please welcome the President-elect of the Canadian Pain Society,
Thank you. Thanks, gang. I still knew my cue cards. So I just wanted you guys to humor me for a second, okay? So imagine yourself at 17 years old, okay? You're young, you're healthy, you're limitless, you've got a few pimples, you got tons of collagen, a bad fake ID, but your dreams, they are crystal clear. They're full of potential. University applications, you're gonna crush them. You're dating, you're having fun, flirting, flawless, your future is infinite. Now, imagine that same 17-year-old, but this time you're a girl. And instead of planning your future, you're lying on the cold tile of a high school bathroom floor, curled around a pain that no one takes seriously. You miss 2, sometimes 3 days of school every month. You fail math, not because you can't count, because some days you can't even stand up. You stop dreaming of university. You don't get a really good job. You fall into poverty. You stop going to parties. You don't even date because the thought of having sex is so scary. Eventually, you stop trying, not because you gave up, but because we did. You have endometriosis, but everyone around you just says, oh, it's just your period, just toughen up. And that's not one story, it's millions. Endometriosis affects 1 in 10 people with a uterus, and yet it takes an average of 7 to 11 years to get diagnosed. Why? Because when women say they're in pain, we don't listen. We minimize, we delay, we dismiss, we pathologize, we call them emotions instead of symptoms. We say she's anxious when we should be saying she's unwell. We say she's dramatic when we should be saying she's suffering. And don't get me started on catastrophizing. I mean, you would catastrophize too if you were 5 times more likely to be sent home from the emerge in the middle of having a heart attack just because of your sex. And historically, the system was built this way. So let's rewind to 1977, the year the FDA released guidance excluding women from childbearing age from most clinical trials. They said it was protective. But let's be honest, it was convenient. Because if you study women, you don't have to deal with us, with hormones, with menstrual cycles. You have to treat us like we're complex. And instead of doing better science, good science, they did easier science. And then they studied men and applied the results to everybody. Makes sense, right? And what did that cost us? Were decades where the average patient is male. Decades of treatments that don't work the same or at all for women. Decades where women's pain wasn't just invisible, it was omitted. And it wasn't until the late 1990s that sex and gender differences were even considered in pain research. That same decade that gave us the Spice Girls who told us what they really, really want, they were talking about pain research. So today, let me tell you what's happening south of the border. During the Trump administration, researchers are warned that using words like transgender, female, and woman could jeopardize NIH, their grant funding. Imagine trying to study women's health when you can't even say the word woman. This isn't about politics. This is about erasing us, and it has consequences for science, for medicine, and for people living in pain who have already waited too long. And now, I know some of you might be feeling uncomfortable, maybe even a bit annoyed, and you might be thinking, isn't it a bit too much? Do we really need to bring gender into everything? And if that's you, I just want to gently ask you, is the current system benefiting you? Let's take erectile dysfunction as an example, just for fun. Right now, in your head, name 2 medications for erectile dysfunction. Just in your head, right? Easy, pretty easy, right? Name 2 medications for endometriosis. Silence, right? So Viagra was discovered in 1996, and 2 years later, it was approved. It was urgent, right? Erectile dysfunction was fast-tracked through the system and treated as urgent. Can you imagine the ambulance ride? So, meanwhile, endometriosis, which affects 1 in 10 young people, causes chronic pain, infertility, and lifelong suffering, receives half the amount of funding. So double the dollars for erectile dysfunction. And it's not just endometriosis. It's heart disease in women, it's under-researched. Autism in girls, underdiagnosed. Pelvic pain, underfunded. So if you're a bit uncomfortable, now you know how your mom feels. Every medical appointment she's ever had, with every emergency visit, every dismissal for decades. And if you're Indigenous, Black, racialized, or transgender, the barriers are even higher, the dismissal even sharper, and so we have to do better. So here's where I want to leave you. Not in despair, but in defiance. Not in silence, but in progress. Because here in Canada, we are doing better, right? The momentum is coming from three powerful fronts: research, clinical care, and education. Everything the CPS stands for. We have Canadian scientists who are changing the game. Researchers like Vinna, Rachel, Brittany, Patricia, Jeff Mogul, who showed us that male and female animals don't even process pain the same way. People of all genders doing great research in Canada. I'm really proud to say our CIHR, our Canadian Institutes of Health Research, the opposite of NIH, is stepping up and requiring sex and gender-based analysis in funded studies. And so this is how we do it in Canada. Yeah. We are building pain care that actually sees women and other genders. From Women's College Hospital, my TAPME team, Wendy, Olivia, love you guys, in our pelvic pain clinic, McMaster, the Ottawa Hospital, BC Women's, clinicians are leading interdisciplinary pain programs designed specifically for women and gender-diverse people. And right now, more than ever, Canada needs to show the world what inclusive care looks like. We are training the next generations of pain leaders in this room to do things differently. Canada is now home to the first fellowship focused on pain and women's health, starting in July at Women's College Hospital. It is truly interdisciplinary and long overdue. While some countries try to erase us from research altogether, Canada has the chance to do the opposite. We in Canada proudly say, we see you, we include you, we will study you, and we believe you. Women's health and gender-diverse health is human health. Pain is pain, no matter who you are. Now is our time to lead on this. Canada has the brains, the compassion, and the moral responsibility to build a healthcare system that listens to women, girls, trans, non-binary, and gender-diverse people. And now it's the time to set the global standard. Do I have any questions?
Yes, you do. You do.
How convenient.
Of the many questions.
Oh, no, just one.
First of all, they said, incredible work, Dr. DiRenna. You are a leader. And here is the question. How do we tackle the issue of women's pain in an increasingly patriarchal and misogynistic society? Do we see better treatment in places that value women, wrap them in respect and community? We need societal solutions for societal problems.
I love it. I love that. That's a great question. We do need societal solutions. I think Canada's a little bit different. I'm going to argue that. I think we are, you know, if you heard all the poster pitches yesterday, there was somebody doing clitoral pain. We still value, we still see people. We still include health for our gender diverse folks, for women. So honestly, I think it's just going to get better here. And like I said, we're going to set the global standard for what's going to happen for pain for women in this country.
Thank you so much, Dr. DiRenna. For those submitting questions, please try to submit them as the speaker is presenting. I know it's a bit hard to do that, but if you could, that would be great. And now for our next presenter. You don't often hear the words national health standard and pediatric pain in the same sentence. But Katie Burney made that happen. She's a clinical psychologist, a national leader in kids' pains research, and the associate scientific director of SKIP. Her mission, make sure children aren't just seen, but heard, especially when they're in pain. She partners with youth, families, and policymakers to get evidence into action. Please welcome the champion for kids' pain care, Dr. Katie Burney.
It's a real honor to be here today and have a chance to talk to you about pain in kids in particular. Just as I get started, I know we had a land acknowledgement for where we are here today, but just also want to acknowledge the traditional territories where I come from in southern Alberta, which is the traditional lands of the Blackfoot Confederacy, which includes the Siksika, the Kainai and the Piikani First Nations, the Tsuut'ina and the Stoney Nakoda, and it's also home to Métis Nation of Alberta Districts 5 and 6. And for those who would love to come visit us in the Rocky Mountains, we would always love to have you. Beautiful blue skies, even at -40. So, we had a big election this week. Hopefully you all voted. That was critically important. But put your hands up if you heard anything amidst all of the talk about what's happening south of the border, about all of the challenging issues we have as a country, what's happening internationally. Who heard anything about child health? I didn't either. And as a clinical psychologist who's had the privilege of working in a few different children's hospitals in our country, as a pain researcher, someone who advocates for pain in kids in particular, and as a mom, I was disappointed, not surprised, but disappointed that this is not something we continue to talk about. These two slides were actually part of a message that was in an article, one full-page advertisement in the Globe and Mail just earlier this week, led by our national child health organization called Children's Healthcare Canada, that is really advocating to put children first as we think about health and healthcare policies. And this message is actually really aligned with what I was hoping to talk to you about today anyways, which is the importance of how we can, when we prioritize pain in kids, we can actually all benefit to the well-being of all people across the lifespan. And I think I'm going to talk to you today specifically about why this is important. I think I'm in a lot of spaces. It's actually a thrill today that we started with Veena, who I've had the privilege of working with. But oftentimes I'm in a lot of spaces where pain in kids is one voice in the room amidst a sea of conversations about pain in adults. And I've repeatedly heard, even from my colleagues in child health, but also my colleagues in pain, about how pediatric pain is a niche topic. This is a specialized area. You know, it's nice we've got some people that are really focused on that, but we only really need one or two of you to be here. And I'm here, Veena's laughing. I'm here to tell you why you're wrong, right? And I want to take today to place the topic of pain in kids in our broader child health context and in our broader conversation about pain across the lifespan. So you're all familiar with UNICEF. Every couple of years, UNICEF puts out a report comparing how we're doing in child health and well-being, child outcomes, comparing usually about 38 of the wealthiest countries around the world. The last UNICEF report card that came out that focused on physical and mental health well-being and lifestyle well-being for children came out in 2000, just prior to the pandemic. And Canada did abysmally. Canada ranked 30th of 38 countries, wealthy countries around the world, in terms of how we're doing on markers of child health and well-being. It gave indications that children are less happy. Canada actually ranked below average on more than 50% of the markers that they laid out for child health across the country and internationally. Two of the areas that are really relevant to our pain experience, we did even worse than 30th. These have to do with rates of adolescent suicide, where we rated 35th of 38 wealthy countries in the world, and our immunization rates have been decreasing, and we're actually ranked 33rd of 38 wealthy countries in the world. We are doing a poor job in child health in Canada. So what does this mean for us? This is a quote that I think is really, really powerful from this report card of Canadian youth. Being young right now is hard. It feels like we're constantly being reminded that nobody cares about our futures. Not our government, not the generations that came before us, which is all of us here in this room, and definitely not our political system. So what are we doing about children's pain here in Canada? It hasn't been brought up here today, but many of you are probably familiar with the Canadian Pain Task Force that spent 3 years doing an incredible amount of work surveying, understanding, and laying the foundation for how we need to improve pain in Canada. I'll give a shout out to Fiona Campbell, who co-chaired the Canadian Pain Task Force, and I think really as a pediatric pain anesthesiologist, made sure that children were really a key part of that conversation. There are a number of populations in Canada that were identified as disproportionately impacted by pain, but children were one of them. Children and youth were critically identified as a population disproportionately impacted by pain in Canada. And there are a number of goals, of course, throughout the whole report that apply, including one, that we need to improve equitable access to services for populations like children. And of course, there are a number of recommended actions specifically to child and youth populations that we need to do to make sure that we're doing better. Vina already shared, what's important. I realized as I came up today, I could launch into all these things that matter about children's pain, but there may be people who don't actually know that much about it, and that's okay. So I'm gonna take a few moments to share that because I think it's important as I invite you all after this talk to make sure these are part of your conversations. Vina mentioned 1 in 5 kids will deal with chronic pain before they reach adulthood. Those are the same rates of pain that we see in adults. Recent studies and meta-analysis that synthesize a whole bunch of research actually tell us now it's up to 28% of kids who undergo major surgery that will develop chronic pain as a result of that surgery. That's more than 1 in 4. That's an astronomical number and is a place where we can intervene before pain starts. And you'll hear a lot about chronic pain today, and chronic pain really matters. But it's critically important we don't forget about these frequent, short-term painful experiences like medical procedures. In Canada, some leading research by people here say that on average, hospitalized children will deal with 6 painful procedures every 24 hours, and that can be as much as 14 procedures for babies in the neonatal intensive care unit. There was a great commentary that's about 15 years old now by some of our great colleagues in pediatric pain that identified this type of post-surgical and procedural pain as our dirty little secret in medicine. These are things we can do something about and we can prevent. The UNICEF report laid out a map of how we can think about child health and the ecosystems within which children and families live. A lot of our pain research, phenomenal pain research, has really focused on what I'll call the world of the child. And just as a quick aside, it was interesting going back 50 years. What isn't there, actually, is in 1975, when we started that Family Feud, kids' pain wasn't even believed to be real. It wasn't until the 1980s that we actually started to make change, and it was standard of care in the early 1980s for premature babies to undergo surgery with nothing but a paralytic. So they weren't getting, thank goodness, cigarettes or whiskey or anything like that, but it wasn't even a topic of conversation. But our research so far has really focused on this world of the child and has taught us phenomenal things. It's taught us that actually the premature brain, the early infant brain, is actually more sensitive to pain than later in life. And that early pain experiences like those in the neonatal intensive care unit can alter brain development and alter pain sensitivity that persists. It's taught us that these early pain experiences can influence neurodevelopment and socio-emotional problems, even for kids as they move into school and begin there. We know that poorly managed pain from vaccines and medical procedures leads to needle fear, which is a huge contributor also to vaccine hesitancy, which of course, as I talked about immunization rates, is also something that persists into adulthood and can lead to an incredible amount of healthcare avoidance. This research focused on the world of the child has taught us about the importance of family, parent factors, family functioning, and the real role that parents and families can play in supporting the management and prevention of pain in their kids. It's taught us that sleep is related to pain functioning. It's taught us that trauma, adverse childhood experiences have a huge impact on our mental health, our risk for pain, and our ability to manage it. It's taught us about the significant impact of chronic pain on kids' physical functioning and also their peer relationships, leading to a whole bunch of loneliness and influences on their identity development as they move into adulthood. But what about what's happening in the world around the child? What are we starting to learn in pain research that really matters here? I was floored as I prepared for this talk at some of the emerging science that's coming. I found this study which tells us that toddlers who are families of lower socioeconomic status, so poorer toddlers, people are less likely to identify that they have pain, and they're more likely to dismiss it. We care less about poor kids, and we don't believe that they have pain. That's mind-boggling to me as I prepared for this talk. Other research suggesting that race and socioeconomic status, if you're Black and you are also of lower socioeconomic status, it takes longer for you to be given pain medication after surgery. Interesting research from some of our colleagues in the States looking at population-based data suggesting that chronic pain in kids is associated with neighborhood characteristics. So kids who are from neighborhoods that are unsafe, have less safe schools, are less well-resourced, are more likely to be dealing with chronic pain. Interesting research also about food insecurity, which, as we know, the cost of, in our economy, the cost of groceries has increased and so on. But food insecurity makes a difference. Youth who are in families with lower or moderate food insecurity were almost 2 times as likely to have chronic pain as those from other families. And of course, when we think about communities here in Canada, we also have to think about community-based traumas, intergenerational traumas, and some of the leading work internationally around Indigenous children's pain has happened here, and I think has taught us both about the different conceptualizations that we need to have about pain, but we must also consider the context, the community-based nature of what influences that, but also the community-based strengths and resources that can wrap around to support children as well. Okay, what about the world at large? Here, I'm gonna start, you can see this is the bad part of the talk, right? Like these are the things where it's really hard, it's a sobering reality, but I think we really have to place these things in context. Children wait for surgeries. This delays and increases chronic pain. And also we had a mass shortage of pain medications for children. Our formularies for kids and parents were not able to get medications. And there were actually lots of other stories that came after this where people were trying to adapt adult formulations of Advil to provide to their children in lieu, some with negative consequence. Canada is not immune to racism. Kids with pain also deal with stigma, particularly children of color. I so appreciated, Tanya's comments about how we're doing better, perhaps, than in the States. Where I live in Alberta, I'm not so sure we always are. And so I think we have to continue to advocate and think about this. This is a real emerging area. Some of the leading work in this space is also happening here in Canada, where we're learning more about the risk in transgender and gender diverse youth in terms of their likelihood of developing chronic pain, the stigmas that they face, and their challenges in accessing safe care. And lastly, there's some really neat work also being led by some of our colleagues here in Canada looking at pain and immigration. Some of this work has pulled from population-based data with upwards of more than 150,000 children from around the world and identified increased risks of chronic pain among immigrant youth, but even more among immigrant youth who live in countries with more anti-immigration sentiment. So these public policies are really influencing children's pain and are things we have to consider. I think it's also important that there are lifetime consequences of poorly managed pain in childhood. They're more likely to have first prescription for opioids as a result of pain, increased risk of suicidality and leading to first onset of suicidality, persisting pain into adulthood, mental illness, risk for mental illness that persists into adulthood, and also importantly, socioeconomic disparities that persist into adulthood as well. These are perpetuating cycles. Kids who have chronic pain become adults with chronic pain. Parents who have chronic pain, their kids are at increased risk of developing chronic pain and other associated challenges, socio-emotional and behavioral. We live in a perpetuating cycle here, and so we need to intervene in order to disrupt this. I love this. Canada's kids are 18% of the population, but they are 100% of our future. And it's logical that if we can't start well and have healthy children and treat pain well in childhood, that we're gonna have a challenge as people move into adulthood. Fortunately, this is where we get to pivot. Fortunately, I think there's a lot of momentum to improve children's pain here in Canada. As John mentioned, when I came on here, I had the privilege of leading the world's first national health standard for pediatric pain management. This standard, national standards like this are really fantastic because they don't just address what health professionals need to do in hospital settings or in other settings to prevent and support treating pain in kids, but they also address some of the structural things, what leaders need to do within hospitals and other health organizations. This standard is focused on managing acute and chronic pain in kids from birth to 18 years old in all hospital settings in Canada, in all areas of the hospital. What's in there and why, as a world's first? What does this standard help direct in terms of how children and families can expect the best pain care in the world? The standard lays out in its 34 criteria different directions for hospital leaders and healthcare teams so that children and families in these settings can expect pain to be taken seriously. They can expect to be asked about pain, assessed, reassessed. They can expect health professionals to be knowledgeable about pain. They can expect to receive effective and safe treatments for pain, and they can expect to be treated as equal and integral members of their healthcare team, much in alignment with what Kate was telling us earlier about the convention in Montreal. These seem, as I pulled these out and put them out for this talk, they seem like things that we should already think are happening, right? These are pretty logical things. They're not, right? Just bluntly, they're not. And so this health standard offers us the opportunity to make sure to meet those goals set out in the Canadian Pain Task Force report so that all children, regardless of where they receive care in Canada, can expect these things to occur. These actually align with a commissioned, Lancet commission focused on children and adolescents that was published in 2021 that laid out 4 transformative goals for our field of pediatric pain: to make pain matter, make pain understood, make pain visible, and make pain better. So we are starting to put some of these transformative actions into practice. I'm proud to say this standard was published in April of 2024. 2023. So in its first 2 years, it's been downloaded almost 2,500 times from more than 73 countries around the world. So it's had a lot of interest, and it's where we're definitely leading here in Canada. I have the privilege of working with an organization called Solutions for Kids in Pain, which really focuses its mission on making sure that evidence-based solutions for children's pain, like the health standard, get implemented into practice and policy. I've been working with many folks in this room, and you are welcome to join us. Every effort is valuable, and we've been creating hundreds and hundreds of tools, more than 350 tools for policymakers, for youth and families, for health professionals in the first 5 years, with an estimated reach of more than 300 million views. So a real opportunity to make a difference if we work together in partnership outside of our research spaces to make sure that we can make these changes. This is really a place where children with pain and their families are leading the way. I mentioned that the Pediatric Pain Management Standard is the first in the world. It's actually our first national pain standard here in Canada, and I think it has helped to pave the way for an upcoming pain standard focused on pain in adults. It's also the first national health standard in Canada with the Health Standards Organization focused exclusively on pediatrics. And I know from some conversations recently, it is also helping to pave the way for more national standards that are focused on children and youth. 3 things I want to leave you with that I think are really important for how we work to improve pain in Canada. We must ensure that children, youth, and families have a voice. We need to represent the entire lifespan. Pediatric pain is not a niche issue. We must prioritize pain in children and youth. Healthy children lead to healthy adults, which leads to a thriving society. And I implore you to also consider these socio-political contexts and policies. Our health system plays an important role, but we must think beyond that. We have to think about how the policies we put in place about immigration, about supporting trans and gender diverse youth, about reconciliation with Indigenous communities, about disability rights, that all of these things, about food insecurity and the cost of groceries, all of these things serve to support our children, which serves to support them across their lifespan. I walked up here to a Lady Gaga song. There are many reasons why that's well suited for me. But if you didn't know already, Lady Gaga also deals with chronic pain. And her chronic pain, if you hear her speak about it, she identifies as in part starting after a sexual assault that she experienced as an adolescent. And in a speech that she gave at the Elle Women in Hollywood in 2018, she talked about that. She talked about her pain experience, the relation with trauma, PTSD, and mental health. And I just want to leave you with some of her words. Let's work together to beckon the world towards kindness. Thank you.
Another great talk. Thank you so much, Dr. Burney. Thanks. Just a question from the audience. I'll take it. Yeah, thank you. All right. So can you tell us about any systems that are around to help with the transition from pediatrics to young adults? Do you know of any?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there are certainly places that I think have made an effort to focus on the transition. I do think, though, ultimately, it's a massive gap. And I think I've had the privilege of doing a bit of practice in adult care as well. And I have often heard in those settings that in pediatric care, we have a tendency to baby children too much. My take on that is that I think maybe we need to do more babying in adult pain care as well then. Because I think there's a lot of support that needs to take place. And I think, there are places, and I think even some in Toronto, right, that are focusing more on that young adult population, which I think is something we critically need to see more of as well.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Do you have Dr. DeConnick? Yeah, perfect. Nice. All right. La douleur n'est pas seulement un symptôme, c'est une maladie du système nerveux. Le Dr. Yves DeConnick est un neuroscientifique qui déchiffre le code de la douleur au niveau moléculaire. Ses travaux nous aident à comprendre pourquoi la douleur chronique persiste et comment nous pouvons l'arrêter, et pas seulement le masquer. Grâce à des recherches brillantes et à un appel national à l'action, il est ici pour nous rappeler que le Canada peut vaincre la douleur chronique. Bienvenue à Dr. Yves DeConnick.
I'm turned on. So I'm here as the neurobiologist to try to tell you how neurobiologists have actually transformed the field of pain and our duty as a society. That's sort of the duty that Hans gave me. So this is just a disclosure that I'm advisor on a small biotech that is developing their own compound based on actual discoveries that we made. So, this is our problem. It's all the problem. So, you've seen the scene. This lady who's receiving a caress with his hand, depending on the time of the day, it could be pleasant or unpleasant. Depending on her mood, depending even on the person who's giving the caress, it can feel nice or it can feel uncomfortable, and in some cases, it can feel painful. So then people say, well, pain is all subjective. It's all made up. It's all in your head, ladies. And then we stop there, we build all the prejudices and so on. So I'm here to tell you that there's biology behind that can explain all of that. It's not just fictitious and so on. So the first question I always ask the students in my class is, where is pain? When I step on your foot, when I prick your hand, where is the pain? Not in your foot. Ladies, it's in your head. It is in your head. But that's the key. That's the key. Because the pain is in your head, that means that the signal that starts from your hand, from your foot, from your gut, that goes to the brain, if it's altered anywhere, then you're going to feel an abnormal sensation, abnormal pain. And that's a key. And the other thing that's amazing about our brain, our nervous system, is our brain's immense ability to control how it perceives and what it perceives. So the signal comes up from your spinal cord to the brain, or from the brainstem to your brain for the face, but then your brain actually controls the signal. You're able to, and we've all lived that. We all feel pain differently. There are cases where there's something more important, you attend to it, and you won't feel pain, or you'll ignore it if you want. Other circumstances, it's going to be excruciating. It's built in our biology, and that explains the dilemma I showed you before. We are controlling our perception of pain. But then, how do we attack the problem? Is it real? Is pain, just as we've been taught all our life, just a symptom that something abnormal is coming on? So many years ago, we started, and you know, research on chronic pain is something that's very recent. It only started about 35 years ago. So this is a discovery from my lab that starts this cascade, but many others, to try to understand or ask the question, is there something wrong with our brain and spinal cord when we are in chronic pain? And what we basically found at the time, building up on work that were the first advances in building up models, experimental models of what happens after an injury to the nerve or something like that into your brain. And we worked on inhibition in the spinal cord. There's a way of controlling the flow of information to your brain in your spinal cord. And it's due to inhibitory neurotransmitters. Here, this neurochemical called GABA that acts on the chloride channel, makes chloride ions flow into the cell. For the biophysicist like me, it makes sense. It inhibits cells. For that, cells have to have low chloride inside them, and to maintain the chloride low, you have this little pump that's called KCC2 that maintains that. What we found is that after nerve injury, things change in your spinal cord, not in your body, in your spinal cord. You lose that little pump that maintains things. You lose inhibition. And then the filter is off, and then you have aberrant sensation going to your brain. In fact, working with other colleagues, with Mike Salter's group and others, we've even found that there's a very complex response in your spinal cord, adaptive response in your spinal cord to what happened in the periphery, so the spinal cord changes the way it perceives, it processes the information so it'll be differently perceived in your brain. So that's an important step. It basically explains how you can have an aberrant sensation. You have sensory channels that are responsible for touch. You have others that are responsible for painful signal. But they are interconnected. You might say, why are they interconnected? Well, everything is interconnected in your brain, believe me. So many things are interconnected. And then we found that this inflammatory response in the spinal cord with these little microglial cells that you're seeing drawn here actually decreases decreases what was repressing the interconnection in your brain. And now you're basically allowing a touch signal to go up and talk to the pain pathway, and you've turned touch into pain. Okay, so why am I telling you all this? Well, it changes everything, literally everything. Because now, chronic pain is a real neurobiological phenomenon. Alteration of your central nervous system, your spinal cord, and your brain is causing a misperception of pain. It is a disease in itself. Pain is not just anymore a symptom of something else, of an injury, of an infection, of a cancer, whatever you want. It's not just something that's there to tell you if there's something else that's wrong. Chronic pain is what's wrong. And therefore, we have, first of all, it changes everything because now chronic pain is recognized as an entity in itself, and we have to treat it, and we have to target it directly, not target other things that will in turn diminish your pain, target what has changed in your brain to remove the chronic pain. And therefore, it becomes a societal responsibility because we have a disease, a bona fide disease that we have to attack. So, another thing that's very important in this is that chronic pain is an alteration of the normal pain. Therefore, you have to target the abnormal, not the normal. So we've been developing or trying to develop analgesics over the years. We have fantastic analgesics and so on. They're not necessarily going to work against chronic pain because your body, your brain has changed. And that's critical. We now have to develop strategies to treat the chronic pain, the abnormal, not the normal. We don't have time. It's just two examples. For example, benzodiazepines, your sleeping pills, your anxiolytics, the wonderful anxiolytics, they've always had mitigated effects in chronic pains, if any. Well, I just told you that the neurotransmitter GABA, which is the inhibitory transmitter that benzodiazepines act on, is failing in the chronic pain conditions. In fact, its meaning may be even inverted into excitation. So actually, the benzodiazepine may make things even worse. Same thing for descending inhibition. I told you that the brain has this immense ability to control how you perceive pain. Well, it's using also that GABAergic transmission, and there in many chronic pain syndromes, your normal way of inhibiting pain is defective. So we have to target the abnormal. And again, Canada is a leader in this, and the good news is that since the fact that we're studying the abnormal chronic pain, a flurry of discoveries are coming up. And in fact, Canada is a leader in there from coast to coast, from Edmonton, Calgary, Toronto, Montreal, Quebec, and so on. Wonderful work done by our colleagues. I don't have time to go too much in details of that. Michael Salters, who's working on the exaggerated excitatory transmission, the exaggerated signal. Well, you don't want to work on excitatory transmission because you're going to block everything. You're going to make people dysfunctional. You want to work on what has changed in that excitatory transmission. Ji Zhang, who did a lot of the work highlighting the role of inflammatory molecules in setting up chronic pain. Tuan Truong, who's done wonderful work showing how the inflammatory cells in your brain are actually responsible in large part to those such detrimental side effects of opioids, tolerance, physical dependence, and even paradoxical hyperalgesia. This is a good example. Opioids are the fantastic analgesics. They're not so great for treating chronic pain because, in fact, their action is impaired by some of the mechanisms that we uncovered. and so on. And the last kid on the block is probably Yoram Scher's work at McGill with Arkady Kutorsky, who've uncovered how the gut microbiome is actually affecting chronic pain and uncovering ways of actually changing your gut microbiome to remove chronic pain, especially in the case of fibromyalgia. Just to show that there's actually hope out there. There's tons of discoveries that are done, and a lot of them in Canada. Okay, so Hans asked me, well, all right, policy or society. Why do we care about the fact that chronic pain is a disease? Well, if it's a disease, it must be treated, as I said, as an entity in itself. So therefore, we have the responsibility to develop more the arsenal of treatments against chronic pain. And we have to take it into account as a society. And it's also very important, it's vindication for the patients with chronic pain because it is real. It's in my head, doctor, but it's real. And therefore, I've found myself that it carries a long way into destigmatization, because when you could put your finger on a physical thing, then you stop judging people. So basically, what do we have to do as a community is attack the problem, but I want to say at every step of the pipeline. We need to have more discoveries on mechanisms and on treatment strategies. We need to develop a multidimensional approach. It's been told already. There's this famous term that we use all the time, the biopsychosocial. What I often don't like when we talk about that is it seems like these are three disconnected things that are affecting chronic pain. No, they're all talking to each other. The brain, the most amazing organ in the universe, is characterized by this incredible ability to remodel constantly. It's the source of our ability to learn. It's also our demise, the reason why we can go into disease state, and it's very difficult to get out of that disease state. But what modern research has shown is all of these alternative approaches that were talked about this morning, yoga, meditation, and so, hypnosis and so on, and many, many, many other interventions that are non-pharmacological, be it the social construct through psychological intervention, they actually will transform your brain. So there's no disconnect between the bio, the psycho, and the societal. We have the ability, this is the fantastic thing about the brain, we have the ability to transform our own brain. It empowers us enormously in that direction. Yet, helping that with drugs, with biological interventions, pharmacological interventions, can certainly help. So these things have to work in synergy. And we have to go early detection, diagnostic stratification. I was happy to hear the minister saying this morning again how important it is to develop prevention strategies. So we have to intensify research on targets, identify targets for chronic pain. Why do we need to do that? Well, we need to multiply the armamentarium. If you have a problem, the first thing you want to do is you want to put as many things as possible into your pipeline. And for this, we need to discover mechanisms, targets, and so on. We need to discover tons of them because many of them just won't pan out to the end. This is how it works for any invention in the industrial world. An investor will always tell you that when he or she invests, only 10% perhaps of what he or she invests in is going to work out. Well, it's the same thing for our strategy. We have to feed the pipeline. Because it's so recent, there's virtually no drug that are attacking directly chronic pain. All of the drugs that we're using, basically, are through secondary use. Antiepileptics, antidepressants. It's secondary use. We need to attack directly the chronic pain problem. And it's important because the pipeline is long. The cycle is long. You've seen the drugs that just came out about the NAV 1.8 channel. This is a very important channel that is important in transducing and conducting the pain signal along your nerves. Well, this actually builds on discoveries that were done in the mid-90s. So we're talking about a development cycle that's more like 30 years. The good news, though, as I showed you, is that we've done tons of discoveries in the last 20 years. And I predict to you that in the next years, we're going to be seeing one after the other these drugs that are coming in. But it doesn't mean that we have to stop. We have to multiply the effort. We have to multiply the effort because, as we said before, you know, we're not all the same, it looks like. There are many conditions. Pain is a very heterogeneous condition. The etiology are very different. People are different, and so on. Reaction to the treatment are different also. And Canada, again, was a pioneer in putting people aware of the importance of sex. I hope Canada is going to be a pioneer in insisting on how important gender is. Again, this is not contradicting the biology. It's actually funny. I was thinking of that this morning after Tanya's talk. You know, in French, we never call a lady a female. That's insulting. You call her a woman. Something to learn about. So women, I guess, are not about sex in French. They are about love, I guess. But so again, the brain's immense plasticity is at the source of our learning capabilities, the fact that we're so resilient to adversity. At the same time, it hides the problem that it also hides our vulnerability. And then when we kick into the disease state, then we can be really in real trouble, because as much as the brain is plastic and is able to maintain equilibrium, this diagram, look on the left here, think of it as a well, where your ball is in the well. It stays stable there. That's where you want to be. You want to be in a stable situation. All the arrows are all the factors of contributing to maintaining that equilibrium. And when there's something that pulls you out of equilibrium, the rest of your brain reacts to put you back into the equilibrium. But then when it kicks into the disease state, it kicks into another equilibrium state, and then it's very difficult to pull it back out. Hence, the need for a very multidisciplinary approach. Again, a lot of these lessons learn from basic research, basic fundamental research. And then you kick in the other comorbidities that come in, that accompany chronic pain. And again, think of the same concept. I've drawn it here with these wells, but that are going downhill. So the more you wait, the more it's going to be difficult to come back uphill. Hence, our responsibility to act early, as we said earlier. So we also have to organize better our healthcare system. I'd like to think, I'm giving you here the example of the Quebec experience, where in the Quebec Pain Research Network, we managed to convince our policymakers, our Ministry of Health, our civil servants, that the demonstration that chronic pain is real means that it needs to be attacked, and therefore we need to develop a continuum of care, and we developed these tertiary care centers. Work that was pioneered by Manon Chouanière, a pure researcher within the Pain Research Center, and we worked wonderfully with them. Quebec has implemented 4 tertiary care centers in the 4 university health networks across the province. It's transforming things a lot. There's still a lot to go. And as we just said all along, we need to work on the prevention. And because the brain is plastic, and because this trajectory I just told you is one that just goes down and down and down over time, we need to pick things up earlier. The big challenge, of course, is to bring treatments into the, or in interventions, detections, interventions, treatments into the primary care level. Of course, cost-wise, it's a major challenge, but it's definitely, again, a responsibility that we have as a society. We also need to spread the word, demystify chronic pain within our health care professional community, within the population, with the patients. Here's an example, and there's many of them across Canada. Again, Canada is, again, an exemplary country for that. Here's some work that Anne-Marie Pinard and now with Pascal-Marie Deschamps, they developed a curriculum for anesthetists, didn't exist, on pain. And they also developed a website where people can obtain a lot of well-vetted information. So Hans asked me, so you have to say this about Canada and Canada policy, and so why Canada? And the answer is very simple. We're the best. I sound like a politician, but it's true. I'm telling you this as a scientist. We're the best. We're the best crop of pain researchers across all fields. All fields. I told you I'm a basic scientist, neurobiologist, but across all fields, from pediatric research, you saw it here, to healthcare delivery, to societal interventions, and so on. We are really the best. In fact, many, many years ago, we started a independent bibliometric analysis of the impact, or where Canada sits on the international scene in terms of competitiveness, in terms of quality and intensity of research. Not volume, we have a neighbor that's bigger than us, but in terms of quality. And here's where Canada stands up on this graph, way up there. This is pain research in Canada, better than anybody else. So we have the strongest community, we should really tap into it. We have also, of course, many other societal organizations that help us push this further. Of course, we have a public healthcare system that allows us to implement and standardize practices across the spectrum. So let's do it. Voilà.
Don't go too far, Yves. Thank you very much. That was exceptionally relatable to what we wanted you to talk about. And so, first of all, I want to thank the thousands online right now. And there's been a repetitive question coming at me. And it's the question is, you're not going to get off that easy in terms of talking globally. What excites you the most from a neurobiological standpoint over the next 5 to 10 years? What's a molecule that you think you have hope for?
Well, I mentioned first in class. So, one of the things I'm going to say this here, a political thing. I sit on the Canadian Institute of Health Research Advisory Board and so on. When we talk about the response to opioids, there's a lot of the response in Canada is a palliative response. But when the Americans set up their pain strategy, they certainly said we need to find alternative to opioids. We need to find first-in-class new compounds that are using other mechanisms that will treat directly chronic pain. And I see several of them coming up. And I also see several very promising targets to rehabilitate, well, not a rehabilitate, that's not the right term, but to free the opioids from their side effects so that we can use their power as analgesics. This is not to say that opioids are bad. It's just that we need to diversify our arsenal, and it's only, I think, through diversifying our arsenal that we will, to a certain extent, free ourselves from some of the opioid epidemic problems.
Awesome. Well, it's been 2.5 decades since the medication's been brought to the Canadian market, so we need the pipeline to move along pretty fast. So thank you. Thank you again.
All right, thanks.
All right. So I know we were talking about patriarchy and misogyny, and I don't want men to walk away, especially from my talk, to think that you're not valued. Listen, some of my biggest allies, I think, are males. We're going to bring one out soon. So I want to talk about allyship, especially in pain. Hans created the Women's Symposium last year and made sure we do it every single year. So thank you. I know everything is long overdue for us, but I just want to really highlight allyship because I think that's what we can do against misogyny is have our allies kind of help us out with that part. So here's one of my favorite allies. So Dr. Ramesh Zacharias is President, CEO, Medical Director of the CPCOE, who are also going to be announcing some funding tomorrow. And there is funding for women's health, so women's veterans' health. So Dr. Ramesh is the unofficial Yoda to a lot of us in leadership. And if you've ever wondered how to lead with integrity, calm under pressure, and swagger, this is your guy. He's worked with the Department of National Defense, and he's cared for veterans with deep respect, always starting with thank you for your service and following up with now it's our turn to serve you.
So the one thing I know about Ramesh, and I'll say that now, is that everything Ramesh has ever touched in the pain space has been a success, including the Chronic Pain Center of Excellence for Canadian Veterans. And so I want to please welcome the General of Pain Care, the Commander of COM, and a mentor we're all lucky to have.
That should tell you everything they know about me. They play Highway to Hell. Welcome to hell. They requested I not move to the music because right after this is lunch. And they didn't want people throwing up before lunch. So they obviously talked to my wife. So there was no movement while the music was playing. So my name is Ramesh Zacharias. I'm the President, CEO, and Medical Director of the Chronic Pain Center of Excellence for Canadian Veterans. We're an independent, not-for-profit organization funded by Veterans Affairs Canada. Since our inception in 2020, the CPCOE has funded over 75 research projects, and some of the researchers are actually in this room. In addition, the CPCOE has awarded 10 capacity building initiatives to support master's and PhD students to encourage research to benefit veterans and their families suffering from pain and mental health issues. On behalf of the veterans we serve, I want to thank you for what you have done for them. Hans had mentioned that we are in the midst of our regular cycle of funding research. There will be requests of proposals that are due on the 27th of June. Each year, we distribute over $1 million to the successful applicants. We have a booth here, so please attend the booth so that you can find out more information about the 3 streams. And we're very blessed in this country from all the speakers who have talked about earlier today. We have some amazing group of researchers, and we're fortunate to be able to support you. So now it's my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our next keynote speaker, retired General Walter Netinchuk, who last November was the recipient of the 2024 Vimy Laureate for Excellence in Defense and Democracy. General Netinchuk's 37-year illustrious career is marked by a series of high-profile positions, including his leadership as Chief of Defense Staff, President of the Canadian Space Agency, and Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs. His extensive service has left an indelible mark on the Canadian defense landscape. Having said that, I would like to highlight 2 remarkable qualities that are relative to his core skills. While he's truly a visionary leader, in 2008, he, along with Surgeon General Hans Young, made the decision to create 3 research institutes to address the physical and mental challenges facing serving members and veterans in Canada. Today, the 3 institutes, CIMVR, Atlas, and CPCOE, collectively receive over $16 million in funding annually from Veterans Affairs Canada. Walt played a critical role in getting government support and seeing it through Parliament, and I can assure you, not an easy task. The second enduring quality of General Netinchuk, despite his numerous accomplishments, he's extremely humble. The troops he commanded knew him as General Netinchuk, but everyone affectionately referred to him as Uncle Walt. He's blessed with an amazing spouse, Leslie, and 3 marvelous children, all of whom who are currently serving in the Canadian Armed Forces. Please join me in giving General Walter Netinchuk a warm welcome to CPS.
In Toronto. You guys awake? Are you awake? It's been a long morning. Is this thing even on? Do I even need this microphone? No way. You know, afterwards you could probably put a claim in for hearing loss after this pitch, eh? Yeah, listen, it's a real honor to be here, and it's an honor to be introduced by Dr. Zacharias, who is the leader and the steady hand on the tiller of the Chronic Pain Center of Excellence for Veterans. And listen, I'm here on this this morning here. I'm the only obstacle between you and lunch, right? And so I've been told that I could have like an hour and a half to speak. You know, for an old general, it takes about a half hour just to say hello. But no, I'll try to keep it as brief as I can. Because I recognize how important it is for you to network here over lunch. That's really one of the great values of these conferences, to hear the amazing magic that researchers have found and sharing those lessons, but then to network together is so absolutely critical to you. I just want to do a little bit of a survey, first of all. Anyone here who has served in the military or veterans from the military? Okay, there you go. How many in here have family members who served? A lot of hands, a lot of hands. Thank you for supporting your serving member or your veteran across the board. I put up my first slide here of the Masterpiece Monument at Vimy Ridge. Have many folks been to Vimy Ridge and seen? There you go. And I would really implore you to go. Because at Vimy Ridge, Canada became a nation. Canada became a nation. On the 9th of April, 1917, over 100,000 Canadians reached for the top and took the ridge where other nations had failed to do so. Over 100,000 Canadians from coast to coast to coast came together. Casualties were over 3,500 killed that day. And after 4 days, Canada held Vimy Ridge. And today in France, that is Canadian soil. And I would ask you to go because, and the message of Vimy Ridge is, folks came together from all parts of this country to be part of something greater than themselves. And as I look at all of you here today and what you do to support the well-being of Canadians or our international allies and friends, you are serving and doing something greater than yourselves. So this morning, I just have three really fast points I want to share with you. One is the fact that our men and women who serve and those veterans are our national treasure because they have dedicated themselves to service. The second is that government has supported these 3 centers of excellence to study veterans, also serving members and families, but with a view to ensuring that those lessons are shared with Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And the third point, it's all about collaboration, partnership, cooperation, sharing these lessons, and again, coming together. Now listen, I'm just a retired guy. I'm just a soldier, an old soldier. I served in government for 45 years, and I thought I wouldn't be doing any of these gigs again, okay? I'm just like a full-time grandpa, all right? Now, but I found out something here when I took my first retirement before I went off to the Space Agency or Veterans Affairs. I found out something that retired folks never tell those who are still working in the trenches. And it's a secret. It's a secret. And here it is. I'll share it with you. Retirement is overrated. Retirement's overrated. Anybody here retire and then go back to work? Any hands up? Oh, there you go. You figured it out. You guys figured it out, didn't you? There you go. Here's the reality. The moment you retire, your whole family knows you have time on your hands. And they're going to ask you to do stuff so that they can go away. Because, you know, when you're in the trenches, when you're in your labs, in your classrooms, and you're in the clinic, you're in your cubicle, you're just dreaming of what you want to do in retirement, aren't you? You want to go on a cruise, you want to go golfing, you want to go sit on a beach somewhere. But let me paint a picture for you. 2 months after giving up command of the Canadian Armed Forces, 100,000 soldiers, regular and reserve, 50,000 cadets, 5,000 rangers, and about 250,000 family members that I was supporting. And it's February in Ottawa, Saturday morning, minus 25. And I'm walking 3 dogs, none of which are mine. 3 dogs, none of which are mine. These dogs belong to people I love, and they're off on holidays, and I'm walking their dogs. And you can't make this stuff up, okay? Now, as I'm bending over to pick up another pile, you know what, put it in a little baggie in my pocket, a neighbor who I love stuck her head out of the back door and said, "Oh, how the mighty have fallen." I tell you what, folks, I went back to my sweetie, brought her a coffee, said, "Hey, babe, I got to go do something else." But more germane to this topic, I realized it wasn't about me. It's about service to country. It's about service to country. And I would just say to all of you that, as the last speaker said, Canada is one of the finest, best countries in the world. It really is. And I'm not sure, I used to say this about our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and women, I'm not sure if it's the water we drink or the beer we drink, I don't know. But maybe it's our multicultural mosaic. Maybe it's because our respect for each other, our human rights, universal health care. Heck, I just had a major little heart thing happening. I had a major heart thing, and I had a full theater of clinicians and amazing folks, and all the follow-up, and I paid $14 for parking. Okay? Or maybe it's the quality education that we give folks of all ages, or maybe it's the fact that we welcome immigrants to our country because we know that immigrants make our country stronger. And I say that my father was a free Polish army soldier. My mother was in the German Air Force. They fought against each other in World War II, met in Winnipeg at a church dance, and that is Canada. God bless us all. But the reality is we are so lucky in this country, and yet that freedom is not free. The freedom is not free. Over 2 million Canadians signed up for the military. You know, 1 in 50 on Canadian streets is a Canadian veteran. And over our history, we have shown the service, the courage, and the sacrifice so that we could have those freedoms, so that we could live in the best country in the world. And just like those soldiers who took Vimy Ridge and all those other horrible battles of World War I, the Somme, Passchendaele, we are this week commemorating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. If you watch the news the last few days, it is just inspiring to see those still living World War II veterans who are there in the Netherlands right now as we commemorate their service and their sacrifice. Absolutely. Oh, what happened now? Did I just turn this thing off? Is there a cane? There we go. 80 years ago, the end of World War II, where again over 1 million Canadians put on a uniform and went around this world to bring security, peace, and freedom. And we liberated the Netherlands from autocratic, tyrannical, criminal rule. And that same courage and tradition of service in Korea, where over 25,000 Canadians served, over 500 killed in Korea. Where again, the courage of our folks, they even called artillery on their own positions in order to stop an onslaught and another assault. And that same tradition of service and courage for our mission in Afghanistan. We had 40,000 Canadians sign up to go to Afghanistan. I tell you what, going to Afghanistan, I was visiting the troops about 20 times in Afghanistan, and I would meet grandparents, folks who would join up the military in their 50s, just so that they could be part of something greater than themselves and contribute to peace and security. And yet the price was so high. The price was so high. 165 soldiers, sailors, airmen and women, journalists, diplomats killed in theater. And thousands suffering the physical wounds and injuries, and thousands more suffering the invisible mental health injuries. Folks, during this time, I was Chief of Defense from 2008 to 2012. I can remember a visit from a counterpart south of the border, the Vice Chairman of the U.S. Chiefs of Defense, Admiral Gia Bastiani. And he said to me, "Walt, whatever you do, please take care of your wounded, your ill, and your injured," from the outset. And he was talking about how perhaps they had not taken care well enough of their Vietnam veterans. And he said, take care of your folks. And so we tried to do everything we could, but we realized that we had not been in combat since the Korean War. We had not had the injuries on the scale since the Korean War. And we had so much to learn and relearn. You know, the fact that every soldier had to be a combat first aider, trauma care on the battlefield, because the real magic happens in the first 10 minutes after the injury. And then how do you ground evacuate, air evacuate, and get those sailor soldiers, airmen and women to the best operating table within minutes? And then how do you then bring them all the way back through our allied hospital with the U.S. forces in Germany at Landstuhl, and then bring them back home? And we realized that if we can get our folks back to a hospital in Kandahar very quickly, 90% of them would live. If we can get them back here to Canada, 99% would live. But it was never 100%. Just last week, I drove down a see my daughter who's in the Navy. She's a physician's assistant with the Navy aboard ship, driving down Trans-Canada Highway, going through Edmundston. Many of you have probably done that trip, and just off on the side of the highway is a cemetery, and there is the final resting place of Master Corporal Charles-Philippe Michaud, a great soldier who stepped on an improvised explosive device, and we got him all the way through Launchville. We got him back to Quebec City, but then the infection took place and took his life. And so we tried to do everything we could to take care of these folks, and we realized how much we forgot. And it's at that point that the Surgeon General of the Canadian Armed Forces, Commodore Dr. Hans Jung, came up to me and he said, "Hey, sir, we are way behind our allies in terms of medical research for our military, for our veterans, and for families. And we got to pick up the pace." And what had occurred was that a little cabal had formed in Kingston, Ontario, between Queen's University medical faculty, a lady named Dr. Alice Aiken, and Royal Military College, Dr. Stephanie Belanger. Both of them were serving reservists in the military, and they were in cahoots with a former base commander, Brigadier General Bill Richard, and between them they came up with this idea for a research institute. And I supported it. I went to Minister Peter MacKay, the Minister of Defense at the time, and I said, "Hey, sir, this is really important. We got to giddy up on this, like right now." And I'm sorry I use a few of these cowboy or Texas accents. I served for 2.5 years with the U.S. Army, both in Fort Hood, Texas, and in Iraq. I spent all of 2004 in Iraq. So I find that from time to time, especially when I get emotional, I get this little Texas twang. J'ai un accent en français, un accent comme un Texan, même en anglais et en français. So, but anyway, I said we need to get on with this. And with the minister's support, we got it through government, and so was created the Canadian Institute of Military and Veteran Health Research. And I used the slide of the search and rescue technician parachuting into the high Arctic, just so that we don't forget the fact that Canadian soldiers, sailors, airmen, and women put their life on the line every day to defend and also to protect Canadians across our country. But CIMVAR was created, and it is a network of 46 universities across this country. They have launched almost 100 research programs focused on serving and veterans, but also on military families. And I talk about families a lot because the families are undoubtedly the informal caregivers to the serving members and veterans. And so while we're taking care of those who are serving and veterans, we must ensure for family resilience. Absolutely vital for the well-being of those who have served. So we got this CIMVAR moving, and it's cracking along, but we're still realizing that we have forgotten so much. And I got to share with you, December of 2009, January of 2010 was a very, very tough time for the Canadian Armed Forces. In that 2-month period, around Christmas, we lost 10 of our serving members. 10. 5 in combat in Afghanistan, and 5 to suicide back here at home. And I brought the leadership team of the Canadian Armed Forces together, and I said, what's with this? We do everything we possibly can to enable mission success of these sons and daughters of Canada in the fight. And are we doing everything possible so that they are safe and secure when they're here at home? And we weren't doing enough. But my time as Chief of Defense was coming to an end, and I was asked by the Prime Minister what I wanted to do after being in the military. And I said, sir, I had a lot of offers from the private sector, but truth be told, I'd like to be the Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs, because I am not satisfied with how that department is taking care of my soldiers, sailors, airmen, and women who are wounded. And I would hold on to them because I was worried that they would not be supported well enough when they got out. So I wasn't surprised that I got a phone call saying, hey, we want you to be a public servant. Terrific. What I was surprised about is they said, we want you to run the Canadian Space Agency. I said, space. Space. I said, you know, I've got a degree. Nominally, it says a bachelor in business administration. In reality, the degree is in rugby and football. And my profs know the truth. And so those poor scientists and engineers at the space agency, they were pretty shocked. You know, for me, like, I think you probably remember that great sitcom Big Bang Theory. Like, I was living every episode and I was Penny, okay? All that to say is amazing work, but in the end, after about a year and a half, I went to Veterans Affairs. And I was so fortunate that when the government came in 2015, they had taken all of the recommendations from the veteran ombudsman, at the time Chief Warrant Officer, retired Guy Parent, and he laid out all of these recommendations to move forward on the veteran benefits and programs, one of which was the creation of 2 centers of excellence. One of them was to be on mental health, including post-traumatic stress injuries, and the second was undetermined. Undetermined. Well, we launched right away then on the Atlas Institute for Veterans and Families, and we, in cooperation with the Royal Ottawa Hospital, that strong partnership, and focused on mental health equity for veterans and families across the country. It was launched. Terrific. But we still had one more center of excellence, and we had to figure out what was the need. What was the need? At Veterans Affairs, we had a great team lead for our research division, Dr. David Pedler, and Dr. Pedler produced magic. He came up with all of the options for government, because government doesn't want to be, you know, forced into a corner, and it was absolutely obvious that chronic pain was to be the focus. Because as we've heard this morning, while about 20% of Canadians suffer from chronic pain, that rate for veterans is double that number. And it's even higher for women veterans. And therefore, it was an easy sell to government. And we launched, seeking the great leadership of Dr. Ramesh Zacharias, on this Chronic Pain Center of Excellence for Canadian veterans. And as we saw on the previous slide, the immense amount of work that's occurring, and also the capacity building across the board. But what is also absolutely key is the fact that partnerships and collaboration amongst these 3 centers of excellence have now created a new capability for the Government of Canada. Having worked now for a number of ministers in both defense and Veterans Affairs, ministers are constantly bombarded with new ideas, new initiatives. And before they launch onto new policy, they need evidence. They need evidence. And so Dr. Zacharias here, his initiative, his leadership, bringing together all 3 of these centers of excellence in a new structure called the Evidence Support Model, in order to provide government a rapid response research capability. And that has now been launched. And that's one of the reasons I'm here, because I'm imploring all of you, we need you. We need you. We need you to be part of this. You know, the resources are there, but we need you. And not only to support, again, those military members and veterans and families, but all Canadians. All Canadians who will benefit from this coast to coast to coast. I just want to finish up here with a tribute. I am dedicating my part here, and the reason I volunteered, in fact, I was voluntold to do this. I love always giving a dedication to veterans who have done extraordinary things for Canada. I would like to dedicate this pitch to Dr. Rolly Armitage. Dr. Rolly Armitage is from the Ottawa Valley, West Carleton area. And way back when the Second World War started, at the age of 17, he just left high school, walked out of high school, walked in the recruiting center, age of 17, and said, I want to be a paratrooper. Well, he was found out. He was too young to be a paratrooper. So when he turned of age, he became an artilleryman, and he landed at Normandy Beaches. And he fought through all of the World War II across Normandy, and into the Netherlands. He was the youngest sergeant in his regiment, at the age of 20 years old. After the war, he took all the education benefits, came back here at home, and became a veterinarian, a very good veterinarian. And he was inducted in the Veterinarian Hall of Fame for doing the research and finding the transfer of rabies to horses in Canada. And also was an incredible leader, was the mayor of West Carleton, ran the Carleton-Rideau Raceway, ran the Carp Airport. And tragically and sadly, after a full life, he died last June. He had wanted to go to the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landing and didn't make it. And I would visit Rolly on a monthly basis. As Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs, I kept tabs on a number of cohorts, whether it be World War II, Korea War, some of the peacekeepers, Bosnia, Rwanda, Somalia, and up to Afghanistan, just to make sure that we were doing a good job. And I would sit down with Rolly and say, how are we doing and how are you doing? And he would open up to me. And he said, you know what? He said, way back in, he said, I've never told this story to anyone. He said, back in Normandy, Battle of Caen in France, he said, we came under heavy artillery fire. And my troop officer got killed. His troop officer was from Toronto, young fellow. So my troop officer was killed. And I was furious because I respected that troop officer so much. He said, I just sat there on a rock and I was so distraught and I was so angry. He said, and I questioned, why did I join? Why did I leave the Ottawa Valley? I could be back there with my chums, chasing girls and having fun. And here I am instead in France, fighting and potentially dying. And then he said, then I realized, if not me, then who? If not me, who is going to serve and make the sacrifice, then who will ensure for peace, security, and freedom? And I share that with all of you because it applies to all of us. If not us, then who? And I look to what all of you are doing to make things better for Canadians. And the fact that just like Rolly all those years ago, you save lives. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank you for your service to Canada. God bless you, and have a great conference.
Well done. Wow. Well done. I think that's for you. Well done.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Well done. All right, gang. That was amazing. It's lunchtime. Thank you so much, General Walter. That was incredible. Thank you. We can't say enough. There was a slide. Guys, does everyone have the QR code for restaurants in the area? I'll get the guys in the back to come bring it up. Please, there's food for the first 400 people in my hall. And there's a migraine headache. It's accredited, so you get your credits for it. Come back here, bums in seats, 1340, please. We're going to get our afternoon rockin'. PWLEs, there's a sign-up sheet at the registration desk for massages, okay? So you have an hour and a bit. Go for lunch. Try to go to college. I'll see you later. There's the
question one. No.
Guys, you gotta listen.
I'll sing a
Testing, testing. They're coming now. It was running behind. That's okay. Yeah, yeah. I'll just introduce you. The last speaker just finished. Yeah, you can take the front. But you got plenty of time because it only restarts at like 1. Yeah, but you know, people can raise their hands, however you want to do questions.
Oh yeah. I'm curious to see how their camera system works, like with all the student map. Does it just like camera goes to the student or something, or weird, or?
I didn't know that. How does that work?
I don't. I'm really impressed by this auditorium.
Like, is there a button or something? Or?
I think so. Like it says video wall. Yeah. Hey, can I ask you? Very good.
Okay, that's good. Give some time because people have to find this place.
Of course.
Let's start in 10 minutes. Let's start in 5 minutes. Is that reasonable?
I'm not worried.
Okay, perfect. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Thank you for doing this.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
So the live stream is going. Let's see how many people are on it there.
I can talk about headache for ages. I mean, it's the trouble getting me to stop, I think.
This is great. Because people really want to see this.
Good.
Perfect. Things are happening. Things happening.
I didn't plan this, but I'm wearing the color of the conference, which is hilarious. I realized I was standing next to the banner.
That's perfect. I'm just going to make sure that I'll be online. We'll be starting in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. For those watching the live stream, we'll be starting in 4 minutes. We had 10,000 people so far on the live stream watch it, so it's a good number. I don't want to lose all these people. We keep telling you, starting. Yeah. We'll be starting in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So once I hand it over to you, you're fine. Meaning you don't need me to do the question. You'll take the question. Absolutely. Okay, perfect. Okay, good. You got your water here, so that's good.
Oh, that's so nice. They even brought water.
That's your water, yeah.
That's fantastic. I might take a sip, actually.
Two minutes. 2 minutes. For those watching the live stream, we're starting in 2 minutes. One minute. We'll be starting in 1 minute. What's that? Okay, if you could take your seats, please. We're going to get started. If you just take your seats, we are going to get started. Okay. We are getting started.
Much as it's surprising you. Too many things are on. Oh my God. Maybe that'll work.
This is good? Okay, everyone, we're getting started. Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome to the Canadian Pain Society's speech on migraine and headache. This is an accredited part of the conference, and you will get CME credits. This is being live streamed. We had over 10,000 people watching the live stream this morning, and it is my great pleasure to welcome our speaker for this lunch symposia, Dr. Alex Malinchin, an FRCPC neurologist with additional subspecialty expertise in headache. He completed his undergraduate studies at Queen's University, his neurology residency at UWO. He pursued an additional fellowship in headache medicine at the University of Calgary. Currently, Alex operates a community-based headache medicine and general neurology practice in London, Ontario. He's a board member, director, and chair of the Advocacy Committee for the Canadian Headache Society. He also serves as a scientific advisor for Migraine Canada. His research interests include cannabinoids, psilocybin use in headache patients, as well as the assessment of residency curricular content across the Canadian Centre's Canadian Headache Society. And with that, from old remedies to modern miracles, please welcome Dr. Malinchin.
Dr. Pereira and the whole Congress committee for inviting me to talk to you today. My interest, like you mentioned, is primarily in migraine and rare types of headache disorders, and I'm hopeful today that I'm going to ignite a little bit of that curiosity in all of you. If you're not, oh, you can't hear me? Can we turn it up? Better? You can't hear me now? Okay, better. We'll try that. Now we're getting some feedback. Okay, so just some housekeeping, some quick disclosures. Like you mentioned, I work with Canadian Headache Society and Migraine Canada, and I also do some research on some of the new emerging migraine drugs with my patients, and it helps to give people access to drugs that are coming out and maybe they wouldn't otherwise have access to. We also take part in different things like advisory boards and meetings to look at emerging data on some of these new drugs and how they fit in best to help our patients. So hopefully by the end of this talk, we're going to go very, very quickly, light speed, through history's arrow for headache. And there's some interesting stories I think you might find fascinating. And then we're going to go over some of the treatments that you could consider for your migraine patients, both preventive and acute. We're going to talk about the link between neurology approaches to pain as opposed to a general pain practice, and then a quick look at some of the new emerging targets that you can look forward to for migraine development in the near future. So to start off, headache is a very common experience. You know, somewhere between 15 to 20% of the population will have headache at some point in their life, specifically migraine. And if you look back through history, mentions of headache appear in every different medical system across cultures. And how different cultures understood headache was tied to their wider theories about health, humors, chi, doshas, other ideas about disease in the body. And I think probably if you think popular culture-wise, the thing people always jump to when you think about ancient remedies is trepanation. And some of the earliest skulls that we found that have evidence of trepanation and healing are over 10,000 years old, found in North Africa. But skulls like this have been found the world over on every continent. Trepanation comes from the Greek trepanon, which means to bore. And it makes kind of intuitive sense because most people say their headaches feel like extreme pressure. So why wouldn't you drill a hole to let it out? Our oldest recorded references to headache appear in Egyptian and Sumerian texts. And so around 3000 BCE, we found poems and Sumerian cuneiform tablets that show that people were using herbs, tablets, different types of religious rituals to treat headache. And they had a lot of different ideas. There were lots of prayers to specific gods, like Thoth here on the left and Sekhmet. And they started off with things like trepanation. But over time, and a quick note is to think about the span of the Egyptian empire. I mean, it's centuries and centuries. They moved away from trepanation to things like herbal-based remedies and started to kind of explore pharmacology. And so the Ebers Papyrus is about 1500 BCE, and that contains over 700 magical formulas and folk remedies, many of which apply to headache. One of the fascinating ones is a crocodile amulet, and they would stuff it with herbs and tie a tourniquet around the person's head. But when you read about the circumferential bandages, it's actually hitting all of their extracranial nerves. It's very similar to what we do for nerve blocks or nerve stimulators. So they're kind of intuitively leveraging some of those things, but perhaps using different explanations. So like I mentioned, they started to move towards herbs. The Ayurvedic medicine and yogic medicine had different theories. They talked about the tri-dosha framework. And these are maybe perhaps analogous to humors if you're more familiar with Western history. And so an imbalance of one or more of these doshas could lead to different types of headache, which they refer to as shirashul. And so depending on the characteristics that the patient would report, they were able to classify them into one of these. And then based on that, they could prescribe specific types of treatments, whether it was herbal remedies, traditional herbs. They were able to use oils that might be administered intranasally, which we have learned over time makes a lot of sense for headache, with certain things like lidocaine or capsaicin type stuff. And then they were able to prescribe things like diet and lifestyle, meditation and yoga. And these are all things that we've come back full circle on and we're starting to advocate for again today. Jumping over further east, we look at traditional Chinese medicine. And I was very fortunate enough to do a program where we got to travel to China and see how they were integrating traditional Chinese medicine with primary care practice from a Western way. And it has so many different intricacies and levels of looking at it. I mean, primarily they talk about yin and yang kind of balance, but you can look at elemental balances and further parse it into things like seasons and many other types of attributes. You know, I would say from a headache perspective, there tends to be an imbalance of fire or wind in these theories. And then they were able to prescribe things like acupuncture, herbal medicine, moxibustion, or lifestyle interventions to try to bring harmony to this. There's a famous acupoint called Hugu, which people often use, and that's ipsilateral to the side of a unilateral headache, and this is often recommended. But when we did a randomized controlled trial of Hugu versus sham needling and other types of acupoints, we found that it didn't really have a significant difference compared to sham needles. So, you know, oftentimes we have these specific reasonings behind a therapy, but you don't necessarily have to embrace that. There may be other ways to do it effectively. And the way this was explained to me by my professor when I was there, he said, imagine you've got a very blurry television, an old cathode ray. And he goes, a Western doctor will take that TV apart, figure out what each little piece does, and then try to fix it and put it back together. And he said, well, TCM doctors, we've learned over thousands of years where to hit the TV to make the image go sharp again. And I thought that's pretty good. That's like an empiric strategy. So for instance, actually just back to that quickly, they have organs, for instance, like the triple burner, you know, which could be loosely tied to metabolism, whether it's glucose metabolism or thyroid or things. But because at certain times during history they were forbidden from anatomical dissection, these organs are theoretical. And so they don't necessarily correspond to anatomy, but they're still a very helpful framework for thinking about different types of diseases. So then we fast forward to the ancient Greeks. I think arguably one of the most important physicians in history, Hippocrates, is considered the father of modern Western medicine. And so his texts and writings were studied for centuries. And he refers to headache as commonly happening on one half of the head more than the other. And he also observed in his writings that vomiting could cure the nausea associated with some of these headaches, which is a common thing patients tell us. He described the kind of proto-aura type symptoms that people would experience just before some of these headaches. He said that there's a shining light usually in the right eye, followed by violent pain in the temples and vomiting. Into ancient Rome now, this is the Common Era, so we're looking at Aristeas, he managed to classify headache into a couple of different things, cephalia, etc. But the important one was heterocrania, which is kind of the proto-migraine. And over time, this morphed into hemicrania in Galen's descriptions. And if you look at micrania, it becomes megrim, hemicrania, megrim, and then megrim becomes migraine. So often patients will say, well, why is my head hurting only on one side? You know, I'm convinced this is a tumor or something cervicogenic. But you can assure them that even the classic migraine is often unilateral. But it can flip sides, it can be bilateral, it's a protean type of pain. If we look at Persian medicine, probably the most famous scholar is Avicenna, and his writings traveled far and wide and influenced a lot of medical thinkers. And his contributions to neurology actually had quite a few, but they included headache and migraine. They had a different way of thinking about it in terms of hot and cold, but he also endorsed humors and humoral imbalance. And a lot of the things that he posited actually hold water today. Some of the topicals and things that he recommended had anti-inflammatory properties and were reducing nitrous oxide. Some of them were already serotonergic acting. And he thought that it's not just about humors, but perhaps there's something physical there, disorders of the skull, the dura. And he posited that there were these reaching factors that might explain how headache might propagate. And that's prescient for how we think about migraine today in terms of neuroinflammation. So one of the main things that they would prescribe for headache was rose oil. And so they would macerate rose in sesame. And so some modern Persian scholars have attempted to recreate some of these topical studies, chamomile, rose, etc., and see if in the framework of these ancient conceptions of headache, if they make sense as a therapeutic today. And so this was a double-blind, placebo-controlled crossover trial of this kind of rose oil prepared in the traditional way. And just a quick, we're not going to go deep into detail on this study, but the hot migraine description is very, very close to what we think of as migraine today. So, for instance, they had to have more than 3 of the following: eye redness, photophobia, throbbing or pulsatile headache, aggravation by heat, and then osmosensitivity, which is very, very common in migraineurs, and we often see it in the appendix of the ICHD-3 criteria. And then they experience a flushing, which is probably an autonomic feature that we would associate with cluster headache or migraine. So a kind of hot sensation in the face. What they found was that the mean intensity of the migraine at various times didn't really differ versus placebo. The nausea, vomiting, light, and sound didn't really differ. But, the intensity, it was a little bit lower in the patient specifically parsed by the hot subtype. But overall, I would say it's not a very positive study for rose oil. So thinking about these ancient models of pain and migraine that we just breezed through, I think you can see that there's some commonalities. Most of the ancient traditions saw headaches not as an isolated event or a problem, but signs of a broader systemic imbalance. The treatments that they often offered were holistic, focusing on meditation, diet, exercise, and then some other specific interventions. Some of the ancient remedies, like willow bark, actually the writings date back to ancient Roman writings that can be used as anti-inflammatory, have been given some modern scientific validation. We still use aspirin today for migraine. And all of these share this kind of intrinsic theory of imbalance in some sort of reaching factor or humors. Whether you subscribe to qi or dosha or humors, all of these offered a model that could integrate the headache pain into a broader concept of health and other diseases. So now we fast forward to Europe, and from here on we're going to focus more on the Western Medicine College of things. And it got kind of strange at times. People started attributing headache to demonic possession or like moral failings, behaviors that weren't necessarily considered kosher at the time. And you were often recommended to go on a pilgrimage or try some valerian root and rosemary, and then they would bloodlet you or possibly drill holes into your head to let the demons out. And you can see here that along with trepanation, they're pioneering some other prophylactic strategies like conical metal hats and wearing books on your head. So it's a very interesting period. But amidst all the madness, there were a couple of rays of light. And one in particular was an abbotess in Germany, Hildegard of Bingen. And she was, I would say, a modern precursor to the kind of trepidatious female doctor and researcher. She had access to a number of medical texts and studied them. And she was kind of a self-taught polymath. And she believed she was receiving visions from God, and she would write them down. She wrote the most beautiful choral music. Like if you go home tonight, listen to some of her music, it's absolutely fascinating. But her drawings of what she saw are also very interesting. So she would illuminate text and show what she perceived to see during these communications. And a lot of them are very similar to migraine aura symptoms, including the classic tachopsia, the fortification spectrum. And so lots of neurological historians have gone back and think it's quite convincing that she likely suffered from migraine aura and that she may have been having some auditory features of this that inspired some of her music and visual stuff. So very fascinating lady, and there's great movies about her life, great biographies, so I would encourage you to look deeper into that. We jump forward to William Harvey, just as a brief mention, that his discovery of the circulation of blood really played a huge role in how we conceptualize migraine for centuries after that. Thomas Willis, anyone who's gone through a brief neurology course knows he's pretty famous for describing the circulation of the brain, the circle of Willis, and the anastomoses. But he proposed that migraine was a neurologic disorder, not really a humoral imbalance or perhaps some sort of moral failing, as was common church teaching at the time. And he observed that, in his dissections, even on live animals, that there were changes in vessel caliber that could be done through chemical stimulus or mechanical. And he thought that perhaps the vasodilatation and contraction that occur could create changes in hemodynamics that might cause the symptoms of pain or perhaps the aura symptoms. Next up is Edward Living, and he recognized migraine as a distinct disorder. And usually migraine was a small little footnote or a chapter somewhere in a neurology or medical text. But he published an entire book called On Megrim, and it was the first comprehensive text on headache. And he was actually a skeptic of the vascular hypothesis, and he thought, no, I coined the term nerve storm theory, and he believed it was an imbalance of these factors, which are very similar to what Avicenna was mentioning, although he was getting a little bit closer to some of the biochemical reality of it. Dr. Gowers, who, if you're in neurology, everyone knows the Gowers sign of people with myopathies, but he was the first to observe correlations with epilepsy and migraine. We often call it migralepsy. There's underlying genetic mutations which are shared in certain ionic channels. And we also see links to things like bipolar and other types of mental illness which may be genetically determined, and they tend to run together. Then we go into a strange kind of period. Around the time of Dr. Gowers and Living, ergots started to be used. And if you look through history, all across Central Europe and Russia, there were multiple periods of grain plague in which this fungus, an ergot fungus, would be growing on the wheat. And if you weren't properly farming and you ground it all up together, it could have terrible effects. The ergots were vasoconstrictive. They also had potent serotonergic qualities and adrenergic qualities. And so you would see huge swathes of the population have terrible necrotic lesions, digital necrosis, lesions all over their body, horrible bowel symptoms, bowel ischemia, strokes, and heart attack. And so in the 10th century, there's actually the Order of St. Anthony was founded to help care for the victims of this because they thought it was some sort of divine retribution and didn't understand the nature of it. And that's why this ergotism became known as St. Anthony's fire. And so there were different types depending on obviously which organ system was affected. Some people had seizures and hallucinations and psychosis, so maybe some cerebral ischemia or some of the serotonergic consequences. Others were just more of the vasoconstrictive type. So you can see that the ergots had a potent kind of vasoconstrictive theory, power. And so this was very tempting to those physicians who subscribed to the kind of vasodilatory theory of migraine, that perhaps it was the caliber of the vessels that was responsible. So frequent outbreaks across the 10th to 13th centuries across Europe and Russia, recurrent episodes through the next few epochs, especially during wet harvest years because the fungus is growing in moist conditions. And even after the Europeans kind of got their act together and started to realize we could perhaps curb this with specific farming practices, it persisted in Russia for many centuries later. And so it really was a heinous kind of disease that was preventable. So, ergotamine. The extracts, physicians were, kind of entrepreneurial and trying to see if they could leverage these amounts. That ancient theory from Paracelsus that everything could be a poison or a cure in the right amount, is tempting to people. And so they thought, well, perhaps we can turn this to good use. It was used in obstetrics to induce uterine contractions and perhaps to staunch bleeding when there was hemorrhage. So that was an early use. The earliest record that we have for treating migraine actually appears in an Italian writing in 1862, and then a few years later it appears in English. And it wasn't until 1920 that a Swiss alchemist actually isolated the ergotamine and was able to reproduce it and create a chemical synthesis process. Through the 20s and 30s, they managed to formally test these drugs in migraineurs to see if it worked, and it did. And ergotamine showed good efficacy, and they posited that this was through 5-hydroxytryptophan, serotonin receptor agonism, and some of the adrenergic activity. And then we have Dr. Wolf. If any of you are involved in the headache sphere, you'll know his textbook, updated today, is still used to teach headache to students. And through the 30s, he conducted a number of different experiments. And so he has a famous case series of 45 patients that were awake for craniotomy. And these are people that volunteered to cooperate with him during the procedure. And he would stimulate various parts of the dura and intracranial cavity, and then he would have the patient record where they felt the pain. And so it's behind a paywall now, but you used to be able to find this picture everywhere. It's a very fascinating diagram of where pain is referred from the lining of the brain to different structures. And it's often in the face, in the ear, in the neck, in the back. And so I find showing that to my patients actually helps them understand why they believe they have 14 types of headache, but it's a shifting protein kind of problem. You can see a small diagram here in the bottom. And so he published these cases, and this really cemented the vascular theory of migraine for some time. He was able to see the caliber of the vessels change, correlate it with the patient's descriptions of pain, and he proved that both mechanical and chemical stimuli could do this. So it really cemented that idea that there was a vascular underpinning to these headaches. What about aura? Aura is not necessary for a diagnosis of migraine. So it's a parallel process. Many people with migraine have it. There are a few rare individuals who have the so-called acephalgic migraine. That's fallen out of fashion. But they have typical migraine aura without the headache. So they're related processes. They're linked, but they don't necessarily have to occur together. Probably the granddaddy who described this was Carl Lashley. Of course, there are many descriptions of the phenomena of aura, but he was the first to posit a mechanism by which it might occur. And he himself suffered from visual auras and the typical scintillating scotoma tachopsia type phenomenon. And so he would meticulously document them by time and try to measure them. And he was a neuropsychologist, and he delved into physiology, and he was able to correlate this with some data they were collecting on the idea of, it later became known as cortical spreading depression. There's a phenomenon by which electrical signals will travel over a part of the cortex of the brain, and it's followed by a sequence of changes in blood flow, vessel caliber of dilatation, constriction, dilatation. And so he noticed that the time course was eerily similar, and he posited that perhaps this was that spreading depression in the visual cortex causing these phenomena. And he turned out to be right. One of his students, who was a Brazilian physiologist, also working in the States, picked up the torch. And so he discovered cortical spreading depression and really pinned it down in his experiments of rabbit and guinea pig brains. And so he saw a slow-moving wave of the depolarization with suppressed brain activity. So when it's spreading and activating, you get the positive symptoms: sparkles, colors, geometric shapes. And then when the brain tries to shut it down, it's not quite enough to cause epilepsy or a seizure, but the brain realizes there's something going on, and so it tries to suppress this. That's when you get the negative symptoms, the kind of blurriness and the patches of a blind spot. As it travels to different parts of your brain, the symptoms are different depending on the region affected. So if it takes a temporal stretch, you're going to get language problems. Migraineurs all talk about dysphagia as a precursor. So you'll be jumbling words, maybe the phonemes don't come out right, or it's just on the tip of their tongue. And so really, anything the brain can do properly, it can do improperly. And aura can take on a myriad of different features. The 90s came in and we had the triptan revolution. People got tired of the ergots. You know, they caused a lot of trouble for people. Necrosis, strokes, heart attacks. You couldn't use them in patients with these conditions. And the triptans built on the chemistry, and they were more specific. So they worked on 5-HT1B and D receptors. And these seem to be much more safe and tolerable compared to the ergots. And so they replaced it. Sumatriptan came out first, but then there were many, many different additions with slightly different parameters. Eventually, we decided to move away from the vascular hypothesis, and there's a number of reasons. Yes, there are changes in the caliber of these blood vessels, but this wasn't actually the cause of the pain. We think of it as a parallel pathway. So imagine you're knocking dominoes and you got two different paths going. When you carefully control for the caliber of these vessels chemically, and you correlate it with alert patients who can report on their pain, even when you correct the caliber to normal physiologic conditions, it doesn't correlate with the pain levels whatsoever. So this led us away from that vascular hypothesis. And one of the things that holds over from that is the kind of terrifying teaching that was ingrained in us during school about basilar migraine, the so-called brainstem aura features. And you don't really have to worry. You're not going to cause some locked-in syndrome with these triptans. We have a very large case series, and we feel very confident in many individuals prescribing these. The new theoretical focus shifted away from the blood vessels and more to understanding migraine as a neuroinflammatory condition. So we think of it as a neuroinflammatory neurovascular disorder. And they're emphasizing overall CNS dysfunction, changes in connectivity, changes in the hypothalamus that precede these headaches even by a day or more. A quick detour backwards, just to talk about developments to understand what's coming next. This is the curious case of Justinus Kerner and the sausage poison, which is Wurstvergiftung. And he was a German physician and poet, and I share with him a love of sausage. And so he observed that there were these recurrent outbreaks of death and disease associated with festivals that often consume sausages. And you know, it was, I guess, quite common in the 19th century for people to eat these kind of off sausages. They weren't preserving them properly. And they were sort of cured, but not quite. And often you got some contaminants in there. And through rigorous testing of hundreds of samples of sausages, he was able to isolate a toxin. And he identified this toxin as the biological poison that produced these symptoms in the patients. What's interesting is that he theorized the toxin was causing the paralysis by blocking motor nerve function, which was a very excellent observation. And he proved this by actually injecting himself with various quantities of the toxin to observe the weakness that ensued and prove that it could reverse and change over time. So very fascinating gentleman. So he thought, well, hey, if we use this in small doses, you know, going back to Paracelsus' principle, perhaps this could be useful for people with things like dystonias or spasticity or other conditions involving overactive nerves. So from there, we have the very bizarre path to Botox for migraine. A Belgian microbiologist eventually isolated the organism that produces the toxin. And through the 40s and 50s, it was studied by Edward Shantz and others in the US, and it was initially developed for military and then medical purposes. In the 70s, Dr. Scott used it to reduce muscle activity in animal models, and so that was the grounds to start looking at other human indications. So a decade later, he used it to treat strabismus, which is a lazy eye or a misalignment of the eyes. And it was used for both strabismus and blepharospasm, which is a type of dystonia of the face. In the 90s, they started using it off-label, as we often do. And so there's a great anecdote about a husband and wife pair, and he was treating strabismus, and she was cosmetic and dermatology oriented, and she observed that the patients had no wrinkles. So started using it for those patients. And then with increasing off-label use for those indications, if migraine affects 15% of the population, they're going to have some of them. Those patients started to report benefit in terms of their headaches. And so it was a very strange kind of serendipitous route to discover toxin as a treatment for headache. Finally, in the early 2000s, A number of clinical trials demonstrated the efficacy of Botox for chronic migraine, which is defined as 15 or more headache days per month. And eventually in 2010, FDA and Health Canada approved it for use in chronic migraine prevention. And so we were joking that the Wurstfeld Giftung is the gift that keeps on giving, because there's so many new indications all the time for it. So what can history teach us about migraine and its treatment? Migraine is severe and debilitating, and it has plagued people since prehistoric times. People will do extreme things like drilling holes into their skull to try to relieve it, or take toxic chemicals from a poisoned sausage or deadly bread. And we've made some great progress, but there's still a lot more that we don't understand about migraine. And even with the recent advancements that we have, there's still many people who are suffering with it and don't have complete relief. So I think there's some excellent things we can learn from past models of migraine, and it's important to keep an open mind. You don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And so I think it's a perfect example of bringing something to the forum, testing these other models and hypotheses, and seeing if there's something useful we can incorporate. The linchpin here is that migraine is a clinical diagnosis. There are some blood tests and CSF tests that we can do, but they're not really ready for prime time. They're not really pragmatic in a public setting. And so without those biomarkers, it makes it a little bit harder to really quantify this. And so I think the path forward to more effective treatments, we need to carefully observe and think about these people in the past that made these really fascinating observations through careful analysis, and then putting it to the test. And I mean, there's that famous quote that those who do not learn history are doomed to repeat it. So I think that's precedent for today. So where do we stand today with respect to migraines? For many years, our poor migraine patients were wandering through the desert, and they would try some of these awful medicines which were discovered by serendipity. So you were treating depression or hypertension or bipolar or epilepsy, and maybe it helped your migraines. So we did a small case series to prove that it has some benefit. We don't have high quality evidence for a lot of these drugs that most people use routinely for migraine. Botox happened, but insurance put up many barriers. People often had to fill 2 or 3 oral preventives, often causing horrible side effects and delaying their time to improvement. And so it seemed pretty hopeless for a lot of people. Until we have a new class of medicine, the CGRP antagonists, which I think offer a lot of new hope for individuals. And if you have a headache clinic and you use these drugs, I think you'd agree that every week we have patients that come back and tell us these are life-changing. And in neurology, when you hear life-changing, it's usually in the other direction. The evolving treatment landscape, we started mostly with beta blockers, angiotensin receptor blockers, tricyclics and topiramate. And for acute, we really only had NSAIDs or triptans. The ergots fell out of favor with many for the reasons we already discussed. And so over time, there's all these new brands flooding the market, and it's hard to keep up. If you're not in this space, there's quite a few of them. And so we were joking that it started to look like the hot sauce aisle. There's too many medicines, and you don't know how to differentiate them. One neurologist, an elder statesman in our coven, mentioned, he goes, well, like, what color injector do you want? And I think there's a little bit more nuance than that. But it can be confusing if you're just entering the space. So what is CGRP? It is calcitonin gene-related peptide. And the story of it goes back to the late 70s, early 80s in Scandinavia. We have a very fantastic Danish headache center that is quite prolific in what it publishes on. And they had been studying this from a basic science perspective for decades and suspected that it would be useful for a target for migraine. It's quite abundant in C and A delta fibers all throughout the dura. And it's co-released with glutamate when you activate trigeminal ganglion neurons. It does a lot of different functions. So it mediates vasodilatation and inflammation in the dura. It degranulates mast cells. It is involved, most importantly, in the modulation of pain processing in the trigeminal system. But it also does weird things all around the body. It promotes peristalsis through your bowel. It is important for wound healing, for placental implantation. And so when we first talked about blocking it, those who were looking at these other functions thought, oh, this seems like it's very prone to side effects. But in fact, when you look closer at each of those pathways, it's quite redundant. There's usually many, many other factors which are kind of backing it up. And so it really only seems to be the bottleneck in the case of the trigeminal vascular system, the trigeminal cervical complex, where it seems to be a key bottleneck that you could target and really knock it out. So a quick, brief foray through the research. Observations were made that CGRP increased levels in the serum and CSF during migraines, and when you gave them a triptan, the levels dropped accordingly. They found that in the premonitory phase, the day or so before the headache, where people talk about yawning, food cravings, altered elation or mood and things, they were able to see that it was higher in that phase compared to other interictal periods. And then in migraineurs, they were able to infuse CGRP intravenously and trigger an attack when they were asymptomatic. And even more interestingly, they were able to take healthy controls with no previous report of migraine and infuse them with CGRP and trigger a migraine. And interestingly, I've spoken to one of those medical students who was in the trial, and they were left with migraine after the experiment, which is really awful. But you wouldn't get RAB approval to do that again today. They found that the interictal CGRP was higher in chronic migraineurs compared to episodic migraineurs, so it was dose dependent. And they were also able to predict response to Botox for chronic migraine in those who had a higher CGRP serum or CSF level. So all of that was pretty convincing causality information to suggest, like, why don't we try blocking it? So currently we have 3 distinct classes of compounds that target the CGRP pathway. We have monoclonal antibodies that target the receptor of CGRP, the antibodies that target the ligand. So I tell people it's like a lock and a key. And then we have the small molecules. These are called the GPANTs, and they block the CGRP receptor. So they block CGRP peripherally, they stop pain transmission centrally, and most importantly, I think, is that they're not vasoconstrictors, which is a big contrast from things like triptans or ergots. So this is the family of all the different CGRP antagonists. There's quite a few of them. And I'm not exactly sure how they name all of them, but it seems like they take a whole bunch of Scrabble tiles and toss them down until they come up with something phonetic. And so most of them, of the early generation, were subcutaneous injections. And these could be administered monthly. One of them was able to be given quarterly if you took 3 at once, which is great for people traveling. And then an IV formulation came out, which was quarterly. And for those who are needle averse, we now have an oral option, which is the GPANTs. A question I get a lot from my primary care colleagues is like, oh, this sounds a lot like disease-modifying agents for rheum or for MS. Like there must be all this monitoring, baseline investigations and imaging and blood work. And it's not like that at all. Truthfully, compared to the stuff you've already been using to treat headache, these are much better tolerated. There's not a lot of side effects, and they don't require any routine monitoring. I routinely check blood pressure. Maybe there's occasional signals of elevated pressure, but over time we haven't really seen much of that. So very safe and well tolerated. Safety-wise, I tell them you can continue on this unless you develop some worrisome symptoms. Anything vascular, this is more just out of my abundance of caution as a neurologist. So if you have any angina or heart attack, TIA or stroke, any really bad peripheral vascular disease, maybe we're going to take a pause. We watch for 6 to 8 months while you get your secondary prophylaxis in place, and we check with the other specialists, and maybe we resume it. So I would argue they're safe and better tolerated than things like beta blockers or topiramate, which we often go to first line. And I don't get calls back about these medications from my patients. I wanted to put the data in aggregate for you, so we'll be giving all these slides out for reference. And we're not going to go into the nitty-gritty of each trial. From a propriety perspective here from data management, you can't really make head-to-head comparisons of these trials, so it's not really fair to put them all in one table. But for the sake of discussion, I want to show the primary outcomes, which were the monthly migraine day reduction and this concept of 50% response rate. And I think intuitively it makes sense. You're like, well, how many patients cut their headaches by 50% or more? And that's, I think, a useful metric because patients intuitively understand it. I think clinicians understand it. And you could say that they're fairly comparable across the different brandings. And it's somewhere around, the rule of thumb is 40 to 50% of people will have 50% or more reduction in their headaches, which is pretty marked. For chronic migraine, the numbers are a little bit more modest, and we expect this. I think if any of you have those 30 out of 30 headache day patients, you know they're notoriously very difficult to improve. And so maybe the outcome measure isn't the number of headache days. I have many patients who go down, they're 30 out of 30 days, 10 out of 10 severity with vertigo and nausea, but now they're like 2 to 3 out of 10, and they're working part-time, they're not vomiting, they're not vertiginous. And that to me is still success. So there may be a different perspective of success for patients, and that's why it's important to really set that at the outset with your consult. The GPANTs, we've added the data in here as well, and again, fairly comparable. We have acute and chronic trials. Rimegepant, which was approved in the States, unfortunately is not approved in Canada for prevention, but it is approved for acute use, and this is where it gets kind of confusing. This new generation of medicines can be taken just as needed to abort a headache, or it can be taken longer term to prevent it. And the neat corollary of that is that we don't think they cause rebound headache or overuse headache. For those who are more visually oriented, I put these data in a graph to show you. And you can see that for that primary outcome of 50% responder rate, they're all essentially within the realm of each other. But because they measured the outcome slightly differently and at different time points, you really can't make a head-to-head comparison. So if you're counseling your patients, a really good rule of thumb, I would say for episodic migraine, 50% response about 40 to 50% of the time. For chronic, maybe 30 to 40, it's a little bit more modest. And then the super responders, these are 75% or more, 10 to 20% of patients. And all of us in the headache clinic have these gold ticket winners who are hypersensitive to CGRP, and they have an incredible response. And sometimes it's not the patient you think. You think it's the patient that's going to be the difficult nut to crack. And that tells me that what we're labeling as migraine with a clinical diagnosis is probably a very heterogeneous group of people that phenotypically appear the same way through that final pathway of trigeminal complex, but there may be very different underlying things that are setting it in motion. So safety and tolerability-wise, demonstrated across multiple trials for all of these drugs. Probably the most common side effects for the injectable ones will be injection site reaction, which is usually very minimal. If they're having lots of hives or redness that persists, you can usually give them a later generation allergy medicine like Rupall or cetirizine or something. And if you pre-treat with that by a few hours, it usually takes care of it. Other ones, mild constipation. I'm usually a little bit more cautious in patients that have severe, like constipation or a history of bowel obstruction. But once you get them back into a normal frequency, you can safely start this medicine with them. Other things, maybe some nausea, some fatigue, but these are low single-digit percentage side effects. And so, like I said, comparing it to some of the classic stuff we use, this is peanuts. So we talked about constipation and hypersensitivity. I wanted to give a quick shout out to our new Canadian Headache Society guidelines, which were updated just this past fall in 2024. And it was a hybrid. Many of the recommendations from our 2012 guidelines still remain in effect, but they reviewed any updated studies that had been done in the meantime. And so this resulted in a reclassification of some of our medicines. For instance, topiramate, which is one of our favorite children in the headache clinic, got demoted and is no longer considered first line. But I've listed them here for you, all kind of collated in one happy table for you. And when it comes to the oral medicines, which you're starting out with, insurance will often require you to try 2 or 3 medications before they're willing to cover the better medicine. And I take a bit of objection with this. I sit on the advocacy committee with the Headache Society, and we're writing position statements that say, well, perhaps there should be fewer failures required. Why should I have to do multiple trials, 3 to 4 months each, of these medications? I'm going on disability. I'm being fired from my job. I couldn't attend my family member's wedding or go on vacation. There really is no argument, apart from cost containment, as to why these medicines should not be considered earlier on in the algorithm. And so we'll see what we can do, but I think it will be a great help to patients in getting back on track. And just on another note for that, when you think of the money we spend on things like MS or other neurologic conditions, the drugs are much more expensive and often don't have a great return on them. This is getting people back to work and reducing presenteeism, absenteeism. I could do a whole other talk on the economics of it, but it actually is an excellent economic argument, even if you aren't worried about, the human suffering part. And so really the only conclusion I can reach is that it's the stigma around migraine. It's seen as an annoying disease, or perhaps a disease of women, which is not even true. It's 2 to 1. Men are also affected. So prevention is only half the battle. The classic stuff that we use, NSAIDs and triptans, and often we'll step it up to combinations of the two. And so often when you're attacking from multiple directions, the gestalt is greater. It's like there's synergy there, 1 + 1 = 3. There's some obscure stuff that you can try. Usually a headache specialist will do it, like Timolol eye drops, which reaches peak serum very quickly, or a nerve stimulator. And then the Gepants arrived, which is that new class of medications we talked about, rimegepant and ubrogepant. If you're using opioids for your headaches, I would strongly caution you to think twice. It is a deal with the devil. It gives them temporary relief, but we have good data to suggest that as few as 6 to 10 days per month may be enough to trigger a rebound headache or the medication overuse headache. And this can throw your patient over time into increasing frequency up to the point where they're having daily headache and nothing seems to help except the opioid. So really, in my practice, I save it for people who are palliative. They've been diagnosed with a brain tumor or some other condition and they have a few months to go. There are many other options that you should consider before the opioids. I'm not saying they have no place, but it's just not something I would consider off the top. So don't forget the acute medications. Try a triptan if you don't use them. Your patient will thank you. They work very nicely. They are pregnancy category C, sumatriptan in particular. And so often my pregnant patients are told, you know, I was told I can't take any medicines during my pregnancy. And that's just not true. There are lots of things you can use to treat nausea, Maxaran and ondansetron. You can use triptans like sumatriptan. They can probably try amitriptyline and propranolol or maybe memantine. And for those who want to avoid medicines, which is a personal choice, you can use nerve blocks. And so this is actually a very judicious use of nerve blocks. I think they're used very liberally and sometimes inappropriately for headache. But this is one of those cases where it really makes a lot of sense. The Gepants, they can be used first line alongside triptans or NSAIDs, or they can be used when you fail the NSAIDs or triptans, or you can't take them for other conditions, like you're on blood thinners or you have cardiac disease. But like I would say, you know, really just steer clear of the opioids. So how do the Gepants work for abortive function? We tend to measure things like 2-hour pain freedom, the most bothersome symptom relief at 2 hours, which I think is a more useful composite for the patient. For some patients, the headache pain is not the thing that bothers them the most. It's the nausea or the vertigo or the light sensitivity. And so this kind of encapsulates, I think, a more important patient outcome alongside the global impression of change. For the visual learners here, we have a graphic representation of this. And again, can't make head-to-head comparisons. The other thing is that the triptan studies were done in the 80s and 90s, so we had completely different definitions of migraine. Our protocols were very different about how we measure these outcomes. But for the sake of argument, you could say that pain relief and freedom at 2 hours is within the realm of each other, but perhaps a little bit more modest with the Gepants as we look at sustained relief. That being said, I think this represents a really important addition to our armamentarium because for the longest time, if you had a heart attack or a stroke, you couldn't take triptans, you were put on warfarin, you couldn't take NSAIDs, and then the neurologist was just like, you know, like, peace be with you, I have nothing to offer you. And then they would kick these people out of clinic, and they were left with awful attacks. So that's one extra indication. I think it's not contraindicated in people who have vasculopathies. And so this is nice to have extra tools to be able to use with these patients. So I wanted to show, and I'll send you these slides, but it's my kind of very quick and dirty practical approach to acute management. And so when I'm starting off, often I will give them 2 prescriptions acutely, naproxen and a triptan, and you can mix and match. I love diclofenac powder in particular because it's very fast acting. It peaks in serum within 15 minutes, and so I find that's very effective. Often while you're waiting for your other oral pills to kick in, they take 45 to 60 minutes depending on what you've eaten. So that's going to bridge the gap while you're waiting for your triptan to kick in. And I will say that often my patients sometimes, they're asking for Gepants already. They're reading about it online, they're seeing it on Migraine Canada or other places. And so they'll often have a little starter pack, and I give them some education on stepwise approach, how to combine them. And you can combine all of these quite safely. You may see some warnings in your EMR about triptans and Gepants together. There's some theoretical concern about, you know, the vascular synergy. This has not been borne out in reality, and a lot of real-world evidence shows that we're combining them very safely. I think about Gepants for the person who's very side effect prone. Side effect-wise, they probably have 1/10 of the common side effects of triptans. The patient who has a lot of cardiovascular risk factors like we discussed. Patients who are grappling with medication overuse headache because you're telling them you've already maxed out your triptan or your NSAID. And they're like, well, what do I do after that 15 days? And you're like, well, now you have something that you can use, and the more you use it, it actually becomes akin to a preventive. So this is very helpful for negotiating the hostage negotiation when you're pulling away those overused medicines. And lastly, the patients who are contraindicated or refractory to the usual stuff. There's a specific formulation of Suvex, which is a great option. Patients often, no matter how much you educate them, they don't want to take more than one medicine or more than they need, so they delay and they don't want to mix them. But if you put it together in one pill, the adherence goes up, and you'll see the difference in your patients. So we'll just get past this. My second one, I would say usually if they're too side effect prone on sumatriptan, they get that chest tightness or the feeling in their neck or down their arm. It's scary because it sounds like a heart attack. I drop them down to almotriptan, which we often use in children. It's a bit milder, is better tolerated. Frovatriptan I will often use. When they come back, if you drop your frequency, you'll often unmask a perimenstrual migraine. And if you don't ask, you're not going to know. You don't necessarily have to add more daily pills, but if you focus on a regular period and you can predict it on your calendar, you can treat for 3 to 5 days or 3 to 7 days and just minimize the need to take daily medicine. So frovatriptan is a longer acting triptan. It doesn't peak as quickly for relief, but it gives you that broad coverage that may help during a menstrual migraine. For antiemetics, they shouldn't be forgotten. Maxaren, if you work in an emerge department, we always use this as part of the migraine cocktail, but it's really great. Prochlorperazine, for those who can't keep things down, there's a rectal suppository, and all of our French colleagues are using rectal suppositories. I can't convince my patients, I have maybe 1 or 2, but they work really well for those who can't keep stuff down. And ondansetron is lovely for migraine. So you have lots of options. Why should we care about migraine though? You know, like I think a lot of doctors are like, well, it's not really my area, send it to a neurologist. You know, I think the impact can't be underestimated. These are actual quotes from our patients that Christy Tate and I collated. You really start to see how it's insidious. People don't go for promotion or go for a job that they want because they don't think they can take the balance of it. They don't have children or put off kids because they don't think they could handle it. So you have an opportunity to intervene and really change someone's life trajectory by treating this condition that they think they just have to live with. It is the second leading cause of years lost to disability globally across ages and genders, the #1 cause in young women of working years. And so even if you're just callous and you only care about the economic argument, I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit here and an opportunity to help these people. So how good are we at managing it? Well, we know it affects 15 to 20% of the population at some point. There's over 1 billion people with migraine in the world. Formally in Canada, we have about 2.7 million diagnosed formally. In about 50% of those patients, more than a year between when we diagnose it to when they actually, from when they manifest symptoms to the diagnosis. And only less than 1/3 of them who are finally reach all those hurdles and are diagnosed are actually started on the right medicines. So clearly there's a lot of work to be done. If you're lucky enough to find a doctor who puts you on a preventive, if we consider the old medicines, the beta blockers, the topiramate, the antiepileptics, the tricyclics, fewer than 1/5 of them are still taking the medicine at 1 year, which speaks a lot to the tolerability of these medicines and the fact that they're not very efficacious. Now, I want to make the case here that migraine really isn't just a neurology problem. And CMA stopped publishing this in 2019, but they used to give reports on all the breakdown of different specialties. And in Canada, we have just over 1,000 neurologists. And you can see from our age pyramid that many of them are quite top-heavy in age and getting closer to retirement. And so if you think about 15 to 20% of the population having migraine, even with the ones that we have diagnosed, with only 1,000 neurologists, each one would have to make migraine their full-time priority to actually address this problem. And the reality is that most neurologists want nothing to do with migraine. They're too busy treating stroke and MS or other movement disorders and things, and it's really not a priority for them. Just a quick shout out to Cartesian dualism. I mean, we're not going to go down this rabbit hole, but I wanted to bring it up for a reason. You know, Descartes gave us the Cartesian plane, which is lovely, but he also gave us this horrible legacy in neuropsychiatry, that the mind and body are distinct and separable, and perhaps we treat them separately, and this resulted in the schism of neurology and psychiatry. He thought that the pineal gland was where the soul resided because he mutilated some cats and burnt it out, and they developed insomnia and went insane and died. And there's a few logical jumps in there. And I would say that we were left with this legacy, and so classic neurology decided we're going to focus on the circuitry. We're going to look for tumors, strokes, bleeds, things that we can quantify, a break in the circuit, A lot of our understanding of function was developed from lesional studies, so a lot of negativism. And then anything that we couldn't explain using that mechanism, we just attributed to psychiatry, some other kind of principle. And the problem there is a fundamental error in logic. It's all residing in the same chunk of tofu. And this brain is managing all of your other symptoms. And like I mentioned already, anything it can do properly, it can do in a disordered way. And we've come to understand functional conditions in terms of connectivity, more like an orchestra where everyone is seated, but there's a few people playing out of tune. And so that has really changed. And the reason I bring up this dualism is because I think there's a different dualism between neurologists and pain specialists. I have been to pain conferences where there was no headache at all. And I've been to many neurology conferences where we don't talk about any of the pain conditions that pain specialists are focusing on. And so there's this idea, I actually heard this from a mentor. He's like, well, anything from the neck up is neurology, and anything from the neck down is to the pain clinic. And I think that's a little bit of a simplification. And I think hopefully over time, we're going to kind of create more of a global understanding. And of course, we all study this in books, but it's another thing to put it into practice that you're thinking about it holistically. So I think, you know, as a neurologist, I could be doing more to address neuropathic pain and back pain and other types of myofascial issues and getting them on the right track. But I would encourage all other providers to think about screening for migraine, or at least passing them on to somebody who can deal with them if it comes up. And you know, there's more of a link to these conditions than we're willing to admit. You know, adverse childhood events have come up as a really significant risk factor for these problems. And we think there's a critical period in which you're setting your autonomic tone in the insula and other structures where it's rest and digest versus fight and flight. And when something awful happens to you, you're perpetually keyed up and ready for the next attack. And there's a cost to that. And that long term, you develop a series of sequelae that causes central sensitization. And we see in these patients, all of us have these individuals with IBS and fibromyalgia and endometriosis and interstitial cystitis and migraines. And they're often kind of treated as if they're frustrating or difficult. But it's not that they're difficult, it's that we don't have good tools to help them. And I think the other issue here is that it's like that story about the blind scientist touching the elephant. We're all touching a different piece of the elephant and describing it with our own models, but we need to kind of come together and find strategies that are more holistic, like perhaps some of our ancestors might have suggested. And so I would argue that migraine and headache aren't a specialty problem. Migraineurs will present to so many different providers at different points in their care journey, and so it may be as simple as sending them to Migraine Canada if you don't have time, or referring them on to a neurologist or other pain specialists. So we need all hands on deck. So what's in store for migraine as we look forward? Well, I think this is kind of funny. CGRP is not the conclusion here. While it works very well for some individuals, we still have many individuals for whom it is not helpful. And I think we're entering an era of polypharmacy where, for instance, in hypertension or epilepsy, I don't stop just because your seizures went down by 50%. I'm going to keep adding medicines and combining them rationally to aim for seizure freedom. And why should we settle for 50% reduction in headaches? I want migraine freedom. I think that's what the patients want when you ask them. And we've just been telling them that's not reasonable. And I think we can set our sights higher. I listed here some of the targets that are currently under research. And the top two frontrunners, I think, are PACAP, which is the pituitary adenylate cyclase activating polypeptide, similar to CGRP, but it acts in the hypothalamus. And it's a parallel pathway that some basic science research has suggested is complementary to CGRP. So it would make sense rationally to combine it. And psychedelics like psilocybin. We currently have a number of studies that are very promising undergoing in migraine for PTSD. I spoke last year about some of that. And so this is a very exciting time for migraineurs. And I would leave you with the idea that you never tell your patients there's nothing left to do. You know, get them plugged into the patient advocacy committees, the Migraine Canada and everything. They will be up to date on all the developments and they'll be able to find something to treat them. We're not going to go through PACAP. I just wanted to put it in for some reference. There was a really great study that was presented in Korea a year and a half back and published in 2024 that showed some promising changes with the molecule. And we're entering into phase 3 trials in Canada next year, and I'm excited to be taking part in that for my patients. This is a very exciting time for migraineurs. What do these targets mean for you? I mean, the agents that we have are helpful, but not for everybody. We have a possible combination therapy. This is really helping us to understand migraine, but it's not just migraine because this intersects with the orexin system in the hypothalamus and insomnia. This interacts with other chronic pain conditions and mental health conditions. So as we pick away at the corners of these things, we realize it's coming full horseshoe, like neurology and psychiatry are once again uniting, and I think we're going to have a more comprehensive, unified theory of these experiences. So key takeaways: migraine under-recognized, undertreated. It's associated with moderate to severe disability and a lot of economic burden, both to the individual and to the state in a public payer system. And there are many opportunities for these people to be set on the right track, and each one is a fresh ticket. And I would say that the new antibodies and gepants are something that if you haven't tried, really give them a go. You're going to have a couple of success stories and you'll be converted. It really is remarkable. And you know, even for those for whom it doesn't work, there's lots coming for them. So I would say, taking all of this together as a whole, if you think of all those interesting people, you know, the sausage man and the Egyptians drilling holes in people's head, if you practice headache medicine and pain medicine in general, you're joining a really interesting fellowship of people, I think, who are curious. They're observing their patients and listening to their stories. They're not dismissing them. And that kind of close attention is going to give you the insight to make the next big break. So more resources to help you. Headache diaries, you should encourage your patients to keep them. You'll find trends that you can treat. We have a migraine tracker app that's free from Canadian Headache Society that really, you press one button, you got an annual summary you can read quickly in clinic. Send them to Migraine Canada, you know, excellent patient-led group that does a lot of advocacy work for migraineurs and provides wonderful resources that are vetted by neurologists. And if you want to join our Headache Society, we are happy to have you. We have an annual conference that's coming up in the fall. And we provide all sorts of resources for you, from the guidelines to handouts, how to transition care between the specialist and other providers. And then we have a wonderful headache forum that for $100 a year, if you become a member, you can add all your bizarre headache questions about weird phenotypes and strange refractory cases. And there's always one strange neurologist who's up at 4 in the morning who's going to write back to you on the forum. So it's actually kind of a fun community, and you get to hear really interesting cases. This is the diary, just to show you quickly, so you have an idea of what it looks like. Send them to Migraine Canada, like I mentioned. And this will be our conference here in September. I know we're at a conference right now, but I want to do a quick plug for the Canadian Headache Society, and we would love to see you there. There's material for providers of all stripes and different levels of training. So I would encourage you that if you're interested to learn more about headache, we would be delighted. And with that, I will turn the time to questions.
So we have about 10 minutes for questions. At 1:40, please do go back to Convocation Hall. If you came late, I know some of you came late, there's still plenty of food outside. If you've already got your food, feel free to take an extra cookie. You cannot bring the food into Convocation Hall and eat it there, so kind of just keep it hidden in your bags. For those people watching the live stream, we had 12,000 people watching the live stream this morning. Make sure you switch to the live stream in the afternoon. And now we'll open up to about 10 minutes of questions. Thank you so much, Alex.
My pleasure.
Questions.
My pleasure. And so now I hope you'll never look at a Costco hot dog the same way, between the ergot bread and the sausage toxin.
Yeah. Where migraines might not be the primary thing, but they might benefit from all these various drugs in terms of characterizing the level of brain
Absolutely.
sensitization.
Well, what's really interesting, so the question was, when you have these patients who have multiple comorbidities, and I think sometimes even managing their migraines can, for instance, improve their insomnia and allow them to,
depression,
exactly. And what was really interesting, we had a study published on one of the CGRP antibodies recently that showed even if they didn't have a reduction in headache days, their depression and anxiety scores dropped significantly. And so there may be other indications we're just not measuring.
I have a colleague who's, comes from a Polish family, probably farm or stock.
I'm from a Polish family, I know.
Localized.
Yeah.
Now she's in Canada,
yeah.
and she has these neuroinflammatory problems, but it's just paralyzing, you know?
Absolutely.
And it's not migraine, and it's not this and not that.
No.
It's that.
Exactly.
And then can some of these drugs, these newer drugs, that may be acting through brain sensitization as a effect, which then will allow the migraine to resolve itself, could they be used to diagnose their sensitivity to...
Yeah, I think so. Like, you know, all of us have a few of these anecdotes where chronic fibromyalgia and migraine for decades, in and out of pain services, and weirdly, it didn't help her migraines at all, but she went in complete remission with fibro, and she's back to gardening and driving, and you're like, that is not what I expected.
breath away. Baby, I'll treasure every single day. Oh, baby, how long I've waited for you to come my way. Now that the time has come, takes my breath away. I'll always be here and never go away, no, babe. Oh, yeah. Every way's a new way, baby, since you came to stay. Every day's a new day, baby. I am here to say, it's too much. Much too much. I am here to say, I just live much too much. Much too much.
One minute. Woohoo! 1 minute, please.
Okay, everyone. I know everyone's still taking their seats from the long walk from my hall and all of the amazing restaurants you guys were dining in. Take your time filling it in. The staff will show you to your seats as you make your way back. So we're going to start the afternoon portion. We're going to end, and we're going to file out of here with Norm's band leading us for the parade. I really want to thank the 12,000 viewers that were live this morning. We're going to keep building on that number and keep seeing where we land at the end of the day. So we're going to move into the afternoon portion, and I'll let Dr. Dorena lead us off.
All right. So we survived lunch and a deep dive into headaches. And if you're feeling a bit foggy, don't worry, because our next guest specializes in that brain state. So thank you so much. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce Dr. Beverly Orser, a superstar in anesthesiology, a professor at the University of Toronto, and a proud member of the Order of Ontario. She is internationally recognized for discovering how anesthesia inflammation can mess with memory, all thanks to something called extrasynaptic GABA-A receptors.
And I'll tell you that personal message for me, I wouldn't be standing on this stage if it wasn't for Dr. Orser. She's the one who convinced me to do my PhD when I didn't want to do it, and I tried to quit about 3 times doing it. And so the rest was history. I made it through the with the department's support. And lo and behold, she's now the chair of my department, and I have the privilege of introducing her. So she is a member of the U.S. National Academy of Medicine and a fierce advocate for academic excellence. Basically, if the brain had a VIP list, she would be on it. So please help me welcome the brilliant, accomplished, and definitely more alert than the rest of us, Dr. Beverly Urser.
How many recognize that song? Tell me if you, yes. Okay, I got a call from Hans over the weekend, and he said, I want your walk-up call song. And I said, do you believe in magic? And I thought, nobody's going to recognize it. So you made me feel much better. First of all, thank you for that very kind introduction, and thank you for all of you for joining us today. I selected that song when I got the call because the transformation I have seen in pain is nothing short of magical. Now, I've been practicing for over 40 years as a physician and an anesthesiologist, and the changes have been simply astonishing. Pain was once considered simply a byproduct, unfortunate, but a byproduct of surgery or chronic illness. That was the way it was. Subsequently, we started to measure it as a new vital sign, but not much changed in terms of management. However, thanks to many of the people that are going to present today and who are in this room, including Hans and Tanya and the leaders you see here, pain is now a disorder that we can mitigate, we can prevent to great effect. So in a sense, the leaders of the field, many of whom are here, share the spirit that has been attributed to Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, magical thinker, visionary. And it's that magical thinking that allows us to reach beyond the here and now to what could be, to see what the future looks like, where acute and chronic pain are avoided and treated and avoided. Many here in this room practice magical thinking, dreaming about the future. But here it's coupled with rigorous science, practical, clinical, and preclinical approaches, and nothing could be more powerful. We are absolutely delighted that this event is being held in collaboration with the Temerity Faculty of Medicine and our Department of Anesthesiology and Pain Medicine, because we've really changed our attitude to pain, driven by the leaders that are here at this meeting. And we've done so by changing the name of our department, establishing new professorships and chairs in pain medicine. In fact, today we are celebrating our academic day, and I have to go back to that, but 4 of the chairs and professorships we mentioned today are held by our pain team. We've also partnered with our Department of Psychiatry, where together we are tackling really complex, difficult pain disorders, which also involve mood dysregulation. And our pain physicians are using anesthetic drugs to treat psychiatric disorders, so that relationship continues to strengthen. So we're on the cusp of a new era in pain medicine, and this extraordinary event, this extraordinary weekend, is viewed as an inflection point in pain medicine in Canada and around the world. So congratulations to all of you, to Tanya and Hans, and all those involved in planning this event. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy your day.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. Thanks. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks, Bev. Thanks for all you've done for our department and the name change. It was very important to us to have a home for those of us who practice pain medicine. Thank you. So the next person coming up is Dr. Lisa Richardson. She's my girl crush. Don't say anything. She's a physician, an education scholar, a fierce equity advocate, and a proud Anishinaabe leader from Wikwemkoong unceded territory. Dr. Lisa Richardson founded the Center for Wise Practices in Indigenous Health and is rewriting what culturally safe care looks like, not just in theory, but in practice. As interim Vice Dean of Strategy at U of T's Faculty of Medicine, she's shaping the future of Canadian medical education. Her talk will open your heart and sharpen your focus. Please welcome the extraordinary Dr. Lisa Richardson.
They're still locking us up, we'll never be defeated. The only chains around my neck are medallions beaded. Our treaties are broken, these lands are unceded. They use us as tokens, we're still being mistreated. They're raided, they're raided, they're raided, they're raided, they're raided, they're raided.
I don't have anything, Rose, yeah. So when Hans asked me to speak, he actually said it was true TED Talk style. So I don't have slides. I'm ready to speak to the room. And I thought, oh, there's not too large an audience here. Should be okay. And then he told me there are 12,000 people online. So welcome. Welcome. My name is Dr. Lisa Richardson. I'm really excited to be here and really want to thank Hans and Tanya and everyone who's been involved in organizing this conference, such an important event. I actually routinely speak without slides. And I do that because I want to acknowledge different ways of knowing and different ways of being. As an Anishinaabe Kwe, Anishinaabe woman, I think about oratory and the power of oratory as a really important form of knowledge translation and knowledge mobilization for us. And although I can certainly create PowerPoint slides, I love doing that, I love graphic design, for me it's actually about asserting our space in these institutions to be able to use a traditional form of knowledge translation, which is oratory, the oral tradition. I'm going to start also by introducing myself. Traditionally, you heard my bio, but we as Indigenous peoples also like to acknowledge where we're from and our ancestors as a way to acknowledge our connection to the place of our origin. So my background is mixed. I'm proud Scottish, primarily on my father's side, and on my mother's side, I am Anishinaabe from a community called Shebanoning, and registered with Wukwamkong unceded territory. So our territory is unceded. It's about 4 hours north of here on the island that you will know as Manitoulin Island, in a very beautiful place. I also want to acknowledge that we are currently on traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Mississauga of the Credit. So this is an important traditional place also that has been a gathering place for thousands of years. And Takaranto, as it's now known, was a meeting place for nations from across the area. And I always think, as I look around at what Toronto is today, this meeting place, gathering place, a place that welcomes people from many, many different parts of the world, not just Turtle Island, as representative of that history. Isn't that a beautiful idea? And it will tie back in to a concept that I'm going to share with you called All My Relations. What I'm going to do in the next 15 minutes is I'm actually going to encourage you to think a little bit differently, not just about pain, but about well-being in general, and that's going to be based on our teachings. The teachings that I've received from many incredible elders. I'm not sharing them with you in a traditional way. I don't have the privilege of doing that. I am trained as an internal medicine specialist. I practice inpatient medicine, so my training is solidly in that Western medical frame. However, I did start an Indigenous center called Gunawishkadawe, and I work very closely with elders, and am very connected and committed to learning the teachings of my peoples. So the teaching that I want to start with, or the idea that I want to start with, is all about strengths. It's called Thinking About a Strengths-Based Approach. And in order to get there, I'm going to describe the story of my sister, who was a cancer patient. She passed away 1.5 years ago, but lived for a long time in a very rich way, meaningful way, deep way with cancer. In fact, her diagnosis, and she lived with metastatic cancer for 8 years. At the time of diagnosis, the cancer was advanced. It was already involving her bones, so stage 4 disease. It was what would be considered a very devastating diagnosis by anyone and for anyone. And the experience in many of these Western institutions would be to see the pathology of that diagnosis, to see it as a deficit, to see it as a great harm that had occurred to her. She was under the care of a healer at Anishinaabe Health Toronto, who very quickly flipped that around for her and said, this is not going to change you in a negative way. This cancer is transforming you. And so the idea of living with something that transforms her at the deepest level, the mental level, the physical level, cellular level, the emotional level, and the spiritual level, is a very different framing than living with something that is going to kill you, living with something that is a pathology, that is an illness, that is going to completely change your life. Of course, it did change her life. But that framing of living with a cancer as opposed to being in the mindset of battling it was quite a significant one for her. And this idea of how she was transformed by the illness, which eventually did lead to her death, and she's now in the spirit world, but that idea of being transformed by something was a really critical shift. What it represents from my perspective is thinking about being strengths-based. We are taught as medical practitioners to be deficit-based. In fact, that is deeply present when we describe the health and well-being of Indigenous peoples. We have data that constantly speaks to our health gaps. It speaks to the fact that we have higher rates of diabetes, higher rates of amputation, higher rates of suicide, higher rates of end-stage renal disease, and higher rates of metastatic cancer in certain forms. So imagine seeing yourself constantly depicted in that way, not only in the media, not only in our research, but in those interactions with healthcare providers. And in addition to being conceptualized in a deficit-based approach, many of our peoples encounter racism at that point of care, in addition to being in a system that is deeply exclusive and has been. So I am not suggesting that with a strengths-based approach, we ignore the gaps. Those gaps are very significant, but what I'm asking you to do is to understand that those gaps have emerged due to very specific determinants of health. And when we talk about Indigenous social determinants of health, we know that the most significant negative determinant of our health is colonialism and its resultant systems. The reserve system, the residential school system, the 60s scoop, the Indian hospital system, and many others. So we need to understand that those gaps exist in that broader context, but without focusing exclusively on the deficits for our peoples. So what does that mean? Actually, it turns out that one of the most protective determinants of health for our peoples is culture. Culture, language, ceremony, access to our teachings, access to ways of knowing, such as these ideas that I'm talking about right now, being transformed by a condition rather than being diagnosed with it and seeing it as a death sentence. So this idea of switching from deficit-based to strengths-based is extremely critical. I'm going to talk now, when I speak about the protective social determinants of health, about one of the other factors that we know is important for our peoples, and this is self-determination. Self-determination is the right for us to determine what is meaningful, what is important, to practice our own ways of knowing, to practice our own ways of governance, to practice our languages, to have access to all of those cultural practices that were banned or assimilated. In many cases, assimilated. The goal was to assimilate them out of us. If we understand that, that self-determination is protective, then we have to think about what does that mean in the healthcare setting. It means not only having access to those teachings and practices that may be important and meaningful for our well-being, but it also means honoring those rights that we have. And the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in Article 24 speaks specifically about our protected rights. And I just wanted to talk to briefly say what that is. Article 24, number 1, Indigenous peoples have the right to their traditional medicines and to maintain their health practices, including the conservation of their vital medicinal plants, animals, and minerals. Indigenous individuals also have the right to access, without any discrimination, to all social and health services. So this is a very powerful idea, that we have the right to those teachings and those medicines that we've learned from our ancestors, that ancestral wisdom, Indigenous science, alongside the best of this biomedical system that I'm proud to work within and that I certainly uplift and practice in my day-to-day. And this is a concept that's represented in this territory by the Haudenosaunee teaching of the Two-Row Wampum, where we have the ship that's running alongside the canoe, very beautifully running alongside one another, as was the original intent in that treaty negotiation between the Dutch and the Haudenosaunee, where they ran alongside one another, respected one another, and did not interfere with one another. So if we're conceptualizing of health and well-being for Indigenous peoples, we have to think about that protective social determinant of health, which is having access to all of those teachings that many of us do want to seek alongside the best of these institutions that we work within. And for my sister, what that represented was not only having immunotherapy, radiation therapy, 5 different surgeries, but also traditional healing, being under the care of a traditional healer, using our plant medicines, being in ceremony. But there were many moments when there was a disconnect in that the practitioners in the hospital system did not respect or recognize the role of the other for her well-being. So when I speak about that distinction, I don't want you to think that I'm suggesting we don't want to have connection. I've just described to you the journey of my sister where she was able to do both. And that is really what we're seeking in our work, which leaves me to the last concept that I want to share with you that will hopefully be another generative one, in addition to the idea of being strengths-based and protective social determinants of health. And that is the idea of relationality. Being in relation with one another, being in relation with the world, being in relation with ourselves. This is most beautifully articulated to me by a Anishinaabe writer named Richard Wagamese. And I'm going to read with you because every time I read this, I think I could never paraphrase this writing. He wrote this actually in a column. Richard Wagamese was a writer, a thinker, a thought leader, and also a columnist. And he wrote this in the Kamloops back in 2013. When all my relations means that you recognize everything is alive and elemental to your being. There is nothing that matters less than anything else. By virtue of its being, all things are vital, necessary, and a part of the grand whole, because only unity cannot exist where exclusion is allowed to happen. This is the great teaching of this statement. When you say the words all my relations, you mean everything that you are kin to, not just those people who look like you, talk like you, act like you, sing, dance, celebrate, worship, or pray like you. Everyone. You also mean everything that relies on air, water, sunlight, and the power of the earth and the universe itself for sustenance and perpetuation. It's recognition of the fact that we are all one body moving through time and space together. You come to realize, too, that if we could all glean the power of this one short statement, we could change the world. We could evoke brotherhood and sisterhood. We could remind ourselves and each other that we need each other, that there is not a single life that is not important to the whole, or a single thing that is not worth protecting and honoring. Imagine bringing that into your practices as researchers, as leaders, as providers, as patients. A very powerful teaching about how we are all connected. So when I speak about the ship and the canoe, I want us to understand that we are all also interconnected. And I leave that beautiful idea from Richard Wagamese, which is not Richard's idea, it's an ancestral teaching. It is a form of knowledge that has been a story, a way of being that has been with us for hundreds of years. I leave that with you as a way to reimagine how you're caring for yourselves and your patients, particularly as we think about living with pain. And how do we shift from focusing on the deficits to focusing on our strengths? Miigwech, 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 miigwech. We say that in the 4 directions in honor of all of those spaces. Thank you.
Well done.
Is that okay?
Well done. Here you go.
Is that okay?
Nice. We have a question. Hold on. We just have a question from online. You spoke about the essential importance of relationships. How is social media affecting this? Do you have any questions, comments about how social media is affecting relationships in our Indigenous communities?
So it's a great point, great question. And I think we would often jump to, well, it's hard to be relational when, particularly to have the depth of relationships when you're not seeing one another, when you're not connected to one another. But what we've actually seen for social media and the networks that have been created, particularly for Indigenous youth, is it's extremely powerful. So if you're living in a remote community and you're living with a condition where you may be quite isolated, being able to network into a community of people with similar experiences, Indigenous youth, elders from across Turtle Island, is extremely powerful. So, you know, as with everything, it's not just as simple as one extreme, as one or another. And I think that really encapsulates this idea of relationality, that there are always numerous perspectives, numerous dimensions.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Lisa Richardson. Thank you so much, Lisa. Any which way you want. You can go any which way you want. All right, so we're going to do something different. We have a bit of a fireside chat. So I'm really thrilled to introduce 3 giants in research and leadership. We all know Dr. Hans Clark is the president of the Canadian Pain Society with a really, really long bio, so we'll let him introduce himself. There's 2 other real leaders here as well. We have Dr. Aristotle Buenescos. He's a psychiatrist and senior vice president at CAMH, director of the Campbell Family Mental Health Research Institute. He serves as the joint vice president for CAMH-UHN partnership. So there's a partnership between CAMH, which is our local mental health hospital, and UHN. He's a brain science superstar. And then last but not least, we also have Dr. Alexander Cottarella. He's the CEO of the Canadian Centre of Substance Use and Addiction. He's a family doc, he's bilingual, he's a healthcare ninja, and a man who's worked everywhere from downtown Toronto to Nunavut to make care more humane and accessible. So let's turn up the heat, metaphorically of course, and hear some thoughts on the biggest challenges and maybe opportunities facing us today with regards to pain, substance use, and mental health.
Yeah, it's on.
Well, thank you, Dr. Dorena. Thank you for that introduction. And gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. So I hope this is where it's going to come a little bit full circle in terms of, our ministers this morning talking a little bit about mental health and addiction. And so I've been sitting in this space, and I think a lot of people in this room were mad at me about a decade ago, and I said, this is something we have to address. And, it's certainly not what the mental health side of things. Dr. D.
It's a fireside chat.
Welcome to the fireside chat.
All right, go. You can
okay, you guys can roast, I'll talk. Okay, all right, there we go.
There's no fire,
and
but you can eat it.
And
seriously.
So,
right, Lily? You
always full of surprises. All right, so, about a decade ago when I started to say, hey, this is something we have to address, and the psychiatrist and the mental health side of things said 1 in 4 people we see has an addiction issue because of their opioid, and I said that is not true. That is not the data. Our data will speak differently, and it's probably 1 in 10%. And it's on us to figure out how we actually help our patients and monitor things as this moves forward. But no matter how many interviews I continue to do across this country and internationally, what is the only thing people want to talk about when I want to talk about pain? They want to talk about OxyContin. And this is something that has to stop and has to change. And we're moving that. We've moved the needle. We've reduced our prescribing. And so the one thing that's clear, though, is all of the money and a lot of the resources have gone towards harm reduction, gone towards, safe supply. And we're 10 years into this crisis, and we haven't really seen a shift from a mortality perspective. And so I've been saying for years that I think we need to talk about bringing the pain piece to the equation. And I was very fortunate that Dr. Cottarella was the one who reached out to me to say, hey, why don't you come and speak at some of our meetings, et cetera. I was welcomed in. We had some of these discussions. And he was also the one who said, why don't we enter into a little bit of a memorandum of understanding? And I thought to myself, this is what we should have been doing a decade ago to get the solutions and move the needle in the direction that we needed to go. And so I hope that, and one of the reasons I wanted to do this in a public space, and it's not on it's not on our program, because this is really for our society and others to really think about and talk about. And so I'm going to start the first question to Aristotle and to Alex. Alex, I'll start with you. So what do you think has caused the worsening of the opioid crisis, despite all of the attention attributed over to the past decade?
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for having us, but also for absolutely talking about this need of looking more at this intersection. So, what's happened, I think there's been a couple of key pieces that we really need to keep in mind. I think the first part is there have been some really big collaborative challenges. I think there's a lot of pain, a lot of hurt, a lot of death, and everyone wants to find that perfect solution. And time again, we see there's not a silver bullet. There's not a one-size-fits-all for complex problems. So I think everyone's been trying to advance a perfect solution. We haven't spent nearly as much time saying, instead of talking about how do we make sure every patient, every person has access and is able to access it in a timely way. So I think that's where a lot of our energy is going to go. I think the second part that's really important is the landscape has shifted dramatically. So we are now in what we call a synthetic drug era. It's like drugs are not longer dominated by the plant-based drugs. Now drugs are everywhere. They're cheaper, they're easier to get, they're easier to make. It means that our approaches around prevention, treatment, all these different things need to be different. And so I think some of it's an overarching need to adapt. I think we are seeing some positive signs in some jurisdictions with reductions, but I think that there's some fundamental cultural things we need to be looking at.
Thoughts, Aristotle?
Maybe I can just pick up on the second point about the synthetic drugs and the way maybe some drugs, not just opioids, are different today than they were decades ago. So these are almost like, specifically guided missiles for the brain that are perfectly synthesized to capture the brain and hijack it in a way that, was less precise before. So I think that the availability of some of those substances in that way, can make it very hard to not be captured by the drug specifically, but also how quickly it can happen. And then I think everyone knows this. There's just a lot more availability, both from over-the-counter prescription and then other kinds of illicit sources than there ever has been. So it's a tough situation.
And Aristotle, I'll stay with you. So that data that we saw in the fall with the Ontario High School Drug Survey, that was pretty surprising. I forgot to put the slide in, but it's just to give the audience, if you haven't seen the data. So if, everyone thinks cannabis is on the rise, and we all know that in the younger generation, alcohol is doing a kind of a downward trend. But the only drug that showed a bit of a spike and an upwards trend was prescription opioid. So after a decade of all of this teaching, we're in this scenario. So I'm curious, it came out of your institution. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, so Hans is referring to a survey that was led by Haley Hamilton, who's one of our scientific leaders, who runs Ontario Student Drug and Health Survey. And you're right, the opioid, I think about 1 in 5 young people, so this is 12 to 17-year-olds who are in school, about 1 in 5 young people acknowledged having tried something that was opioid-related. It's a survey, so it's very hard to know at this point. It's very early data, anything causal. So I feel a little cautious about diving into the why at this stage. I think there's more work that needs to be done.
I have a why.
You have it, Mike.
No, sorry.
Well, and curious about your why, Hans. I mean, for us, I think a couple of things that are really important around this, and I think you're absolutely right in the caveats you put there. But some of the pieces, so first of all, we're now 10 years into this crisis. The kids who are teens now, they were 5, 6, 7 at the beginning of this. I think one of the things is, again, when we haven't been able to look at it holistically, one of the things we haven't seen as much investment in is prevention. And how do we actually work? And I think this is, again, why it's so important for us to be talking about this intersection of pain and substance use and addiction, because of this fact that if we're dealing with higher risk populations, what are we doing to really support their overall health? So that's the first part. It's kind of, I think a lot of the people who saw the immediate, overwhelming tragedy, like these kids weren't around for that part. They've kind of, this is the new normal. I think the second part, and this is what we've seen, is we saw a lot of pills at the beginning, this OxyContin, as you're saying, fake pills, switch to powder. Now we're seeing the reemergence of pills. And so, what we need to be talking a lot about, not only why people use drugs or alcohol, we need to be talking about why people use a particular drug or alcohol. You hinted at, the younger generation is already coming, they want less to do with alcohol than any previous generation. We know things like availability, cost affect these things, but so does culture and acceptance and understanding. And so I think we have a lot more to do around helping younger people understand maybe some of the messages that we put out a lot 10 years ago too.
Yeah, both great answers. Yours was a little safe, Aristotle. So I'm going to give you my take. We can put it in the think tank now that we're at the same institution. And I'll say that, one of my thoughts are we worked so hard to reduce our opioid prescribing, and when our pain patients go to the pharmacy today, they get the Inquisition asked about their 8 or 10 Percocet pills. And from a harm reduction perspective, we can prescribe 2,000 milligrams in certain pharmacies, and that's what we do, and that's all fine. But I think because that pipeline has been squeezed so much, and as Alex said, we've got all this synthetic products, et cetera, and accessible products, that I think people understand. If you can get a prescription opioid in today's society, it's probably the safest thing that you can have, if that is the space you want to dance in. Hypothesis, but that was my why.
And just really quickly, so one of the things I think is really, when we talk to our European colleagues, one of the things that's amazing is, there's always this fear, okay, what are you going to do when fentanyl lands on your shores? And they say, you know what? We know probably at some point we're going to have a fentanyl problem. But fentanyl has already landed on our shores repeatedly. It just hasn't entrenched itself. And there's still this perception in our culture here that you can treat pain, you can treat mental health issues, you can treat hurt with a pill. And it doesn't exist in the same way in many European cultures, this idea of problem, pill. And so until we get to the basis of that, there's still this desire, and we're still going to see this need to reach out for problem, pill.
Love it. I love what you're saying, Alex. That brings us on to kind of de-siloing things. Like, it's so great working in pain because we all work together with different types of teams. And I think that's what has to happen in medicine. But hence, how do you see bringing the 3 organizations together here, the Canadian Pain Society, CAMH, the Canadian Centre for Substance Use? We still kind of function
separately.
So I think Alex just hit it on the head. And you know, you're looking at a room of multidisciplinary care. That's what the pain space is. And unfortunately, you're right, pills for a solution. And we've hopefully moved beyond that here. And so the way I see this kind of continuing forward as a cohesive unit is a couple of ways. The first is, if we can be a united front as we talk to our policymakers, as we talk to actually how we go about integrating change in this complex problem, one size doesn't fit all, and even folks like Tara Gomes, who's done all of this research solely on the opioid harms, has now brought pain into that equation and said, where's that part of this solution? And so a united front is a powerful front. And I know my basic science colleagues are out there asking, so, you know, how does that build? And if we build an ecosystem that has the ability to support it from top down and bottom up, vice versa, there will be lots of opportunities for everybody in the game and all of the multidisciplinary teams. So that's from a financial perspective. The second is the most important part, and we have a symposium tomorrow afternoon. Dr. Callan Williams from Yale, actually, is one of our postdocs who's now going to be appointed at CAMH. And she's really focused on the intersection of pain, alcohol, smoking, opioids, benzodiazepines, you name it. And we're thinking about creating some new care paths and de-siloing this as we move forward. And that really is the answer as we move forward. And that's how these three organizations and institutions can work together, canvass the policymakers, and make policies that are cross-cutting, not solely one side of the spectrum or the other. And you know what we do in Canada and most of the world? We go from one swing to the other side of the pendulum and never land in the middle. And so let's all land in the middle and make both sides of the equation better.
I love it. Thanks. So Aristotle, I wanted to ask you, you're playing a lead role in the partnership between the University Health Network and the Center of Addiction and Mental Health. So really great programming. So the mental health and physical medicine really existing together. So congratulations on moving this forward. Why is this important, and what impact are you envisioning for patient care?
Thanks, Tanya. So there's a lot of people who help bring this together. I have a role sitting with both teams, and the core idea of this partnership is to ensure that all of the people, at least our organization, two organizations take care of, have outstanding mental and physical health care. So a lot of people living with mental illness often have a mortality rate and an earlier mortality. So people with severe mental illness will die 15 to 20 years earlier, usually because of undiagnosed or undetected or underdetected physical health conditions like cancer, cardiovascular disease, and so on. And on the flip side, patients with cardiovascular disease or other illnesses are much more likely to have depression, people with respiratory disease, anxiety, and so on and so forth. And then those things in that context can be factors in relation to readmission, prolonged length of stay, having challenges following up with care. So the idea is that we take Canada's leading general hospital and Canada's leading mental health hospital and create a really tight partnership. And there's a number of initiatives that we've already started to move forward across organizations. That's at the clinical care piece, which is number one because it's patient-centered, but also in research. And then even in education and training, what we've come to realize is there's never going to be enough psychiatrists and psychologists to take care of all the mental health and addictions issues out there. So the idea is to find ways to upskill frontline providers and others to be able to both detect and support people with mental health and addiction challenges. So there's a lot there. There's a lot more I can talk about, but we're putting a lot of work in together across organizations to make this happen.
Congratulations. That's huge. Right. So, Hans, you were going to ask me a question.
I am. So, Madam President.
Madam President.
Madam President. As we're considering entering to this partnership with these organizations, the one thing that I think we have the opportunity to do is to ensure that this is a sustainable plan, right? And so what are your thoughts in terms of how, you're going to attack this when you become the president?
So I run the Toronto Academic Pain Medicine Institute, and we're a partnership amongst the 5 academic institutions that have pain clinics in the general Toronto area. So it's the greater Toronto area. And we review 7,000 referrals. Like Christian is one of them. He's standing, poor guy. We didn't even make him sit down. And so he's responsible for, him and the team, responsible for adjudicating those referrals. In 2018, we were declining 11% of those referrals because of active substance use and untreated mental health disorders. And then after an influx of money kindly from the ministry, there was a significant decrease in wait times. So funding is really important. So I think if we highlight the fact that with a little bit of funding, you can make a huge difference in your wait lists. Our wait lists at CAMH, we have an IPARC program, which is an addiction and mental health program for people with pain at CAMH. Our wait list went down from 360 days to a month and a half after ministry funding. So today you can get an appointment in a month and a half, which is it's better than waiting a year. So I think kind of putting our heads together to try to find ways of getting funding to manage this together. It does not exist in silos, just like the video said at the very beginning. We can't treat these things in silos. So having separate hospitals, you know, we should be programs together. So I think putting our heads together.
Sounds like the future is bright. So this was not haphazardly thrown here. We're now about to talk about psychedelics. We're now about to hear about the post-war on drugs era. And, you know, in this kind of last 30 seconds, I want to thank both of you, first of all, for your bravery in standing in front of a room of the pain community and talking about substance use and talking about, you know, the de-siloing of mental health and its interplay. So is there anything you want to leave us with, you know, the last 30 seconds as we turn the floor over to our next speaker?
I mean, I think pain is the perfect prism through which to look at the connection between mental and physical health and addiction too. It's you know, something that struck me as a really amazing opportunity. It's a huge challenge, but it is an extraordinary opportunity, I think, whereby, you know, even though there's a challenge of, you know, one thing then comes with another and comes with another, then there's also an opportunity whereby if you perhaps help in one direction, you might also help with issue 2 and issue 3, for example. So I think it's a really exciting place to be, and congratulations on putting all this together.
Yeah, and I am really excited about the potential of looking more at this intersection and figuring out what we can do. When we have such high prevalence rates of pain, such high prevalence rates of issues with substance use, this cannot be a specialist problem. It has to become an everyone problem. We've been working a lot more with small towns and cities, actually. We just brought together mayors from across the country. And what was amazing is they get it. It's the health system that doesn't get it. They're saying, you know, I have an automotive assembly plant in my community. I got tons of people on pain. Why is it that I got to pick one door or another for them to go through? And so I think what we're hearing is we need to start listening to the communities, and we need to find ways to be working together. We need to find ways to really just deliver on these pieces. They know, and they're saying exactly what they need. Our most recent stats are showing $20 billion a year lost productivity linked to substance use and addiction. And so, and I'm sure the costs around pain are even greater.
It's double.
So if we really are serious, as our new Prime Minister is talking about investing in the economic wellness of this country, investing in people, we gotta start listening to them, and we gotta say, okay, people who have substance use issues are gonna have pain, people who have pain are gonna have substance use issues. How are we gonna help them get better, get well? I mean, we can debate as much as we want the more controversial elements of things. There's the reality that probably 80% of people living in this country do not have access to evidence-based substance use health interventions. And I think the pain community is going to be a huge, huge part. And I cannot wait to work more closely together to get those things into people's hands so we can help each other out.
Amazing. Well, thank you guys again. And I think we're going to bring Dr. Pereira out to keep the day rolling.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that fireside chat. It's time to meet probably the only person in the world who's combined Harvard plus Johns Hopkins and economics and ambulatory anesthesia and psychedelics, and still somehow seems quite relatable. Dr. Karim Ladha is a research powerhouse with over $16 million in grant funding, more than 150 publications. He's basically a unicorn who wears scrubs, and he's here to talk to us about whether so-called magic mushrooms might help with chronic pain. And let's be honest, if there's anyone who's going to help you responsibly dose that with science and curiosity, it's Karim. Please welcome Dr. Karim Ladha.
Don't worry, baby. Just call my name. I'll be there.
To fathom hell or soar angelic, just take a pinch of psychedelic. Now, while you may have heard the word psychedelic before, what you may not know is its Canadian origins. So Dr. Humphrey Osmond was a psychiatrist who moved from the UK to Saskatchewan, and he was interested in studying LSD. If you've ever been to Saskatchewan, this sort of makes sense. But what he wanted to do is give patients with alcohol use disorder LSD to instill fear and get them to stop using alcohol. A weird hypothesis, but he went ahead. He gave the LSD, and instead he witnessed very dramatic reactions from his patients. He wanted to figure out a word to describe what they were experiencing. So he began writing rhymes with his friend Aldous Huxley, an American author, and he came up with this rhyme with the word psychedelic. It stems from the Greek word psyche, to mean mind or spirit, and delun, to mean to show. Today, psychedelics mean any class of medication or substance that causes a change in mood, perception, or cognition. But if you think about it, that applies to a lot of drugs. And as an anesthesiologist, I have a whole drawer full of medications that can change your consciousness. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, it's important to understand that as we've learned in Dr. Richardson's talk, a lot of the things we do predate Western medicine. These drugs, plants, compounds have been used for thousands of years by humans, both as therapies but also in spiritual ceremonies. The modern psychedelic era, though, begins in Switzerland when Albert Hofmann synthesized LSD and accidentally took it right before going on a very famous bike ride on his way home. In the 1960s, psychedelics began being used as recreational substances. And pretty soon they were blamed for an anti-government movement, and they quickly became Schedule I drugs. Now, there has been a reemergence of psychedelics, particularly two, MDMA and psilocybin. And you can't turn on Netflix, open a magazine, or go to social media without seeing some headline like this, whether it be a CEO trying to get a leadership edge, someone trying to kill Alzheimer's disease or long COVID, and even maybe chronic pain. But the question for us is, how can these substances be used towards chronic pain? It's something that patients are asking, it's something that providers are asking, it's something that policymakers want to know. Are these substances truly a panacea? Can they solve our problem? Or are they harmful, and should we stay away? Well, as a scientist, our first reaction to do anything when we have a question is to do a review of the literature. And so my colleague Akash Goel and I, what we did is we looked at all the data out there that is published on psychedelics and chronic pain. And we found a lot of articles, but it came down to 20 studies. And they looked at things like migraines, headaches, phantom limb pain, cancer pain. The two most common drugs studied were LSD and psilocybin. But there was only one randomized controlled trial of 10 patients, meaning that the quality of evidence that we typically use to make decisions in medicine was not there. And so we said, okay, you know what? Well, we know how to do a clinical trial. So let's go and do this. So we asked our patients, we went to our pain clinic and we interviewed them, and we said, would you be interested in participating in a trial on psychedelics? And what was interesting is 77% said yes, they were willing to participate. But what was more surprising is that 15 of the 26 had already tried a psychedelic to help with their pain. To us, this meant that we needed to move and move fast because our patients needed the data. One of the things we struggled with, though, when we were designing our trial is what is an adequate control? And so we turned to the previous literature again. And so there's no shortage of psychedelic-related trials in the mental health space. People have been using psilocybin to study depression for some years. And so if you do research, you'll recognize some of the fonts from these examples. They're from journals like the New England Journal, JAMA, Lancet, more prestigious journals than I'll ever publish in. But when they looked at psychedelics, they did something interesting. They randomized patients to either getting psilocybin at 25 milligrams, which will make you hallucinate for 6 to 8 hours, or give you a dose of 1 milligram, which is essentially inert. And so you had patients who were supposed to be blinded to their allocation. They weren't supposed to know what they got. And so one group went in and they sat with 2 therapists and they hallucinated for 6 to 8 hours. The other group took the pill, which was at 1 milligram, and had an awkward 6 to 8 hours with 2 therapists, wondering when something was going to happen. And so it's no surprise that a lot of these trials were positive. And this is one of the reasons why MDMA was not approved by the FDA. And so we thought and we said, well, can we do something better? And so we looked and we found these interesting articles. And so what people have done in the past is they've actually given people dextromethorphan, which is the active ingredient in cough syrup. And what they found is that if you give high-dose dextromethorphan, you can make someone hallucinate for 6 to 8 hours, and sometimes people can't tell whether they're getting a classical psychedelic or cough syrup. And so with that was born the Peace Pain Study. So we have funding from CIHR to do this pilot. We're looking at 30 patients with neuropathic pain, and we're randomizing them to either getting psilocybin or dextromethorphan. Both groups will get psychotherapy, and this trial is currently ongoing and recruiting actively right now. So I often get asked why I'm interested or why I do this, and I think it's important to understand why I'm excited. So the first thing is the armamentarium of a pain physician is quite limited. I am tired and fed up of seeing patients who have to resort to getting medical assistance and dying because we simply do not have the tools to help them. And so if something shows promise and the preliminary data suggests that there is plausibility, we should do everything to pursue this. This is not a new drug. I don't need billions of dollars or decades. We can get this from Queen Street. But I think the other important thing, and Dr. Cottarella mentioned this in his talk, is it's not the same old just giving someone a pill anymore. Instead, integral to psychedelics is the therapy part. And even in a multidisciplinary clinic, in a pain clinic, we sometimes operate in silos. But with psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, we simply cannot do that. You need both the biologic and the psychologic. But I think it's important that we be cautious with this. We've made mistakes in the past with opioids, with cannabis, saying that things are simply too safe. It's easy to fall back on the fact that these substances have been around for thousands of years to say that nothing can go wrong. We've done trials, and while there have been no adverse events, it's important to note that these studies excluded many patients that we would see in our pain clinic. And so, it's important that we don't deny that adverse events can happen. I can't think of any drug that doesn't have a negative side effect. But instead, we have to acknowledge it and understand it to prevent it from happening in our patients. The other concern is scalability. I love working with my psychologists. I wish I could clone them, but there's simply not enough of this to make this widespread. It is incredibly hard for me to see a chronic pain patient and get them seen by a psychologist, let alone have 2 sitting with them for 6 to 8 hours during a session, not to mention the before and after. One of the things we're working on at Women's College with my colleague Nilesh Sonaji, who's in the back, is the idea of group-assisted psychotherapy. And can we do this in a more efficient manner? And then finally, the one thing that I think is really interesting is I presented this trial to someone who does a lot of work in psychedelics, and they said, well, your control is too good. And I said, well, what do you mean? I need a good control. That's what a clinical trial is. Don't I want something that's going to be psychoactive? And what they said to me sort of gave me pause, and it makes me think. So when we do this work, we can give someone ketamine. We can give someone psilocybin. We can give someone MDMA. We can even do breath work to induce an altered state of consciousness. And so what does it mean when we have these techniques and substances that work on completely different mechanisms of action, but they all seem to treat the same disease? And is it simply that we're altering someone's consciousness and that's why they're getting a benefit, or is it the drug itself? But I think it's an important question that makes us think about chronic pain and how we treat it. And so I want to leave you with this slide, and this is something I talk about a lot. So this is something called the Gartner Hype Cycle. The Gartner Group is a consulting company, and as you know, consulting companies charge a lot of money to apply the same framework over and over again to different problems. And so I'm going to pretend I'm a consultant today. And so the Gartner Hype Cycle was initially developed to describe new and emerging technologies. But it actually aptly describes what happens for chronic pain interventions as well. And so what happens is you have an innovation trigger, you get this peak of inflated expectations, you go through down to this trough of disillusionment, you climb the slope of enlightenment to the plateau of productivity. And if we think about things that we have today, so opioids, I think we're finally at a place with opioids where we say that there's a role for them, we understand how to use them, we're on the plateau of productivity. Cannabis, if you remember, millions of dollars were given to researchers to do studies on pain in cannabis. Now, you can't find any. We're at the trough of disillusionment. And so for psychedelics, right now we are at the peak of inflated expectations. And what is important is that as we as a scientific community and chronic pain providers and patients, that we maintain our impartiality, we keep our nuance so that we can understand these things and figure out what it is. And through research, we can get to this plateau of productivity. I'm not saying don't be hopeful. I'm not saying don't be excited. But if we do the studies correctly, we'll do right by our patients and make sure that everybody stays safe and has a good time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Latta. There is a few questions that came in online, and we're just going to put the QR code back up. And so I thought this was a good one for you. So psychedelics and psilocybin in particular is very serotonin kind of mechanism of action. So is there any expectation this will be any different to the other serotonin drugs we have in the market?
Yeah, I mean, the other serotonin drugs on the market don't necessarily make you hallucinate for 6 to 8 hours. So I think that's one of the key things that we have to figure out is it truly a serotonin effect or is it something else? And they've been studies where they've looked at brain networks and functional connectivity. I'm not a neuroscientist, so apologies to anyone who is. But I think what we truly do not understand is how these drugs work, and as a class and even individually, and that's something we need to focus on more.
Thank you, sir. So we're going to move on. Thank you for that. And our next speaker has really changed drug policy around the world, and he's actually made it make sense. Ethan Nadelmann is the founder of the Drug Policy Alliance, a legendary harm reductionist, and a tireless champion for treating addiction as a health issue. Not a criminal one. His TED Talk has now over 2 million views, and you want to hear Ethan speak. And his podcast, Psychoactive, is a must-listen for anyone who wants to rethink what justice actually means. If anyone can talk about what comes after the war on drugs, it's Ethan. I'd like you to please welcome the policy rock star himself, Ethan Nadelmann.
Damn, missed the words of Leonard Cohen's song. Well, it's good to be here. I'm going to talk about the broader issue of drug policy, and it's great to follow both the presentation by Karim about psychedelics and the other marshmallow circle over here about addiction and pain. I should say I'm coming at this from a couple of perspectives. One is just vis-a-vis Canada. One is I started college even though I'm a New Yorker, I started college 50 years ago at McGill. And so I have some Canadian university experience. And the other part is that in my own work, Canada was at times a role model for what we should do in the United States. And I came up here often. I had allies in Canada. I testified before your Canadian Senate. I advised the Vancouver mayors, going back to Philip Owen and Sam Sullivan and Larry Campbell and Gregor Robertson, and working with activists here and professionals and what have you. And lastly, as somebody coming from the southern Colossus beneath your border, I do want to apologize. Although for us, many of us see your recent election results as perhaps the only great silver lining so far in the election of Donald Trump in my country. And I wish your Prime Minister all the best luck when he meets with our president next Tuesday and who accuses him of having to have tariffs because you haven't done enough on the fentanyl issue. But good luck with that. Now, I also come from this from a perspective of pain from two perspectives. One is a personal experience with pain, who had 3 severe attacks of lower back pain and sciatica, got diagnosed with L4, L5, L5S1, herniated disc. At the age of 34, was 2 days away from having surgery. A friend of mine was Andrew Weil. How many of you have heard of Andrew Weil, kind of leader in integrative medicine? I encourage you to look him up. Sort of a pioneer of integrative medicine. And he told me to read a book by a fellow named John Sarno called Healing Back Pain. How many of you heard of the book by John Sarno called Healing Back Pain? I encourage all of you to read it. For me, it was an extraordinary cure that put my back pain and sciatica behind me and that transformed my understanding of the mind-body relationship. So even if you didn't get every fact right there, it was monumental for me. On the other hand, it's also the case that in becoming motivated to oppose the war on drugs, the issue of opioids and opiophobia was a major issue that we had to deal with. In trying to build an organization and a political movement to end the war on drugs and the punitive prohibitionist policies associated with it, one of the issues among the dozens in which the war on drugs was screwing up good public policy was in the area of pain management and the opiophobia that was pervasive, the massive undertreatment, right, especially of acute pain, but even the ways of failing to think creatively about chronic pain. And so that issue became part of my own consciousness in mobilizing people and building coalitions of people working on diverse areas to try to come up with rational policies. Now, when I speak about drug policy reform, I should say that, you know, maybe 30% of the work of my organization, Drug Policy Alliance, was focused on cannabis reform, medical marijuana, reducing marijuana arrests, getting rid of the racially biased arrests, and ultimately responsible policy of control, legalization of cannabis. The second 30% was focused on taking on mass incarceration and the ways in which the war on drugs was driving mass incarceration and reducing the role of mass incarceration in my country. And the third was treating drug use and addiction as a health issue, not a criminal issue, right? The harm reduction approach, which began with the work around needle exchange and access to sterile syringes to reduce the spread of HIV/AIDS and Hep C and other things like that, and then moved into the area of overdose prevention, increasing the availability of naloxone and Good Samaritan laws and all of that, and educating Americans about proper approaches in European countries. And am I talking too quickly for you as a New Yorker? Am I talking too quickly? I could slow it down. Nah. Okay. And I should say Canada, at various points, was a role model. I mean, I have to say, in 2003 at our biennial conference, we put Canada up on the main stage, right? We gave our biggest award to 2 mayors of Canada, Philip Owen, who sacrificed his political career to advance safe injection sites, and Larry Campbell, who was a major leader and then became a leader in the Senate, and a remarkable member of the Conservative Party from Quebec, Pierre-Claude Nolan, who had really been the champion of sensible drug policy in a very peculiar way in the early part of this century, right? So we know that Canada was a major leader, and then the embarrassment for so many of our Canadian allies when your Stephen Harper became Prime Minister, and then we got Obama, who finally opened up to progressive drug policy, at least in his second term. So my hope is when I look at Canada, we've oftentimes looked at Canada as a role model, as an inspiration for doing the right thing in the United States, whether it was about harm reduction, whether it was about, to some extent, about cannabis, and a whole range of other areas. Even on psychedelics, some of the openness around psychotherapists prescribing or using psilocybin and other substances like that here is a positive development for us. Now, it's also been true of Canada that although you've never been as harsh and as terrible as the United States, I've heard Canadian allies say, you know, when it comes to drug policy in Canada, this was some years ago, and especially with respect to cannabis, that our bite is worse than our bark. In other words, we talk like we're being gentle, but in fact, our policies are far more punitive than they were in Western Europe, although nothing like the way they were in the United States, right? Now, I want to dig down into a few specific drug policies. First of all, with respect to cannabis, I've been involved in this for just about 40 years, right? The fact that Canada became about 7 years ago, right, the second country in the world after Uruguay to legalize cannabis nationally. I mean, we in the United States took the lead on the legalization, right? Medical marijuana, the medical marijuana strategy we pioneered in 1996 and in the late 90s helps explain the paradox of the fact that the United States, the global champion of the war on drugs for the last century, nonetheless became the global leader when it came to legally regulating cannabis. But the fact that Canada leaped forward and became the second country after Uruguay to do it, I think is something to really be applauded. And I have to say that as we worry, as cannabis use becomes more common, we know cannabis is a drug. We know people can have a problem with cannabis. We know cannabis can cause elements of delusion and other sorts of problems. But let's not forget that the #1 reason we moved forward on the legalization of cannabis was to end the negative consequences of cannabis prohibition, to end the hundreds of thousands of people being arrested, primarily young people of color, to end all of the sorts of ways in which people were being punished in the civil system, fired from their jobs because of drug testing that had nothing to do with their capabilities in the job place, inhibiting the role of research into medical marijuana. That, keep in mind, as the media looks for the new stories about cannabis being the new terrible drug or how cannabis has changed so much, don't forget why we need to always turn our back on cannabis prohibition, and that the challenge needs to be to understand the ways in which we can maximize its benefits and minimize its harms. Right? If you think about it, the broader framework of drug policy and harm reduction is accepting the historical fact that there's never been a drug-free society, more or less, in human history, that there's never going to be one, that we have no choice but to learn how to live with these substances so they cause the least possible harm and, in some cases, the greatest possible benefit. That ultimately drug policies need to be driven by values grounded in science, health, compassion, and human rights. That needs to be the basic framework. It's also understanding that when you as medical practitioners or health practitioners are looking at the people in front of you, you're also looking at, you're part of a bigger puzzle, a bigger piece, where what also matters is what's happening with respect to the social welfare system and the criminal justice system, what's happening with respect to illicit markets, what's happening with respect to human rights. Part of my role and sort of, playing a role in building a drug policy reform movement in the U.S. and around the world was understanding that we needed to integrate all of these sorts of things. It needed to understand that when we push for harm reduction policies, for safe injection or needle exchange or safe supply approaches to dealing, with drug addiction and the reality of fentanyl, that at the same time we did that and pushed at it from a public health and a human rights perspective, we had to understand that our best allies needed to be the police and law enforcement, because if they were not bought into this as well, ultimately this thing was not going to succeed. Safe injection sites, safe supply policies. I don't know in Canada, I think the problem here is you haven't been bold enough about them. I see some of the provincial and urban governments pulling back on safe supply at this point, or in Ontario talking about shutting down safe injection sites, not based upon any evidence that they're doing harm, because the evidence overwhelmingly shows that the safe injection sites, or what we sometimes call overdose prevention centers, are in fact reducing overdose fatalities. But the police need to be bought into this. Communities need to be bought into this, right? It's reasonable to say to somebody who is a struggling street, drug injecting, addict that, listen, we're now providing a safe place for you to use these drugs, and therefore you will be arrested if you are doing this stuff out on the streets and disturbing people who are walking around and scaring their kids and all this sort of stuff. It's about finding the effective compromises in our society. Now, I want to throw out a provocative point to you as well. When it comes to something like fentanyl, fentanyl was such a game changer, right? Until fentanyl came around, the vast majority of opioid overdoses were not a result of people simply taking too much heroin. They were typically a result of people using heroin in combination with alcohol or benzos or other drugs. They were more accurately defined as toxic or fatal drug combinations. Fentanyl changed that. Fentanyl all by itself could kill you, right? Fentanyl was a game. Now, if we ask about the emergence of illicit fentanyl in my country and yours and how and why that happened, we see... some of it's just the ingenuity and venality of the illicit market and the narcos and all of that. But I want to throw an interesting question to you just to think about. We blame typically the Purdue farmers and the pharmaceutical companies for their over-promotion, right, and of OxyContin and other things. And that was definitely played a significant role, beginning at the start of this century. But we also know that what happened as we became increasingly effective in cracking down on the pharmaceutical companies and cracking down on physicians who were prescribing opioids both legitimately and illegitimately, we saw the emergence of Mexican heroin coming into the country. And then we saw the emergence of fentanyl. So a little policy question to throw your way. Imagine if the crackdown on pharmaceutical opioids had been much less intense. Would that have resulted in fentanyl not emerging in its stead? Would, from a policy and health perspective, would we have been better off with a leaky pharmaceutical drug control system than a tight drug control system that severely restricted pharmaceutical opioids and opened the door to fentanyl? Now, I'm not saying we can construct a policy based upon a leaky pharmaceutical prescription control system. But it does raise the question of thinking always about the unintended consequences of the policies for which we advocate. In the same ways that we launched a drug war based upon the notion that we can keep drugs out of this country or we can punish enough people that will reduce drug use without thinking about the death, disease, crime, and suffering, the corruption, the violence, the organized crime, the overfilling jails and prison cells, and all of that resulted from that. Right? Always thinking about the unintended consequences of the policies, right, which we think may do some good. When it comes to cannabis, it means staying open to this. Is it possible that when you combine cannabis and opioids, you can reduce the level of opioids you're prescribing because of cannabis's enhancement effect? To what extent will, in fact, cannabis emerge as being beneficial for certain types of pain? I loved hearing Karim talk about the psychedelics, and I agree with everything he's doing and support it wholeheartedly. Randomized controlled trials are pivotally important as we move forward. But what about the lived experiences of tens or hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people saying, you know, I had that psychedelic experience. I didn't even have a guide. I did it, and something changed in my life. Something changed with my depression or my pain or my addiction or what have you. When we look at the human cases and reports with ibogaine and psilocybin and 5-MeO-DMT and MDMA, it's remarkable what's out there. And of course, the studies and trials are showing that. But to be in the position of telling people, you know, these things have virtually no addictive potential and we need to try them and give them a go, of course, why not? Different strokes for different folks. If things have worked from everything from indigenous people going thousands of years to people living in any which way today, let's try it. And now, since I don't think I've been sufficiently provocative, I want to hit you with one other thing. Since I stopped running my organization, Drug Policy Alliance, 8 years ago, the issue that I've become most impassioned about is the issue of tobacco harm reduction. The importance of getting people who smoke to switch, if they cannot quit, to non-combustible forms of nicotine, whether they're the e-cigarettes or the heat-not-burn products, or whether they're snus or the nicotine pouches you put here. Right, where the evidence is overwhelming about these things being dramatically less dangerous than combustible smoking. When you have over 1 billion people worldwide smoking cigarettes and dying prematurely from smoking-related ills, to enable, to expedite the transition from that to non-combustible forms of nicotine, which carry dramatically fewer risks, well, we should be doing everything possible to make that happen, even if some of these products appeal to younger people. For how long was the entire war on drugs, the policies of mass incarceration, the blocking of all sorts of progressive health-based policies justified as one great big child protection act? And today, the justification for opposing tobacco harm reduction and encouraging adults to switch to non-combustibles if they cannot quit is once again falsely put out there as one great big child protection act. In fact, the risk to young people of taking up, e-cigarettes or these things, it's real. But compared to the benefits of adults switching who have been smoking and adults who could not find any other way to switch, this is a fundamental public health issue today for us to be on board of. I am so disillusioned when I look at my liberal political allies who supported me and supported our efforts on medical marijuana and marijuana legalization and harm reduction and reducing incarceration, et cetera, but then leading the way to ban vaping. No. When I look at smoking rates are over 50% among people struggling with mental illness, and yet the organization supposedly advocating mentally ill oppose tobacco harm reduction? On what basis? This is a policy, if we move rapidly enough, let me put it as boldly as I possibly can. If we could switch from a world in which 1 billion people are smoking cigarettes, with a huge percentage of them dying prematurely, and maybe 100 million are using non-combustible forms of nicotine, to a world in which we cut that 1 billion down to 100 or 200 million people smoking, while at the same time the people using nicotine in a non-combustible form goes up to 500 million, or even 1 billion, or even more than 1 billion? From a public health perspective, it would represent one of the greatest successes in human history. Punchline here, when you're dealing with pain, one of the most honorable, dealing with the management of pain, I think the courage it requires, you know, the sense of nuance of dealing with people right in front of you, the understanding that whatever works must be tried so long as it is reasonable. At the same time, it's incumbent upon you to keep your eyes and your ears open on everything, from the non-pharmaceutical versions of dealing with pain and managing pain, to all of the things ranging from the psychedelics and cannabis and other things, and who knows, even nicotine, you know, but all of these things, it's about keeping your mind open to the ways in which other areas of drug policy are as or more flawed even than they are in this area, and understanding and hopefully perceiving yourselves as part of a broader movement to deal with drugs in our society from the basis of science, compassion, health, and human rights. Thank you very much.
No, don't go. We have questions for you. Don't go. We have questions. So
okay.
Thank you for that wonderful talk. A flood of questions has come in, as well as many compliments. Major props for this talk. It was spectacular, said someone. Here's one of the questions. In the interest of time, we'll just do one question. Why does alcohol not get the same level of scrutiny if it can be just as bad?
I mean, alcohol is the devil we know. It's the one we've all learned to love. It's part of our society and part of our culture. And even though it's harms, if you look at look at David Nutt, the great British drug researcher and scientist, briefly the head of the British Advisory Council, and he ranks the orders of the dangers of drugs, and alcohol is right near the top. So I think it's just that it is so profoundly part of our culture. Even when alcohol was banned, in my country, you still have more people using alcohol dramatically than cannabis, for example. I am delighted, however, to see in some states now you see alcohol consumption jumping very substantially among all age groups, and so oftentimes being replaced with cannabis, which, although not perfectly safe, is dramatically safer than alcohol for most people.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm particularly pleased to present our next presenter. What if you, yes you, could learn pain relief in just a single session? Our next speaker made that happen. Dr. Beth Darnell is a Stanford professor, psychologist, scientist, and global force in pain innovation. Her Empowered Relief program is now taught in 30 countries and 8 languages, and I give it to all my patients. She's briefed the US Congress 3 times, spoken at Davos, and has more acronyms in her bio than most people have contacts in their phone. It's true. If you want to know how your brain can unlearn pain, she's your person. Please welcome Dr. Beth Darnell. Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. It's such an honor to be here and share some of my work. I am a pain psychologist scientist, and I both develop and investigate interventions that provide pain relief, analgesia, and also for opioid reduction where that's relevant and desired. So I want to start off with a question to all of you and just think about what's the biggest problem in pain care. I submit that the biggest problem in pain care is access to care. People can wait a month, a year, multiple years trying to get the care that they need, and sometimes they never receive it. Even when pain care is provided, people don't know if they're walking through the right door. Are they being provided the right treatments, the ones with the lowest risks first? Let's take surgery as an example. How do we help people have less pain after surgery? This is Judy. She's just had breast cancer surgery. And she's following her doctor's orders, and she's taking her medications as prescribed. But there's something important missing from those orders. People can work directly with their central nervous system to provide themselves with relief. And this approach is important, but it needs to be taught to our patients, provided to them as part of their medical and surgical care plan. After all, surgery is just a controlled injury, and the brain registers and interprets injury and pain as a threat, a problem to be escaped. Now, healing from surgery requires that we quell pain, that we calm the central nervous system to stage it for an optimal state of recovery. And we want to apply this as early on after surgery as possible. Now, a biopsychosocial approach is low risk, low cost, and there's no side effects typically. I developed a single session, 90-minute intervention called Empowered Relief that teaches people how to calm their central nervous system, to dampen pain processing before and after surgery, and also for chronic pain, which I'll talk about next. It includes simple skills and about 20 minutes a day to teach people how to train their nervous system towards relief. So their heart rate stays lower, their breathing rates stay lower, and it stages mind and body for an optimal state of recovery after surgery. In our first published randomized controlled trial, we showed that people like Judy, who received Empowered Relief after breast cancer surgery, required less opioid medication as they were recovering compared to people who received a health education intervention. And we next studied it in people undergoing orthopedic trauma surgery. And in this study, people received an iPad in the hospital after surgery on postoperative days 1, 2, or 3. And they received the Empowered Relief intervention that way. And we found that people who received Empowered Relief had less pain after their surgery and all the way to 3 months later, relative to people who received a general health education intervention. And in a scoping review of the medical literature that we just conducted, we found that Empowered Relief for surgery is the only behavioral perioperative intervention that is being applied widely for post-surgical recovery. And it's most often being delivered via Zoom classes by live instructors, so it's very low cost. In 2019, the US Department of Health and Human Services cited Empowered Relief for surgery as a promising way to address post-surgical pain at scale. So I want to put forward this idea that a brief pain relief skills intervention can help people recover from surgery more quickly, low cost, and it can be integrated directly into the medical setting. This is speed, scope, and scale. Now let's talk about chronic pain, which you know impacts 20% of the world population. Now, medical approaches are important, but alone are insufficient. We really need a whole person approach, and people need to fundamentally understand how they can modulate their own central nervous system to gain relief. These approaches typically involve people learning various skills, gaining resources, taking those skills and applying them into action plans. Then they use those skills on a daily basis. Fundamentally, they understand which daily choices provide them with relief. And this approach is often delivered by a psychologist. And while effective, this treatment is often inaccessible due to the fact that we have too few psychologists and due to the fact that the treatments often involve up to 16 hours of face-to-face time with a therapist. So the treatment formats themselves are creating a barrier. We studied this about a decade ago, and unsurprisingly, patients told us that attending 16 hours of treatment is often infeasible for them, but the vast majority of people aren't even offered this option at all. So one key solution is to look beyond the traditional formats themselves to new innovations. And while I touched on empowered relief in the surgical context, I want to provide some more detail on it here. Empowered relief is a one-session intervention that rapidly equips individuals with effective pain relief skills. It's didactic. This is not therapy. In a 2-hour session, people gain 3 core pain management skills. They complete a personalized plan for empowered relief. They download a binaural audio file app that they can put on their phone or on a personal computer device, and they can use that daily and ongoingly for continued relief. Because of its format, large class sizes are possible. So at Stanford, we register 150 individuals in a single empowered relief class. Now, we've conducted 11 clinical trials on empowered relief, and I just want to touch on the results for a few of them now. In this first study, we enrolled 263 individuals with chronic low back pain, and we randomized them into one of 3 groups. Either they received a single session of health education with no skills, or they received 1 session skills-based empowered relief, or they were randomized to receive 8 sessions of what is considered the gold standard behavioral therapy for chronic pain, cognitive behavioral therapy. And we hypothesized that this 1 session of empowered relief would confer about equal benefits for symptom reduction at 3 months as the gold standard 8-session CBT. So it was a really high bar for us to hypothesize that 1 session would be about as effective as 8, 3 months post-treatment. And in fact, that was what we found, and our primary outcomes were pain catastrophizing, pain interference, pain intensity, and we also found similar patterns of clinically meaningful benefits across a range of secondary outcomes, which you see listed on this slide: sleep disturbance, depression, anxiety. So we were learning that this intervention was multidimensional and somewhat all-purpose, while reducing treatment burden by 80%. We next looked to see if these benefits would be sustained at 6 months, and we found that they were largely. And we next studied online delivered empowered relief. That expands access if people can get the treatment online. And in this study, we enrolled people with chronic pain of any type, and they were randomized either to online empowered relief or to usual care in the clinic. And we found a similar pattern of multidimensional benefits that were clinically significant 3 months post-treatment with moderate effect sizes. Now, these last 2 studies that I just described to you, empowered relief was delivered by a psychologist, by a pain psychologist. In the United States, we have 150,000 psychologists. We have 5.7 million nurses. So if we're going to scale pain treatment, we need to look beyond psychologists only and increase the scope and include other disciplines, other professional disciplines to deliver the intervention. So I was really excited when Holly Watson wanted to conduct this randomized controlled trial of nurse-delivered empowered relief. We partnered with the American Society of Pain Management Nurses, trained nurses in empowered relief, and then conducted this national online trial. 150 people with chronic pain were enrolled and randomized, and the primary study endpoint was 2 months post-treatment. And what we found was that empowered relief was effective and imparted clinically meaningful reductions for pain intensity, pain catastrophizing, depression, anxiety, improving self-efficacy. This similar pattern of multi-dimensional benefits. Now, the highly structured format of empowered relief allows for interprofessional delivery with high fidelity to the treatment. How many of you have heard about Marfan syndrome or are familiar with it? Okay, I see a lot of hands. So you know that Marfan syndrome is a rare connective tissue disorder or disease, impacts multiple body systems and organs, and it's associated with a high degree of pain comorbidities. Marfan is both a rare disease and it is rarely studied. We look to see how many pain treatment studies have been conducted in people with Marfan. Do you know how many? 0. Not a single one. So we conducted the first. And we partnered with the Marfan Foundation. We enrolled 108 individuals with Marfan syndrome. And we wanted to see, could we treat everyone at the same time? And in so doing, would people gain benefit? 92 people showed up for a single empowered relief class en masse. The treatment was delivered online. We had high satisfaction ratings, and at 3 months post-treatment, we found clinically meaningful, significant benefits across a range of outcomes. And you can see here, these were just our primary outcomes: reduced pain intensity, pain interference, and pain-related distress or pain catastrophizing. And a whole host of secondary outcomes improved. Today, empowered relief is being delivered in 30 countries, in 8 languages, by 1,600 certified instructors. And we receive about 15,000 visitors to our Empowered Relief app page every month. These are just some of the healthcare organizations that have adopted Empowered Relief and have embedded it throughout the healthcare systems and networks. And in Canada, Dr. Junie Carrière, who is at Sherbrooke University, she has funding from CIHR and has been investigating empowered relief in primary care delivered by physical therapists. And she's studying this in people with acute low back pain episodes. And Regina Visca, she has been a real pioneer for empowered relief in the Quebec province. She has empowered relief integrated into new interdisciplinary primary care programs for chronic pain. It's being applied in team-based family medicine clinics, as well as in primary care access points. So this is for patients who don't have family medicine physicians, and they're often cases that are referred from the ED. And she's also applying it in local community service centers. And this is especially serving most vulnerable populations. You can also find it in some Canadian VAs, as well as in Pain BC. We have tailored versions of empowered relief. I described the one that we have for injury or surgery. We also have a version for people in the military and veterans. And we partnered with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to tailor empowered relief to the corrections setting so that incarcerated individuals can receive it in primary care throughout the California prison system. So we've really scaled throughout the California prison system. Researchers and clinicians at the Stanford University Pediatric Pain Clinic have tailored empowered relief to youth. And Dr. Alexandra Neville received funding to develop a complementary version for parents and caregivers, and so that is in development now. We have digital versions of Empower Relief that enable on-demand access. They're interactive, they tie into the EMR, they're secure, and we're applying this in different patient populations: chronic pain, surgery, workers' compensation. These automated, on-demand options facilitate access, but they'll never really obviate the need for live instructor-delivered classes. They simply offer patients a choice. And with patient choices come better patient engagement. And with better patient engagement, they get better treatment and better outcomes. Our vision is empowered relief for every patient, everywhere. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Beth. A couple questions online for you. You got about 8,000 fans right now. So the first one was, I think I know the answer, but do you have to be a psychologist to facilitate empowered relief?
You do not. We conduct certifications through Stanford CME, and virtually any licensed clinician can become a certified empowered relief instructor. So nurses, physicians, physician assistants, occupational therapists, physical therapists, you name it.
And I'll give you a last one. So how short can you get this down to? Can you do 30 minutes? Can you do 10 minutes?
You know, it is a great question. We have a version for surgery that's 80 minutes, and we have one that's even a little bit briefer than that. It needs to be comprehensive enough that people understand the rationale, the importance for the skills, and to learn those skills and be motivated to use them. But I think, you know, we're playing around with, can we get that? Can we make it even briefer than it is now?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so we're getting to the home stretch. I think you know we're going to be done earlier than we have scheduled, but I do want everybody to just get up and stretch a bit because we've got the best for last, obviously. And so just maybe give yourself a little stretch if you like, and we'll move into Dr. Mackey right now. The police force should be here right around 4:30 to help lead us out, but just get up, give yourself a little stretch. That a boy. Okay, so I am going to launch into introducing Dr. Mackey now. So get the stretch in, and we're gonna finish up with the last three talks. So, Dr. Mackey, everyone stretching. Should I wait, Dr. Durenas? Sorry.
Yeah, we were going to ask one of the physios to come and give us.
I'm afraid people are leaving.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So, neuroscientist, clinician, tech visionary. Dr. Sean Mackey doesn't just treat pain, he decides it. As the chief of the Division of Pain Medicine at Stanford, his work bridges biology, AI, and real-world outcomes. He's authored over 300 publications, helped lead the NIH's National Pain Strategy, and builds systems that actually learn from patient data. If you've ever wished someone would make pain care smarter, faster, and more human, Sean's been doing exactly that. Please welcome the brilliant and boundary-breaking Dr. Sean Mackey.
Imagine waking up every day in pain and having to navigate a system that treats you like a mystery again and again. Now instead, imagine working with that same system that is learning from you, that's capturing your data, and it is developing new adaptive approaches. It is not just filing that data away in a static manner, but every time it's improving your care, advancing science, and helping to improve the care of the next person. That's the reality that we're all working to achieve. The fact is, the pain is real, the data is real. The question is, do we have the will to make this all happen? One of the challenges that we faced is that science, our evidence, typically advances in incremental manner, isolated research studies that adds incrementally to if you will, the rising tide, but frequently not in a cohesive manner. And the sad fact is, there's an often quoted study that it takes 17 years for only 14% of our research findings to make it into clinical practice. So I'm often faced asking this question, are we ultimately making an impact? Can we do better? And I believe we can. We can learn from other big studies, like the Framingham Health Study out of Massachusetts. Started in 1948, and it got the whole community involved with capturing data over 4 generations, where we learned from that observational data some of the major risk factors that are modifiable for cardiovascular disease. Things like obesity, hypertension, high lipids, a sedentary lifestyle, all of which have transformed our understanding of cardiovascular disease. Can we do the same for pain? Now, one of the challenges is that pain is really complicated. This is meant as a shock and awe slide. Don't bother looking at it. This is meant to be wow. And this is a simple diagram, too. This is just a small piece. And I will promise you that no clinician can keep all this stuff in their head. And it's only growing by leaps and bounds. We now have over 200 medications that have analgesic benefit, only 20 of which are opioids. We have over 200 interventional procedures, scores of mind-body therapies, many, many physical rehabilitative approaches, all interacting with this network diagram. So can we build a system that learns from your data? And the answer is yes. The National Academy of Medicine in 2007 put forward a 12-part series called The Learning Healthcare System, an informatics platform that brings together scientists, clinicians, administrators, people with lived experience. It takes the data in from our clinical environment. It is continually learning and updating and integrating in new biomedical data and using that to advance care. Instead of the drips and drabs that I showed you before, the little droplets, instead we're taking data and we're making it a tremendous force to advance healthcare. This was the motivation for my creating Choir back in 2011. It's an open source, free, my favorite 4-letter F word, free learning health system that I funded through philanthropic efforts to create a platform to capture real-world data, to integrate in other data sources, to learn from that data, and use that to advance patient care. Since then, we've put this into multiple clinics throughout the US, some in Canada, Israel, collected hundreds of thousands of patient encounters, helped support many, many research grants and research careers. More importantly, it's helped us change the culture of how we care for people in pain, because no longer has it been, in my opinion, it has been based on good quality data. And it's data that's helped us to personalize care for people like Susan. Now, one of the key things about these learning health systems and integrating in AI is they're not meant to replace the clinician. They're meant to augment or assist clinical decision-making. By way of just a simple example, this is a trivial example. This is again Susan, who comes in with fibromyalgia, back pain, abdominal pain, neck pain, a pretty typical presentation, who had been all over to seek care and had not gotten better, had come to see us. And what you see on this, again, simplistic graph is some of her mood symptoms, physical function, pain interference, pain behavior, all elevated. Higher scores represent worse functioning. We trialed her on Dr. Darnell's Empowered Relief. We gave her a drug called low-dose naltrexone, a drug that we have studied on our clinic that's been shown to work for fibromyalgia. And we gave her transcranial magnetic stimulation, which is, think of it as non-invasive brain zapping that's safe and effective. And we see some significant reductions in her depressive anxiety fatigue symptoms, overall improvement in pain interference, but no change in her physical function. So we use that as a targeted area for intervention. And we see this frequently in our patients, that we can help people's mood and fatigue and pain get better, but we don't see them improve in the actual physical functioning. And so we integrated in functional goal settings, and we track that over time. And we find that over time, Susan got more and more and more active and more motivated. Now again, this is an incredibly simplistic example, but one in which we demonstrate how we can use a learning health system, how a system and integrating it in with patient care to help improve people like Susan. The next step in this journey is the integration of objective biomarkers for pain. Now, we've heard this term bantered around a lot. What is a biomarker? It's defined as an objective physiologic measure of health or disease. It is a measure like heart rate variability. It is your microbiome. It is genomics. It is brain imaging data. It is anything that can be objectified and integrated in. And there are different types of biomarkers that we're all going after, all with different contexts. We have diagnostic biomarkers that can help us determine whether somebody has a condition or not. I don't need that for pain, I can just ask them. But it can help classify people. We have prognostic biomarkers, which we're working on at Stanford, which is determined the natural history. Are people going to get better, or are they going to get worse over time? Predictive biomarkers, which is the holy grail for all of us. The right treatment for the right person at the right time. That's what we all want, that precision medicine. So the idea here is to take these biomarkers and integrate them into a learning health system where, once again, the system is learning, it's adapting, and we can use that information to then push out targeted behavioral therapies like empowered relief. And we're doing that right now at Stanford in 2 separate clinics. One in the workers' compensation clinic at Stanford and one in our chronic pain clinic. It works. And we can automatically track patients' responses over time. So, I think this is an exciting time for all of us. We're at a stage where, ideally, the next time we ask the question, are we making an impact?
Hold your breath.
We can answer the question with an emphatic yes. We can. What we need is not more noise. What we need is more evidence integrated into these systems that will personalize care and help people like Susan and everyone else out there. And with that, I thank you. I'm delighted to answer any questions.
Nice. Well done.
In time.
Precision. Well done. All right. So the question is there any biomarker signal that's coming out that you think is going to be important in the future?
So right now, the best evidence for biomarkers is around brain imaging. We've got the largest head start on it. I published the first paper on this in 2011 for acute pain. Tor Wager did a beautiful study in 2013, and the field has exploded. We've then gone on to develop biomarkers around different chronic pain conditions. We've developed them for prognostic, like predicting people's future. The issue is, these have all been done in carefully controlled laboratory experiments, not in the real world. And that's what we have to do next, is extend this data into larger populations in real-world settings. Now, I don't think that fMRI, like what we do, is going to be the answer. And the reason is, it's just too darn expensive. It's $500 an hour just to stick you in a scanner. It takes 2 hours for us to get the scan, and then I got to pay a postdoc a very large amount of money to collect all that, analyze it, and process it. Not going to happen. I think the answer from a brain imaging standpoint is translating this into something that is clinically practical, something like ambulatory EEG, where we can identify the brain systems with fMRI, translate that into something that can be sent home with the patient. That's what I'm probably most excited about. I haven't yet seen any of the omics, metabolomics, proteomics, lipidomics, microbiome, have real discriminative value at this point in time. And the final answer to your question is it's not going to be one biomarker. And I'd love it to be just a simple EEG measure. It ain't going to happen. What we need are composite biomarkers where we're bringing imaging, maybe blood changes, saliva, cortisol, maybe it's heart rate and heart rate variability from your watches, and it's integrating all of this into a composite signature that represents you as an individual. And I think we have to deeply integrate in the personal nature of this because each and every one of you is different from the other. Just think about temperature. You know, we've all heard now that 98.6 is actually not the average temperature, or at least it's certainly not for each person. So we have to bring in your personal data to that. That was a long-winded response. What else you got?
That's it.
That's
this is
it?
great. Thank you so much. This is your second talk today in Toronto.
All
They
right.
gave a talk this morning at Shields Day. We squeezed them. We squeezed out all that knowledge. Thank you so much, Sean. That was awesome. So I just want to remind you that we have 20,000 views online, so lots of online content. Well done. All right. So the next person I want to introduce, if Ontario's pain system had a project manager, her name would be Rachel Bosma. She's the glue between research, policy, and advocacy, helping build a pain care system that's smart, responsive, and equitable. She's the director at the University of Toronto Centre for the Study of Pain. She's the chair of Pain Ontario. She's a research scientist at the Toronto Academic Pain Medicine Institute. She is my work wife and a true connector of people and ideas. She's here to talk about transforming pain care into something that actually works for people. Please welcome the visionary, Dr. Rachel Bosma.
Thank you for that introduction, sweetie pie. All right. We need the right care at the right time in the right place. For chronic pain, the right care means options for care, and it's personalized. The right time spans the course of one's disease and the lifetime. The right place ensures access to care where you are, where you need it. But do we have it? Do we have the right care? We've heard today that we've come so far. We have new interventions and we are repurposing old. We have centers to study pain. We have guidelines. We even have a new national pain standard. But as far as we've come, we've heard that barriers still remain. The system wasn't made for everyone. Not everyone has access to care. The wait times are long, the services are not evenly distributed, and the barriers are not equal for everyone, especially women and Indigenous peoples. So if we're going to talk about the right care at the right time in the right place, we still have work to do. And we need to do this work because chronic pain, it's more than just big numbers. It's more than expenses, big expenses. It's more than statistics because those can be ignored, those can be overlooked, but we are talking about suffering. We are talking about people's lives, Vina's life, Kate's life, Graham's life, maybe your life, maybe the life of someone you love. And pain is everywhere. Emergency department visits. Unmanaged pain accounts for 15% of emergency department visits. So if we're going to talk about ending unnecessary emergency department visits, if we're going to talk about ending hallway medicine, we need to be talking about pain. Mental health and substance use health. These issues are they can be deeply intertwined with chronic pain. And I was so encouraged by the fireside chat that we heard earlier. Because if we're going to talk about mental health and improving mental health in this country, and we need to be, if we're going to talk about improving substance use health, then we need to be talking about chronic pain health. Disability. Pain is the leading cause of disability in this country, and it's a common outcome of work-related injuries. And I can keep going because the pain whack-a-moles, well, they just keep popping up, don't they? Pain is everywhere. So for the policymakers in the room, pain might not be your portfolio, but it's certainly causing you problems. Because pain is a cross-cutting issue, and it is a driver of many of the health issues that we are facing today. And it has a substantial impact on our workforce and on our economy to the tune of $40 billion a year. It's affecting the lives of people living in this country, and it's affecting the health of our communities. But the good news is that if pain is a driver of these issues, then appropriate pain care has the opportunity to be an enabler, a huge enabler for big health and big system change. And I'm here to tell you today about what we're already doing and what I think we need to continue to do and do better to improve the lives of those living with pain. So I'm going to use Ontario as an example, and I'm going to ask you to think back to 2014, 2015. So for the trainees in the room, you know, this was a lifetime ago. For everyone else, it was about 5 minutes ago. Think back to 2014, 2015. A young woman named Sophia was in a car accident. Her injuries healed, but her pain did not. In fact, it became her full-time job. Researching, scheduling appointments, going to appointments, looking for answers, nobody having answers. She felt so alone. Isolated, unable to work, depression set in. She had nowhere to go. 2015, 2016, the Ontario Ministry of Health invested in interprofessional care across the province, across 5 pediatric hospitals, 13 adult hospitals, and 1 community clinic. This meant that patients like Sophia had somewhere to go for the first time. She had somewhere to go to receive psychotherapy to address her chronic pain and her depression. She had exercise-based programs where she could get moving again. She had reviews of her medication, and she was given options. She had a pathway forward. At around the same time, we built out eConsult for chronic pain so that specialists could connect with community providers and consult on chronic pain cases. We drove forward Project Echo Pain. So now we're bringing healthcare providers from across the province, all disciplines, around a table to discuss pain cases, to learn from each other and from experts, and to build capacity in the system. These programs are game changers. This is changing pain care in Ontario. But this is not the end of the story, because chronic pain is a chronic disease. And people will need different care, different solutions at different times over the course of their disease. And these pain clinics in the network, they cannot, they will not, they should not see the 1 in 5 facing chronic pain. Not over the course of their disease and not indefinitely. So where are these people going to go? Because they're going to go somewhere. Of course they are. They're experiencing pain. The next therapy, the next intervention, is it evidence-based? Primary care is the obvious solution, Right? Primary care is at the front lines here, forefront of chronic disease, chronic pain management. But we know that our primary care sector is in crisis. We know this. We, the collective we here, we are working to change this. We are working to improve access to primary care. But I challenge us to think beyond access, not beyond just names on a roster. I challenge us to think about building capacity for pain care in primary care and to think about delivering services locally. And one key piece, a piece missing in Ontario, are community-based services. So here I'm thinking about care navigation. So if you're experiencing pain, you can pick up the phone or connect with somebody, and they can direct you to pain services in your area. They can direct you to pain education. They can direct you to the social supports that you may need. I'm thinking about peer support, because we've heard how isolating, how lonely chronic pain can be. And we know that peer support, when people come around and they share experiences, they create community. They validate the pain experience, and they empower people living with pain. These services do not need to be delivered in hospitals. They don't even need to be delivered in the doctor's office. But they need to be delivered somewhere. These services are essential. And other provinces, such as British Columbia through the work of Pain BC, have shown us that when we invest in community-based services, people's lives improve and the health system improves. And organizations like Pain Ontario are championing these efforts locally. We need coordinated pain services that help people, support people in pain across the course of their disease, so that patients like Sophia are not left stranded, that community-based services wrap around the support that they receive in primary care and in tertiary care, that they always have somewhere to go. 8 million Canadians, 3 million in this province, suffer from chronic pain, and these numbers are only getting bigger. So we need to think bigger. We are living in a chronic disease world with an acute care health system. So we need to go beyond incremental change. We need to go even beyond innovation, and we need to think transformation. We need pain scientists to continue to push the boundaries of innovation and discovery, because we need to understand pain better, and we need better options to treat it. We need pain services that extend from hospitals into communities. We need the right care at the right time in the right place. And when do we need it? And this is where you respond, now, because I'm prepping us for the parade later. Okay, now, thank you. We need them now, because we're at a precipice. We're headed for a cliff in terms of the pain crisis. But we're also at the edge of big solutions. So the question becomes, are we going to take what we know? Are we going to take what we've learned today, across this weekend and beyond? Are we going to take what we know? Are we going to take what we've learned? And are we going to do something? Thank you.
We have questions for you. We have questions. So many questions have come in for Rachel Posma. Here's a couple. Let's go with the first one. You mentioned pain is a cross-cutting issue and a driver of many other issues. So why do you think pain is not getting the attention it deserves? That's the first question.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And I think we touched on that theme today. I think it comes from our understanding, or rather lack of, and I don't mean us in this room, but when pain is only being recognized as a disease in its own right for the past 5 minutes, a couple years, right? It takes a while for that to trickle down. And we've also approached things like pain in silos. So it depends where you go in the health system to this date, right? If it was seen as just a symptom, as just a result, as Bev mentioned earlier, of something else, then you're always looking at the something else and you're not looking at pain. So I think that that's changing. I know that it's changing. Attention is being paid to this. We are understanding it. We're recognizing it as a disease. We're training the next generation of healthcare providers to see it as a disease and to understand it better. We're talking to mental health experts. We're talking to substance use health experts, and we're trying to break down these silos. But there's still work to be done.
And a second question, what is the most efficient way to build capacity, which I think you mentioned, in primary care for pain services?
Building capacity in primary care, yeah, it's a great question and it's a great opportunity. And I think the answer isn't obvious, because I think the obvious answer is just, they should just know it, they should just do it, but that seems to be our answer for everything in our healthcare system. So I think we need to look very closely at equipping our primary care sector. I think we need to be building out primary care teams that are interprofessional. So I think the question was the most obvious. I'm not giving the most obvious, I'm giving kind of a systems health answer. In Ontario, we're really working towards this. I think it's building capacity across disciplines. We've heard pain's complex. You saw Sean's slide. You didn't understand it. It was too busy. It's too complex, right? So we need different approaches. We need different voices in the room, so they need to be in those care settings with different scopes of practice. But I think, too, the obvious answer is we need to train our future providers about pain and that it's a disease. There was this landmark study, it's older now, saying that, vets, right, we've heard this study, vets received X% more pain education than even physicians. And we've been working to change this, but the work's not done. So how are we training the future generation of care providers? How are we training them to understand pain, understanding their scope of practice and where their scope, kind of ends and where they need to tap on colleagues and how to do that? How are we training our future care providers to talk to the patients in front of them and to listen to them and to understand that for whatever reason they're coming in the room for, there might be more. Right? They might be coming in the room for a different issue, but when you really listen, you can look for some of the drivers of other issues and address them holistically.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I now get to introduce two people. I am going to read the first intro because in the past hour alone, more than 3,000 new people started watching the live stream. So those numbers keep going up, which is fantastic. If you've ever wondered who's leading the charge on pain research and pain care in Canada, you're about to meet him. Dr. Hans Clark is a clinician, researcher, advocate, and the voice behind some of the most innovative pain initiatives in this country. Today, he's teaming up with someone who brings vital, lived experience perspectives. And Dr. Hans Clark is the president of the Canadian Pain Society. And with him, Graham Lord just finished his diploma in addictions and community support work, and he's stepping forward to be part of the solution. A key member of the CPS Local Organizing Committee, a sports lover, traveler, and someone with real lived experience navigating pain. Graham brings honesty, heart, and hope to this conversation. Please welcome Hans Clark.
Right, so here we are. We are at the midpoint of the day. So this will be the last you will see of a stage, and we are at the midway point, and we will have the assembly and the parade out front, and we will walk proudly and show the world and the media who we are and why we're here. And so I really want you to understand that we started with the patient journey, and Graham is here because we are also going to end this portion of the day with the patient journey. I'm going to say a couple of words about Graham. He had a pretty horrific motor vehicle accident. He ended up with brachial plexus injury. Brachial plexus injury went on to leave him with a flaccid right arm, and he was a right-hand dominant individual. And so he had to retrain and relearn a lot of the things he knew at that point in time. Unfortunately, his path wasn't that straightforward. And he ended up in a scenario where we've talked about for the past decade, high-dose opioids, all of those issues. And he is now the person he is today. And I'm going to let you share your story, Graham, and I'll pick it up.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Clark for all the hard work it took for bringing this event together and all the hard work he does in improving people's lives. So give it up for Dr. Clark, please. I'd also like to thank everyone here and everyone online watching this. And thirdly, I'd like to say living with chronic pain sucks. But I find it's a mindset. And it was with Dr. Clark's help I was able to change mine. Getting off the opiates for me was massive. Before, I was a disabled person and my pain ruled me. Now, I'm a person with a disability and I rule my pain. I'm not going to let it beat me because it's beaten me for too long. I think there's a lot of keys to having a positive mindset, but for me, there's 3 things you must have: acceptance, hope, and a purpose in life. Acceptance. When you can have complete acceptance of your situation, whether it be chronic pain, mental illness, substance abuse, or even life, it fills you with a sense of determination you never thought you'd have. It's extremely difficult, believe me, I know. It took me 6 years to accept that my arm was gone. But that was the beginning of me not letting this define me. And when you realize that there's no other option to have but to move forward. Life will do you a bad hand sometimes, and you just have to play the hand to the best of your ability, because you never know what the next card's gonna be. Which leads me to, which leads me to my next point, hope. Hope. You always need to have hope. Hope for something better, hope that something can be done, or hope that you can find a way to deal with the situation the best that you can. These days, I put my hope into God. I just recently converted and became a member of the Roman Catholic Church. But you don't have to believe in God to have hope. As I said, I just recently converted. So there was a time there when I didn't believe, but I still had hope. As fleeting as it was, I had hope that my life would get better. And I stand here before you today, my life infinitely better than what it was before. I also had hope for a robotic arm, a hope for which I still have. So even when your situation seems hopeless, there's always something to hope for. And a purpose in life. And lastly, I believe you need to find your purpose in life. I believe we all have been put here for a reason. And a lot of us don't know what that reason is. We all have skills, talents, and personal characteristics that can benefit society, the workforce, and each other. And I think you need to find what you're good at and what you like to do and try and combine them together. You must actively search for it. It will not come to you. And when you have the purpose, you will find you have focus, drive, and determination at a level you never thought you would have. I believe my purpose was guided to me spiritually, and that I have been put here to help people who are going through what I went through, not experience it to the level that I did. And that's what I intend to do. So in summary, I'd like to say that living with chronic pain is a journey. It's going to have its ups and downs, good days and bad days. But if you can maintain a positive mindset and attain these 3 aspects and work on yourself, then it becomes more of a challenge instead of a chore. Thank you.
And so I'm going to give you a little bit more context about Graham. And so when Graham came to see me, it would have been quite a long time ago now, he was in a rough spot. And I promised him, I said, well, he promised me, he said, if you can help me get there, will you play a round of golf with me, Doc? Left-handed round of golf. And we've played that round of golf, but more importantly, Graham has just graduated and is now going to be an addictions and pain counselor in the future. And so we're here because of Graham, because of Vina, because of Virginia, because of all of our patients and Pain Canada, who supports all of our patients in this country. And I'll tell you, this was published this morning. The QR code is there. It's now online, and I want you to see what that says. A pain funding gap and a database analysis of pain research funding over the past 15 years. And I want you to look at that red square and those red bars. That's the level of pain funding our community gets. And I know this is controversial, and people will not like me, and I've never been afraid to talk about these things, so you can put my poster up there, that this needs to change. And there are structures in place that are obviously need to be readjusted so that we can change some of those numbers and those metrics. And so, because that's really abstract, let's look at what those numbers look like. $12 billion of funding has been given out by our federal government, of which $256 million has gone into pain-related projects. CIHR has handed out $760 million, of which $16 million has made it into the pain community. It's a problem for 20% of our population. It is now a disease, and fair enough, it was not a disease before. So we were where we had to be because we were a symptom of something. But now we are rightfully in the place of being a disease that needs to be taken at the level. Does everybody know who the Canadian Cancer Society is? Does everybody know who the Canadian Blood Services are, and hemophilia, and all of these things? Those are household names. 1 in 5 households has someone living with pain in their household from some entity. And so this is why we are here, and this is why we are mobilizing today. I can tell you that we too have been doing some really cool work in the digital health space. Through some of our clinics, we can employ all of these questions and track them for quite some time. And I can tell you that we just published a really cool paper. And if you collect the data and you collect it en masse, you can get to a place where you can start to intervene and see those folks that are not on the trajectory you want them to be. You can catch the Grams at an earlier stage, not 12 years on his fentanyl patches and his high-dose opioids, which is where I met Graham. We can tell you, by picking up and looking at the data in 5 or 6 weeks, who needs that multi-D treatment, who needs the psychology piece, who needs the physio piece, who else we can go down the other treatment modalities and be more efficient at it. We want to always understand how we can help save the economics. Well, these are ways that we can move some of these things forward. What's power? Power is education. Power is in ensuring that you as a patient, and you heard Kate earlier today talk about what your rights are in that clinical encounter, in that clinical setting. And you take someone and you put them in an institution like a hospital, and that is the place of least power that they will ever stand in. And so the more we encourage and the more we educate and the more knowledge we give to our patients, the better off we're going to be. And this was a systematic review talking about that. Another QR code in terms of preoperative education materials that we've created for our patients. And so these are things that we continue to focus on. And I'm not going to spend too much more time because this was something we did in Canada, and we put this up as kind of the first elective prescription suggestions. And so we polled the entire surgical population at the University of Toronto, and we asked them, first of all, it was great, I'll share a story. So we asked the staff surgeons how familiar or how confident that you're prescribing pain medication after surgery. And we asked the residents and the trainees the exact same question: how confident are you at prescribing pain medications after surgery? The answer was, from the residents, we're good, we got it. The answer from the staff were, we don't know what we're doing. So you had a little bit of a disconnect there. And one of the, I remember I was in France at one point in time, and it was in the Euro Cup. It was in 2016, I think. And I had just met some graduates from the University of Calgary, new general surgeons. And I said, so guys, when you have some of these patients that have a pain issue and they're post-operative and you're struggling, what are you going to do? And I said, oh, we're just going to give them a whole bunch of opioids and hope for the best. I said, He said, you know who you're talking to? I said, there may be some other ways you could tackle this, maybe some programs and some interventions you may want to have, and maybe build a service called a transitional pain service, et cetera, no shameless plug, and help some of these folks after surgery. Nonetheless, Rachel Bosma, who was just on stage before me, has been given $1.2 million a month ago to disseminate this nationally. And in order to do that, we're going to have to mobilize not just our physicians, we're going to have to go after the colleges, we're going to have to go after individuals that will help us disseminate. And it was amazing during an opioid crisis, you couldn't even get a CPSO to enforce a 20-minute module for a physician. And so we have to really start to push some of those boundaries in terms of making these things happen. Pain Canada and some of the docs that have been on stage today have created a module that any Canadian can take going into surgery. How many of you seen it? That's a lot of hands. 4, 5. At the end of this dissemination grant and the $1.2 million, I'm going to hope that at least 30 to 40%, and that's a big goal, of every individual that is going to have surgery in Canada will have knowledge that this exists. Because you don't want to be that patient or have your family or your loved one be that patient who stands in that clinic in front of one of us and says, I never knew this was a possibility. And again, that education is power. It is never, you would have not had that intervention from a life-saving perspective. You would have never taken that tumor out. You'd have never had that vascular repair of your aortic aneurysm, but you would have been better prepared for what that journey looks like after, if you are that 15%. And so again, I want to say we are here for our patients, and this parade is for our patients. And so what I'm going to do now is invite both Dr. Pereira, Dr. Derena, and some of the marshals, if we have them already in their sashes, onto the stage, please. All right.
Can you hear us?
And so, who have we chosen? Can we ask Dr. Bosma, Dr. Buckley, Virginia McIntyre, and Dr. Campbell to the stage, please?
Don't wear them upside down. Backwards. All right. You're the winner. This year's Miss Universe.
Did we lose Did we lose Virginia?
She's coming.
Okay.
All right. So the 4 pillars of the Canadian Pain Society, right? Clinical care, advocacy, research, our people with lived experience. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us today. We've made some change here today. We've made everyone aware of what the needs are in chronic pain. We've had some great speakers, pretty revolutionary stuff.
And so, you know, we had, as John was saying, the uptick. So we've probably surpassed our 35,000 online from last year. We've had probably one of the biggest numbers throughout the day in the room here. Here's what's going to happen next. So is it 4:30? It
is 4:20.
4:20. So we're going to gather outside. Those of you that have made signs, the signs should be placed over at the
right
booth.
at the exit. They're just placed at the exit. Grab any poster that's been made. Okay, take the nicest one and pretend it's yours. That's what I would recommend. No one's going to chase you down. We're all nice people. We're all Canadian. We're going to apologize. So just take the nicest one.
And Norm, want to say a few words about the band, and they should be here in about 5-10 minutes. You want the handheld?
Sure. Okay, we need to get something clear here. You will not be subjected to me playing, so you can relax. But I had a great conversation with Fiona last night about the art contest, or the art awards that are being presented, and the commitment that people make to art, and art as a reflection of their pain experiences, their coping with pain experiences. And we, all day long, we have had people's walk-on music of various sorts, and you get the sense of what happens when you have music. So since I was very young, I've been engaged in music. There was a brief moment of delusion in my teens when I thought being a professional musician would be an excellent idea. I'll tell you, you really want a day job. And I've liked my day job, and I've done very well by it, and I am not a professional musician. But I've had the opportunity, and much as in my professional capacity, of hanging around with people who are really excellent at what they do, and as a result, I get better.